Hello, my dear friend, and thank you for stopping by chilly midnight tonight. I'm Leanh, and I'm so happy our paths crossed again. Every day asks something different of us. Sometimes it leaves us smiling. Sometimes it leaves us quietly exhausted. And sometimes we don't even realize how much we've been carrying until everything finally becomes still. So for the next little while, you don't have to be anywhere else. Leave tomorrow for tomorrow. Leave today's unfinished thoughts exactly where they are. This time belongs only to you. I always enjoy hearing from the people who spend their evenings here. So I'd love to ask you something. What kind of stories keep calling you back? Are you drawn to forgotten places that seem untouched by time? Ordinary lives interrupted by impossible events? Ancient legends that refuse to disappear? Quiet psychological nightmares? Or stories where the greatest monsters are hidden inside ordinary people? Perhaps there's a theme we've never explored that you've been hoping to hear someday. If there is, tell me in the comments. I read them with genuine appreciation, and they often inspire the next tale we share together. As the world outside grows quieter, let your thoughts become a little lighter too. There's no rush tonight, no expectations, just a story waiting patiently to unfold. Thank you for choosing to spend this part of your evening with me. Whenever you're ready, we'll turn the first page together. Story 1. The first house Miles Varden entered after Hurricane Odette was dry enough to smell of dust. That was what unsettled him. Outside, Renmouth had been open to the weather. Pines leaned over split roads. Shrimp boats rested in marsh grass far from the harbor. Power lines dragged black loops through standing water. And every porch along Gull Street wore a brown tide line across its siding. But number 18 stood on a low rise with its windows intact and its floors clean. Miles paused in the doorway. The air inside was cool and faintly mineral, carrying none of the sour rot that had settled over the town. No mud underfoot, no swollen baseboards, no insulation hanging from the ceiling. He checked the address against his tablet. Claimant, Leanh Harrow. Cause of loss, hurricane. Flooding, status, priority review. Mrs. Harrow, he called. A woman answered from the kitchen. Back here. She was perhaps 60, though grief had given her face the pinched look of old paper. She sat beneath a dark water stain running across the wall behind her. Miles stopped. The stain began near the ceiling. It formed a hard black line almost 8 feet above the floor, with pale streaks descending beneath it as if water had stood there for days and drained away. The same mark continued through the doorway, level and unbroken, circling the interior of the house. Yet the curtains were dry. The plaster was firm. A bowl of oranges sat on the counter without mold. How high did the water reach, he asked. Mrs. Harrow looked at the wall. It didn't. The claim says flooding. My son filed it. Is your son here? No. Her gaze shifted toward the hallway. Miles had spent 14 years learning that silence was often an attempt to increase a settlement. People hid pre-existing damage, invented ruined appliances, moved furniture between properties. He did not resent them. The system expected dishonesty. His job was to identify whose dishonesty cost the company money. He opened his inspection case. Roof intrusion? No. Foundation breach? No. Plumbing failure? No. Then what are you claiming? Mrs. Harrow folded her hands. Her nails were rimmed with something white and granular. The house filled after the storm passed. With water. She considered the question too long. With what was left, Behind her, a small silver scale clung to the stained wall. Miles touched it with the tip of his pen. It came away wet and smelled faintly of brine. "Do you keep fish, Mrs.?" Harrow did not answer. The hallway beyond the kitchen was darker than it should have been. 3 doors stood open. One led to a bathroom, one to a stripped bedroom, and one to a child's room, painted pale yellow. Photographs covered a narrow table. Mrs. Harrow beside a man in a Coast Guard uniform. Mrs. Harrow holding a red-haired boy at the beach. The same boy, older. Standing beside a battered pickup. In the final photograph, the boy's face had been scratched away. "You said your son filed the claim." Miles said, "He did. Where is he now?" Her eyes moved toward the yellow room. "He was in there." Miles entered. The black line crossed the walls above the closet door. Beneath it, everything looked untouched. Books, a baseball glove, a blue quilt pulled smooth across the bed. On the floor sat a pair of adult work boots filled to the ankles with seawater. Miles crouched. The water trembled, though the room was still. He stood too quickly. On his report, he selected structure dry at time of inspection. Under cause, he chose no covered peril. Observed. Mrs. Harrow watched from the doorway. "You always write that?" she asked. "When it's accurate." Even when someone drowned, Miles looked at the spotless floor. "No one drowned in this room." The tablet chimed as he submitted the finding. Across the screen, the words "damage not covered" blurred. Black ink loosened beneath the glass, spreading in thin veins. A bead of water formed along the bottom edge and dropped onto his hand. It was cold and salty when he touched his thumb to his lips. Then something knocked once from inside the wall, high above his head, on the other side of the black water line. The knocking did not repeat. Miles waited beneath the black line, his tablet held against his chest, listening to the house settle around him. The sound had been too deliberate for timber shifting one firm impact, followed by the faintest scrape, as though something behind the plaster had withdrawn its hand. Mrs. Harrow remained in the doorway. "You heard that?" she said. "Old houses make noise. This house was built 6 years ago." Miles wiped the salt water from his tablet with a handkerchief. The screen had returned to normal. His report showed as submitted, the denial stamped with his electronic signature. When he looked back at the wall, the silver scale was gone. Seaward Mutual had established its temporary catastrophe office in the abandoned Brackett Oyster Cannery near the harbor. The building smelled of bleach, rust, and old shells. Despite having been empty for nearly a decade, folding tables filled the processing floor. Extension cords crossed the concrete like black roots, powering laptops, printers, fans, and humming industrial dehumidifiers. Dozens of adjusters worked beneath fluorescent lights while rain pressed softly against the high windows. Miles handed in his equipment log and found Patrice Hale waiting beside his desk. Patrice wore a white blouse untouched by the town's mud. She had managed catastrophe response for Seaward Mutual for 11 years and spoke of ruined neighborhoods with the brisk enthusiasm of someone discussing quarterly inventory. "Harrow property?" she asked. "No covered structural damage." "Good." She reported interior flooding without an entry source. "Everyone reports flooding after a hurricane." The house was dry. Patrice smiled. "Then you saved us the argument." On the wall behind her, A projection displayed the company's current exposure. The number had fallen since morning. Your denial moved us below the revised threshold. Patrice said. Corporate noticed. Miles set his tablet down. They watching individual files now? They watch expensive decisions. She leaned closer. Keep your language clean. No speculation. No emotional observations. We document measurable loss, not stories. It was almost the same advice Miles had received during the Sutton review 9 years earlier. The Suttons had owned a narrow house outside Beaufort. Wind had torn half the roof away during a tropical storm, and rain had destroyed the interior before they could afford temporary repairs. Miles had classified the damage as gradual deterioration, compounded by inadequate maintenance. The distinction had saved Seaward Mutual nearly $200,000. It had also left the family without enough money to rebuild. For months afterward, Mr. Sutton had called Miles's direct line. At first, he argued about policy language. Later, he begged. In the final message, he said his wife and 2 daughters were sleeping in their truck. Miles had deleted it before the recording finished. The claim had been defensible. That word had followed him through every promotion. He sat and opened the next file. A sharp irritation moved beneath the nail of his index finger. He pressed his thumb against it and felt something thin shift under the skin. Miles took out a paper clip and worked its end beneath the nail. A translucent fish scale slid free. He stared at it. It was no larger than a grain of rice, pearly at the center and dark around the edge. A drop of blood appeared where it had been lodged, but the scale itself was wet with clear salt water. Miles wrapped it in a tissue and dropped it into the wastebasket. His phone rang before he could examine his other hand. This is Varden. A man breathed heavily on the line. You inspected my place this morning. Miles checked his schedule. Name, Caleb Knorr. The file appeared on his screen. A small rental property on Marshbell Road. Miles had inspected it before the Harrow house and found wind damage below the deductible. No floodwater. No foundation loss. I received your determination. Knorr said. Appeal instructions are included. The water came after. Miles looked toward Patrice, who was speaking with another adjuster across the room. What water? The rooms filled up after your report arrived. That is not possible. It came through the walls. Miles lowered his voice. Leave the property and contact emergency services. I did leave. In the background, something knocked 3 times. Knorr began to cry. It followed me to my sister's house. He whispered, The mark is here now, too. Miles looked down at his hands. Beneath every fingernail, something silver had begun to grow. Then Knorr said, It wants to know why you keep telling people the water was never there. Miles left the cannery before Patrice could ask why he had gone pale. He told the equipment clerk he needed to re-inspect a disputed property and drove inland beneath a sky the color of wet concrete. The rain had stopped, but water still occupied the ditches and low fields, holding pieces of fence, insulation, and children's toys in its brown surface. Caleb Knorr did not answer when Miles called again. Neither did his sister. The second address on Miles's afternoon schedule belonged to Walter and Elise Baines, an elderly couple who lived near the drowned edge of Renmouth's old district. Their house stood between 2 collapsed cottages, its white siding freshly washed by the storm. The front steps were dry. So was the porch. Walter Baines opened the door before Miles knocked. He was a narrow man in a blue cardigan. with a hearing aid tucked behind one ear. His expression suggested neither relief nor anger. "Come in," he said. "I'm with Seaward Mutual." "I know." Miles expected the usual performance photographs laid out. Receipts collected. Damage exaggerated before he crossed the threshold. Instead, the living room looked prepared for company. 6 dining chairs had been arranged in 2 straight rows facing the fireplace. Walter's wife sat in the front row with her hands folded over a handbag. Behind her, 3 empty chairs were occupied by neatly placed coats. A porcelain cup rested on the seat of the final chair. Every piece of furniture stood upright and evenly spaced. They looked less like storm survivors than passengers waiting for instructions. The black waterline circled the room above their heads. It was identical to the mark in Leanh house, level, dark, and nearly 8 feet high. Beneath it, the wallpaper had faded into vertical streaks. Above it, the wall remained clean. Miles walked toward the fireplace. "No exterior breach," he said. Walter closed the door behind him. "No." "Any roof damage?" "No." "Standing water after the storm?" "Not until later." Miles turned. "Later than what?" Walter looked at Elise. She had not moved. Her eyes remained fixed on the fireplace, where no fire had been lit. "After the first man came," Walter said. "What first man?" "The one before you." Miles opened the claim file. No prior adjuster was listed. "You may be confusing an emergency inspector with an insurance representative." "He had your badge." "What was his name?" Walter smiled faintly. "You didn't give it." The air in the room felt cool against Miles's damp collar. He began the inspection. Moisture readings were normal. The walls were firm. Electrical outlets showed no corrosion. A stack of newspapers beneath the window remained crisp, even though the black line passed several feet above it. In the dining room, 4 place settings had been laid with tarnished silverware. Empty bowls waited at each seat. A thin crust of salt covered the table. "Why is the furniture arranged this way?" Miles asked. Elise answered from the living room. "We sat where the water told us." Her voice was low but perfectly clear. Miles stepped back through the doorway. She had not changed position. Walter lowered his eyes. "My wife has been confused since the hurricane." "What does she mean?" "She means nothing." Elise turned her head toward Miles. "It was quieter underneath," she said. "We could hear everyone in the walls." Miles felt the scales beneath his nails press deeper. He removed his tablet and selected "No covered peril observed." The screen remained dry. He added a note concerning claimant inconsistency, then entered the phrase, "Patrice preferred. Damage not covered under present policy conditions." Before he could submit it, Elise said, "Don't write that again." "Mr. Varden." Miles looked up. He had not introduced himself. Walter moved behind his wife and placed both hands on the back of her chair. "How do you know my name?" Miles asked. Elise smiled. For the first time, Miles saw that her lips were cracked white with salt. "The water reads what you sign." His thumb hovered over the submission icon. Somewhere above them, inside the wall, beyond the black line, several people began knocking in perfect unison. Miles submitted the report. The room exhaled. Black water surged from the empty fireplace, not outward across the floor, but upward along the wall. It climbed in a narrow sheet toward the existing mark, carrying strands of hair, scraps of paper, and pale fish scales against gravity. Walter shut his eyes. Elise kept watching Miles. The first line was for the people you refused, she said. The rising water reached the old stain and stopped. Then, several inches above it, a second black line began to form. Elise's smile disappeared. This one, she whispered, is for you. The second line remained visible for only a moment. Then the water withdrew into the fireplace with a sound like breath being pulled through clenched teeth. The wall dried at once. No puddles spread across the floor. No ash turned to mud. Only the new black mark remained, several inches above the old one. Miles photographed it from 3 angles. His hands shook badly enough that the first image blurred. Chemical residue, he said. Walter opened his eyes. Miles heard how weak the words sounded and repeated them more firmly. Stormwater can carry petroleum, sewage, industrial runoff. Capillary action creates misleading stain patterns. Upward? Walter asked. Pressure can force moisture through masonry. There is no masonry behind that wall. Miles put the tablet into his case. Elise watched him with something close to pity. By the time he reached his car, he had assembled a complete explanation. The Harrow and Baines properties were less than 2 miles apart. Both could have been exposed to contaminants from the flooded fuel depot near the harbor. The claimants had endured a major hurricane and might be suffering shock, sleep deprivation, or shared suggestion. Caleb Knorr's phone call was opportunism. The knocking was damaged plumbing. The scales beneath Miles's nails were fiberglass, paint fragments, or dried adhesive from his inspection gloves. Every phenomenon had a professional category. He drove back to the cannery and entered his photographs into the central file. Patrice appeared behind him before the uploads finished. You classified Baines as uncovered? Yes. Any complications? Possible contamination. Claimant confusion. Patrice studied the images. That line is unusual. Cosmetic. Then don't photograph it like evidence. Miles turned toward her. What does that mean? It means photographs create questions. Questions create reserves. Reserves become payouts. He minimized the file. Patrice lowered her voice. Residents talk after disasters. One person hears a phrase. Everyone starts using it. Don't let them construct a pattern for you. Miles looked toward the projected exposure figures. Another decrease appeared beside his identification number. A pattern of what? Whatever gets them paid. Her answer should have reassured him. Instead, he remembered Elise saying the water reads what you sign. That evening, Miles drove to the Tidewatch Motor Lodge on the Inland Highway, where Seaward Mutual had booked rooms for senior staff. The building had escaped the storm entirely. Its stucco walls were clean. The parking lot dry. The lobby bright with vending machine light. Miles inspected his room before closing the door. No stains. No moisture. No damaged plaster. He measured the walls anyway. The ceiling was 8 feet high. The black marks in both houses had been 7 feet 10 inches from the floor. He had recorded the figure automatically, as he did every irregularity. Though it had seemed meaningless at the time, Miles showered until the water ran cold. He scrubbed beneath his fingernails with the small plastic brush from his travel kit. 3 scales came loose. One lodged in the drain, flashing silver whenever the bathroom light flickered. He wrapped his fingers in gauze and opened his laptop. Search results for post-hurricane hallucinations produced articles about trauma, carbon monoxide exposure, contaminated mold, and collective panic. He read until the words began to blur. Near midnight, someone knocked on the wall beside his bed. Miles froze. A second knock came from the opposite wall. Then a third sounded from above him. He called the front desk. "No one's checked into the rooms beside yours," the clerk said. "Third floor's mostly empty." "What about above me? You're on the top floor." "Sir." Miles ended the call. He turned on every lamp and checked the bathroom, closet, air conditioning unit, and space beneath the bed. Nothing moved. Nothing smelled of salt. He sat at the desk and wrote a private incident note. Possible fatigue-induced auditory disturbance. The sentence looked ridiculous. Miles deleted it. When he stood, he noticed a dark patch above the headboard. At first, it resembled a shadow cast by the lamp. Then it lengthened, spreading horizontally across the wallpaper. A black line emerged from one corner and traveled around the room with slow, deliberate precision. Miles seized his measuring tape. The mark stopped at 7 feet 10 inches. Exactly the height recorded at the Harrow house. Exactly the height recorded at the Baines house. His laptop chimed behind him. A new claim document had opened without his command. There was no claimant name, no address, and no policy number. Only one sentence appeared beneath his electronic signature. "Inspector present inside the loss." Then seawater began dripping from the ceiling above his bed. The water stopped before it reached the bed. Miles stood beneath the spreading stain, one hand gripping the measuring tape, and watched the last drop swell against the ceiling. It hung there for several seconds, trembling in the lamplight, then drew itself upward into the plaster. The black line remained. He did not sleep. By dawn, the wallpaper was dry again. The anonymous claim document had vanished from his laptop, leaving no trace in the recent files or system logs. Miles photographed the room, measured the line twice, and wrote the figures on paper because he no longer trusted the tablet. 7 feet 10 inches, the same height. He told the motel manager there had been a plumbing leak. The manager inspected the ceiling, the roof, and the empty crawl space above the room. "No pipes up there?" he said. Miles checked out without answering. Renmouth had changed during the night. The streets were no emptier than before, but the town had become unnaturally quiet. Generators still ran outside damaged homes. Utility trucks still moved through intersections. People carried ruined furniture to the curb and swept glass from porches. Yet no gulls cried over the harbor. No dogs barked behind fences. Even the wind seemed to move without sound. Miles completed 3 inspections before noon. At the first house, an elderly woman claimed that seawater had filled her pantry after the storm, spoiling jars that remained perfectly sealed. Miles found no structural damage and denied the loss. As he signed, wet knocking began inside the kitchen cabinets. At the second property, a mechanic showed Miles rust spreading across tools stored in a dry garage. The rust formed delicate branching patterns resembling river deltas. "Surface corrosion," Miles said. The man stared at Miles's bandaged fingers. It wasn't there until yesterday. Miles entered damage not covered. Something struck the inside of the garage door hard enough to bow the metal outward. At the third house, no one answered. Miles inspected the exterior alone, photographed missing shingles, and classified the damage below the deductible. When he returned to his rental car, 3 wet handprints marked the inside of the windshield. He wiped them away with his sleeve. By afternoon, the knocking had followed him into the vehicle. It came from the trunk while he drove, then from beneath the passenger seat, then from inside the dashboard, directly behind the glowing company navigation screen. Each knock arrived moments after he submitted a denial. 1 for the pantry, 2 for the garage, 3 for the empty house. Miles began delaying his reports until he was back inside the cannery, but that only gathered the sounds around him. By late afternoon, the temporary office clicked and thudded like a ship cooling after a long voyage. Other adjusters noticed. "Old building," Patrice said. Her voice was sharp enough to end the conversation. Miles watched her approve a batch of denials without opening the attached photographs. The exposure total on the wall dropped again. That night, he moved to another motel 12 miles inland. He chose a room on the ground floor and checked every wall before unpacking. There were no stains, no moisture, and no salt in the carpet. He placed a chair beneath the doorknob and left the bathroom light on. When sleep finally came, he dreamed of the Sutton house. He had never visited it. Yet in the dream he knew every room. Rainwater stood waist-deep in the living room. A woman sat on the staircase holding 2 sleeping girls above the surface while a man pounded on the front door from the inside. Miles stood outside with a clipboard. He could hear Mr. Sutton shouting, but the words came through the water slowly. "Not maintenance. Not deterioration. Please look at us." Miles raised his pen and wrote "denied." The house sank without moving. He woke with his hands clasped around his throat. The room was dark except for the bathroom light. Knocking came from behind the mirror. Soft at first, then louder. Miles approached and found the glass clouded with condensation. Though the room was cold, white crystals had gathered across its surface. Salt. They shifted as he watched, sliding into lines and angles with the deliberate motion of iron filings drawn by a magnet. Numbers formed first, then letters. He read the address twice before his legs weakened. 42 Willow Cut Road, the Sutton family's old property, below the address. A second line appeared, claim denied by Miles Varden. He backed away. The knocking stopped. A final word formed beneath his name. Return. Miles stared at the mirror until the salt began running downward like white tears. The houses were not responding to the storm. They were responding to him. The cannery was still lit when Miles returned. Rain had begun again, though no sound came from it. Water slid down the high windows in silver sheets, and the harbor beyond them appeared flat and black, without a single moving light. Inside, the temporary office had emptied, except for 2 security guards near the loading entrance and a janitor pushing a dry mop across the concrete. Miles entered through the side door with his company badge raised. "Forgot my laptop," he said. Neither guard looked closely at him. Patrice's office was dark. The exposure projection had been switched off, leaving a pale rectangle on the wall where the figures had glowed. Folding tables stood in long rows beneath the fluorescent lights. Every abandoned chair seemed angled toward Miles. He found his laptop where he had left it, but he did not open the case. The knocking had already begun. One damp impact beneath the concrete floor, then another, farther away. Miles followed it past the inspection stations and into the cannery's original processing wing. Old steel tables remained bolted to the floor there, their surfaces scarred by knives and years of salt. A faded evacuation map hung beside a fire extinguisher. Miles had studied the building plans when Seaward Mutual leased the property. The cannery had one floor, a maintenance crawl space, and no basement. The marsh beneath it made underground construction impossible. Yet the knocking came from below. At the far end of the room, a steel door stood behind stacked pallets of bottled water. A red sign fixed to it read, "Restricted records. Authorized personnel only." Miles had never seen the door before. He moved the pallets aside. The concrete beneath them was wet. His badge released the lock on the first attempt. Beyond the door, narrow stairs descended into darkness. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of brine, old paper, and something faintly sweet, like meat left too long in sealed plastic. Miles switched on his phone light and stepped down. The staircase continued farther than the height of the building allowed. At the bottom, he found a corridor lined with gray metal shelves. Bare bulbs burned overhead, each one surrounded by a halo of moisture. Hundreds of white archive boxes filled the shelves from floor to ceiling. Every box bore a Seaward Mutual claim number. Dates had been written beneath them in black marker. Hurricanes, tornadoes, fires, floods. Names from disasters Miles remembered seeing on television as a young man. Some files were older than the company itself. He approached the nearest shelf. The cardboard was perfectly dry. The box label read, "Marrow, Leanh." Miles pulled it down. It was heavier than paper should have been. When he opened the lid, seawater filled the box to the brim without spilling over the sides. A framed photograph floated beneath the surface. Leanh Harrow stood beside her red-haired son on a fishing pier, both of them smiling into bright sunlight. Beneath the photograph lay a rusted house key and a child's blue sock. Miles released the lid. The water vanished the instant the box closed. He opened another. Baines, Walter, and Elise. Seawater. 4 tarnished spoons. A porcelain cup. 2 hearing aid batteries. A wedding ring attached to a strip of swollen skin. Miles staggered back and struck the opposite shelf. Boxes shifted around him. He opened one at random. A woman's driver's license. 3 human teeth. A hospital bracelet. A tiny red shoe. Another contained a wallet, a lock of gray hair, and photographs fused together by salt. Each box held the part of a life that had not been counted as damage. The knocking moved through the archive in a spreading wave. Box after box trembled on the shelves. Miles continued down the corridor, reading labels. Denied. Excluded. Below deductible. Pre-existing condition. Improper maintenance. Every phrase he had used appeared again and again on red stamps across the cardboard. At the corridor's end stood a black file cabinet with one drawer pulled open. A single box waited inside. Sutton. Herald. Claim. Closed. Miles reached for it, but the scales beneath his fingernails pushed outward, slicing through the gauze. Blood spotted the dry lid. The box opened by itself. Seawater rose inside it, carrying 2 pink hair ribbons, a cracked mobile phone, and 4 human teeth to the surface. Beneath them lay a photograph. Miles lifted it from the water. The image showed the Sutton family standing inside their flooded living room, and behind them, waist-deep in black water, Miles held a clipboard and stared directly at the camera. Miles held the photograph by its wet edges. The man behind the Sutton family had his face, his narrow shoulders, even the small white scar beneath his lower lip. He wore the charcoal suit Miles had owned 9 years earlier, the one he had used for field inspections before Seaward Mutual replaced formal dress with branded jackets. But Miles had never entered the Sutton house. He had reviewed the claim from photographs, contractor estimates, and weather reports. The file had arrived during a backlog, and he had closed it from an office 3 counties away. The photograph trembled in his hand. Behind the image, faint handwriting showed through the soaked paper. Present at time of loss. Miles dropped it into the box. The black water swallowed the photograph without a ripple. A metal cabinet stood beside the Sutton drawer, unlike the archive boxes. Its files were sealed in transparent plastic sleeves. The upper folders carried Seaward Mutual's current logo. Those beneath bore older names: Atlantic Assurance, Tidewell Indemnity. Coastal agricultural protection companies Miles knew had been absorbed through mergers decades ago. He opened the first folder. The memorandum was dated nearly 30 years earlier. Residual occupancy events following catastrophic loss. The language was clinical, following claim closure. Certain properties demonstrated continued signs of habitation inconsistent with verified occupancy. Reported phenomena included interior water lines without flood entry, voices inside sealed walls, personal effects appearing in vacant structures, and deceased or displaced residents observed within damaged homes. Miles read the paragraph twice. A handwritten instruction had been added at the bottom. Do not reopen claims based solely upon residual activity. The next memorandum was newer. It described post-determination manifestations occurring most often after denials involving exclusions, maintenance clauses, delayed notification, or insufficient evidence of covered peril. Another document recommended avoiding terms such as haunting, return, possession, or survivor presence. Approved terminology included environmental contamination, claimant distress, structural noise, and storm-related confusion. The phrases were familiar. Miles had used all of them. A later report contained photographs from a flooded Louisiana subdivision. Families stood behind windows of houses officially recorded as vacant. In one image, black water reached the ceiling while the street outside remained dry. The report concluded, residual occupancy does not constitute proof of insured loss. Recognition may create retroactive liability across multiple catastrophe years. Miles continued reading. The company had tracked the events after every major disaster. Tornadoes left voices turning inside untouched storm cellars. Wildfires produced handprints beneath unburned wallpaper. Collapsed buildings retained the breathing of tenants whose injuries had been excluded from coverage. Seaward Mutual had not merely concealed the reports. It had built procedures around them. Adjusters were instructed to reject patterns, isolate claimants, and prevent regional files from being compared. Properties demonstrating repeated activity were assigned to employees with high closure rates and low emotional susceptibility. Miles found his own performance reviews attached to several routing lists. Decisive, consistent, resistant to claimant narrative. He turned the page. The Sutton claim appeared beneath his name. His original report was inside a red folder. Every page dry, despite the wet air. Miles recognized his old signature and the sentence that had ended the appeal. Damage resulted primarily from deferred maintenance and was therefore not covered under the named peril. Behind the report were photographs he had reviewed years ago: the torn roof, soaked bedrooms, black mold spreading across the kitchen. Then came images he had never seen. Mrs. Sutton and her daughters sleeping inside a truck. Mr. Sutton standing outside Seaward Mutual's regional office with a cardboard sign. The Sutton house after the family abandoned it. Each window dark except for 4 pale faces watching from the second floor. The final photograph was the one from the box. Miles stood in black water behind the family, holding his clipboard. This copy was dry and sharply focused. On the back, someone had written, "An adjuster is present wherever his determination remains in force." A floorboard creaked beyond the shelves. Miles turned. The corridor behind him appeared longer than before. Water glimmered across the concrete, reflecting the bare bulbs. The archive boxes had begun to leak through their seams, though their cardboard remained dry. At the bottom of the Sutton report, beneath Miles's signature, a second signature was slowly appearing in salt water. Harold Sutton. Then another, Marion Sutton. 2 smaller names formed beneath theirs. Miles stepped back as the page darkened. At the end of the signature list, a blank line waited. Beside it, printed in Seaward Mutual's standard typeface, were the words, "Adjuster Acknowledgement of Occupancy." The pen in Miles's shirt pocket clicked open by itself. From inside the surrounding boxes, hundreds of people began knocking, not to be released, to be counted. And Miles understood that by entering the archive, he had already acknowledged they were there. The pen hovered above the blank line. Miles gripped his wrist with his other hand, but the point kept lowering as though drawn by the page. Salt water gathered around the nib. The signatures beneath it blurred, then spread outward in thin black branches. He threw the pen across the corridor. It struck a shelf and disappeared between 2 boxes. The knocking stopped. For 1 second, the archive became completely silent. Then every bare bulb went dark. Miles stood inside the cold with his phone light shaking in his hand. Water covered the floor now, only an inch deep. But it moved against the slope of the corridor, flowing toward him from every direction. Along its surface floated scraps of policy language. Excluded, unverified, below deductible, not a covered peril. The phrases had been torn from reports. Yet the paper did not soften. Each strip remained white and crisp as it circled his shoes. A voice spoke from behind the Sutton shelf. "You still think the lines show water?" Miles raised the light. Patrice Hale stepped into the corridor. She had removed her white blouse and wore a dark company raincoat. Her expression was calm, almost impatient, as though she had found him searching through an unlocked cabinet rather than standing in an impossible room. "You knew this was here," Miles said. "I knew enough." She walked past the leaking boxes without looking at them. "What are the marks?" Patrice glanced at the black stains spreading across the archive walls. "Measurements. Of flood depth, of unrecognized loss." Miles said nothing. "The water line rises when damage is removed from the record," she continued. "A ruined house. A missing person. A family displaced long enough to disappear. If the company acknowledges the loss, it passes through the system. If we deny it, the event remains open. Claims close. On paper, a box shuddered beside them. A child began coughing inside it. Patrice's jaw tightened. The property holds what the report excludes, she said. Not bodies, exactly. Not ghosts in the way claimants understand them. Occupancy. Evidence. The shape people leave when an official record insists nothing happened. Miles thought of the chairs in the Baines house, arranged beneath the black line. The boots filled with seawater in Lena Harrow's son's room. How many? Across every company seaward absorbed? Patrice looked down the corridor. No one knows. The bulbs flickered on one after another. For an instant, the archive shelves were gone. Miles saw streets instead. Neighborhoods submerged beneath black water while the sky above them remained clear. Burned homes stood intact around families made of ash. Tornado-damaged schools held children seated at desks beneath collapsed roofs. Apartment windows glowed with the silhouettes of tenants whose claims had been classified as temporary displacement. Then the shelves returned. Miles pressed one hand to his mouth. Why send us here? Because Renmouth's accumulation exceeded projection. You knew the storm would do this. The hurricane weakened the boundary. We hoped rapid closures would prevent the residual events from consolidating. Rapid denials. Controlled exposure. The words left Patrice without shame. Above them, something enormous rolled through the building. Not thunder. Paper. Thousands of pages turning at once. Miles looked upward. The storm passed 3 days ago. The ocean storm did. Water began seeping from the memoranda in his hands. It crawled over the typed lines, gathering wherever a claim had been rejected. Each denial became a dark drop. The drops joined, ran down his wrists, and fell upward toward the ceiling. Patrice backed away. The company thought each file remained isolated. She said, one house, one claimant, one adjuster. But the records were transferred, copied, digitized. Every denial began touching the others. The ceiling vanished behind a moving black surface. It was not seawater. Miles saw ink suspended within it. Signatures turning like drowned insects. Policy numbers flashing beneath the waves. Whole years of catastrophe records moved overhead in a slow, revolving mass. A storm made from paperwork. A storm with no coast to strike because it had been building inside every closed file. The black waterline on the archive wall rose past Miles's shoulders. Where is it going? He asked. Patrice looked toward the stairs. Back to every place we said was dry. The archive door slammed shut above them. All around Miles. The boxes opened. Hundreds of rooms exhaled at once. And the accumulated water of decades began pouring out. Number Part 9. Acceptance of liability. The first wave struck Miles at the knees. It was colder than seawater and heavier than rain. Thick with ink. Paper fibers. And the faint pressure of unseen bodies moving through it. Boxes overturned along the corridor, spilling their contents into the rising dark photographs. Keys, teeth, rings, identification cards, children's shoes. None of them floated away. They circled Miles as if waiting for instructions. Patrice reached the stairs first. She dragged at the handle above them. But the steel door would not open. Use your badge, Miles shouted. I am. The reader flashed green. The lock remained closed. A printer began operating somewhere in the darkness. The sound was absurdly ordinary, rollers turning, pages feeding. Mechanical clicks repeated with perfect patience. A sheet emerged from a machine mounted beside the file cabinet. Responsible party required. Patrice tore it free. This is not a legal form. Another page followed. Responsible party required. Then another. The same phrase appeared on every sheet, followed by a blank line. Miles looked at the surrounding boxes. It wants a name. It wants acknowledgement. Whose? Patrice laughed once, without humor. That is the problem. She waded toward a terminal fixed to the wall. Its screen had awakened, displaying Seaward Mutual's claim management system. Thousands of open files scrolled past too quickly to read. The company has no single liable person, she said. Every decision is distributed. Underwriting creates the exclusions. Legal approves the language. Management sets the targets. Adjusters apply the policy. No one owns the outcome. People sign the reports. On behalf of the company. Water rose to Miles's waist. On the screen, every denied Renmouth claim appeared under a heading he had never seen before. Losses never closed. Miles selected Lena Harrow's file. A warning appeared. Reversal requires assumption of liability. He opened the claimant determination and changed denied to accepted. The terminal asked for a responsible name. Miles entered Seaward Mutual. The words vanished. No living party identified. He tried Patrice Hale. Her name dissolved as well. Liability delegated. The system won't take us, Miles said. It was built not to. Patrice stood motionless in the rising water. For the first time since Miles had known her, she looked frightened. That is what the language is for, she whispered. To remove the person from the decision. The Sutton report floated between them. Its pages opened beneath the surface, showing Miles's signature at the bottom of the denial. He remembered Harold Sutton's final voicemail. Not the words about the truck or the children, but the sound behind them. Rain striking metal while a woman tried to keep two girls quiet. Miles had called it irrelevant evidence. He had told himself the policy decided. He had told himself no one person was responsible. The waterline climbed to his chest. Miles pulled the terminal closer. He reopened the Harrow claim and entered his own name. Miles Varthen. The system accepted it. The file changed to covered loss. Somewhere above them, a house groaned. Miles opened the Baines claim and reversed it. Then Nor's, then the pantry, the rusted tools, the empty house, and every Renmouth denial attached to his credentials. Each reversal required the same answer. Miles Barden. The archive shook with every accepted claim. The knocking inside the boxes changed, not stopping, but becoming less frantic, like fists weakening after a door finally opened. Patrice grabbed his arm. You cannot assume all of it. I already did. No, you processed it. That is not the same. Miles looked at her. It was to them. He selected the Sutton file last. The photographs opened across the screen. The ruined roof. The family in the truck. The four faces behind the upstairs glass. Miles changed the determination. Accepted in full. Under responsible party. He signed his name. The terminal went black. For one breath, nothing happened. Then every drowned room in Renmouth opened at once. Miles heard them through the walls of the archive doors tearing from frames. Windows bursting outward. Furniture shifting beneath impossible currents. Black water erupted from houses across the town, not flooding the streets, but climbing into the air in towering columns filled with photographs, voices, and years of denied loss. The cannery floor split above them. Water poured upward through the crack. Patrice was lifted toward the stairs, screaming as papers wrapped around her arms and throat. Miles remained before the terminal. The water had reached the black line above his head. On the dead screen, one final message appeared: liability accepted. Then a second line formed beneath it: adjuster to remain present until all losses are measured. The water closed over Miles's face. Far above, throughout Renmouth, every black line began to rise. At dawn, Renmouth looked as if the hurricane had reconsidered. The black columns above the houses collapsed without falling. They folded inward, pouring through broken windows, chimneys, roof vents, and keyholes. For several minutes, the town filled with the sound of rooms draining, pipes choking, walls groaning, doors slamming open from the inside. Then the water was gone. Not receded. Gone. Mud remained in the streets from Odette, but the impossible tide left no puddles. The elevated black marks faded from plaster and wallpaper until only thin gray shadows remained. Like old pencil lines, erased badly. Chairs overturned. Cabinets opened. Personal belongings lay across floors where no one remembered placing them. At the Harrow house, Lena found her son's work boots empty and dry. Inside, one boot was a claim check printed for the full insured value of the property. A second payment covered temporary housing, personal loss, and funeral expenses, though no death certificate had ever been filed. Walter and Elise Baines received a deposit large enough to rebuild twice. Caleb Knorr received his settlement while sitting in his sister's kitchen. The moment the confirmation appeared on his phone, the knocking behind her walls stopped. Across Renmouth, payments arrived without adjuster notes, managerial approval, or reserve authorization. Closed files reopened themselves. Exclusions disappeared. Deductibles were waived. Appeals that had been rejected years earlier changed to accepted overnight. Seaward Mutual's accounting department blamed a catastrophic software failure. Its legal department called the transfers irreversible. Patrice Hale was found alone on the cannery floor shortly after sunrise, soaked to the skin and wrapped in strips of printed claim forms. She told emergency responders that a water main had ruptured beneath the building. There was no water main. There was no basement door either. The evacuation map showed only a blank wall where Miles had entered the archive. Workers removed the stacked pallets and found smooth concrete behind them, old enough to predate Seaward Mutual's lease. Miles Varden was listed as missing. His rental car remained outside the cannery with the keys in the ignition. His laptop sat unopened at his desk, beneath every fingernail. The medical examiner hired by the company found narrow cuts crusted with salt, though there was no body to examine and no explanation for how the photographs of those wounds had entered the file. Seaward Mutual paid the Renmouth settlements, then announced a restructuring. Patrice resigned. The company retired the phrase "damage not covered under present policy conditions" from internal guidance. A different sentence replaced it. No compensable loss, verified at time of inspection. For several months, nothing unusual happened. Then an adjuster named Owen Bell entered a dry farmhouse after a river flood in Western Virginia. The foundation was intact. The roof had not leaked. Moisture readings showed normal levels throughout the structure. A black line circled the kitchen near the ceiling. Bell measured it at 7 feet 10 inches. When he pressed the metal tape against the wall, the numbers came away wet. He filed the observation as cosmetic staining and denied the claim. Something knocked once from inside the plaster, above the mark. Bell reopened the report and noticed a measurement he had not entered. Loss height, 8 feet, 1 inch. He checked the wall again. The black line had risen 3 inches. Similar reports followed. A burned apartment with a wet water line. A tornado-damaged school where salt gathered beneath classroom doors. A motel room whose mirror displayed the address of a family denied after a winter storm. Always. The measurements appeared under Miles Varden's credentials. The company deleted his account. The measurements continued. Adjusters began hearing a man's voice through walls immediately after submitting denials. It never threatened them. It asked only for the claimant's name, the number of people displaced, and the true height of the loss. Those who corrected their reports heard the walls drain. Those who did not heard the knocking climb. Years later, Seaward Mutual sold the Renmouth files to another insurer. The records transferred cleanly except for one item, a blank inspection sheet that remained damp no matter where it was stored. At the bottom was Miles's signature. Above it, in saltwater ink. A sentence appeared each time a claim was denied, adjuster present inside the loss. And beyond the highest black water line, Miles kept measuring. Some disasters end when the wind stops. Others continue inside the language used to make suffering disappear. Miles believed that distance, procedure, and policy could separate him from the consequences of his decisions. In Renmouth, every excluded loss remained present because no one was willing to name it honestly. The water did not return merely to punish him. It returned to be recorded. Perhaps the most frightening institutions are not those that openly choose cruelty, but those designed so carefully that no individual ever has to admit they made the choice. How much harm can remain hidden inside one defensible sentence? Story 2. The road to St. Marrow had been plowed badly and only once. Hollis Rook understood this before the first switchback, where packed snow had hardened into 2 gray channels between walls of pine. His hired sedan climbed with the stubborn whine of an overworked refrigerator. On the passenger seat lay the cream envelope that had brought him north. Head chef. It had said, no restaurant name, no salary figure, only an address in the Vermont mountains and a handwritten promise. You will be permitted to cook without compromise. 10 years earlier. That sentence would have insulted him. 5 years earlier. It would have tempted him. Now, with his savings reduced to a number he checked each morning before coffee, it felt almost merciful. The monastery appeared near dusk, its bell tower rising above the trees like a dark finger. St. Marrow had been built from black local stone, though snow packed in its seams made the walls resemble old teeth. No sign marked the entrance. 2 iron lanterns burned beside a wooden door large enough for a carriage. A woman in a charcoal dress waited inside. Chef Rook, she said. Her name was Beatrice Sen. She was perhaps 60, although her smooth, colorless face resisted age. She wore no jewelry except a narrow silver chain disappearing beneath her collar. When Hollis offered his hand, she looked at it for a fraction too long before accepting. You found us without difficulty. The mountain did most of the hiding. That is one of its functions. She said it as if discussing drainage. The former chapel had become the dining room. The pews were gone. but pale rectangles remained on the stone floor. 12 round tables stood beneath the ribbed ceiling, each dressed in white linen and set for one. At the far end, where the altar had once stood, a 13th table waited beneath a carved saint whose face had been worn smooth. Hollis stopped. I was told 12 guests a month. Correct. Then what is that one for? Beatrice continued walking. The last table is not part of service. It was the first answer she gave him that sounded rehearsed. The kitchen occupied the old refectory beyond the chapel wall. Its equipment was modern and immaculate. Induction ranges, copper pans, a charcoal oven, white marble worktops without a single knife mark. The air smelled faintly of beeswax and something richer beneath it, brown butter. Perhaps, or marrow bones roasting at a distance. Hollis checked the refrigerators by habit. Local cream, root vegetables, game birds, cleaned and trussed. No labels, dates, or invoices. Who orders the produce? He asked. The house. And who writes the menu? The table. Beatrice rested 2 fingers on a folded length of linen. You will see tomorrow. Hollis had worked for owners who called investors family and menu stories. He recognized theatrical language used to disguise control. What are the dietary restrictions? None. Allergies? None that matter here. That is not how allergies work. For the first time, Beatrice smiled. It was almost approving. Yes, she said. That is why you were chosen. The old incident entered the room without being named. Hollis felt it as heat along his neck. The summer banquet in Boston. The ambulances. Diners vomiting beneath linen napkins. The headline that had used the word Times Massacre. 27 hospitalized. One critic left unable to taste salt. No pathogen ever identified. His restaurant closed within a week. He had spent years insisting the kitchen had been clean. He still believed it. Mostly. Beatrice led him to a small bedroom above the cloister. His knives had already been unpacked and arranged on the desk in order of length. Hollis touched the boning knife. A greasy mark darkened his thumb. Dinner is at 8 tomorrow evening. Beatrice said, You should sleep. Who unpacked these? The house prepares for its cooks. After she left, Hollis scrubbed his thumb until the skin reddened. The stain faded, but the smell remained, burnt rosemary and pennies. He returned downstairs after midnight, telling himself he wanted water. The chapel was unlit, except for snowlight. 12 white tables floated in the darkness. At the far end, the 13th cloth was no longer clean. Black oil had spread across it in branching strokes. Hollis moved closer. The stain had formed words, not a menu. A name. His own. For several seconds, Hollis stood before the 13th table and waited for the oil to move. It did not. His name remained spread across the linen in blunt letters, as though written by a hand that had learned language from watching signatures. When he touched the final stroke of the K, the stain felt warm. By morning, the cloth was white again. Beatrice offered no surprise when he told her, The last table notices arrivals, she said, pouring coffee into a translucent porcelain cup. It does not always approve of them. And if it disapproves, you will know. That was the beginning of his instruction. St. Marrow observed routines with the severity of a surgical ward. Knives were sharpened before sunrise and never after dark. Salt could be carried into the chapel, but never removed. No dish was to be tasted once it crossed the dining room threshold. The kitchen doors remained open during service, though no diner was permitted to look inside. At noon, Beatrice introduced him to Lenora Fitch, the kitchen steward. Lenora was short, broad-shouldered, and perhaps 35. A pale burn scar climbed from her left wrist beneath her gray sleeve. She spoke little and moved with the efficiency of someone who had learned to become indispensable without becoming visible. She showed him where the linen was boiled, where the bones were weighed, and how every scrap from preparation had to be placed in a black enamel basin. "Compost?" Hollis asked. Lenora glanced toward the chapel wall. "No." "Then where does it go?" "Below." There was no visible stairway. She opened a cupboard and removed 6 small bells cast in dull iron. "One for each course," she said. "Ring once before plating. Twice if the menu changes. The menu hasn't appeared. It will. And if it asks for something we don't have," Lenora's expression tightened. "It never does." They began with the birds. Hollis broke down 12 quail, separating breasts, legs, livers, and hearts with the clean economy that had once made apprentices stop speaking when he entered a room. The work calmed him. Flesh behaved when handled correctly. Tendons yielded. Joints declared themselves beneath the blade. Anatomy did not hold press conferences. Lenora watched him trim a breast. "You leave very little waste." I was trained not to confuse carelessness with generosity. Chef Vale used to say something similar. Hollis looked up. The previous chef. Lenora lowered her eyes. "One of them." The answer should have irritated him. Instead, he found himself thinking of Boston. The banquet had begun with oysters warmed in their shells beneath smoked cream. Hollis remembered the critic at table 7 closing her eyes after the first bite. He remembered the room going silent in the way dining rooms did only when a dish was truly successful. Then the sweating began. By the time the main course arrived, 2 guests had collapsed. A third was scraping his tongue with a butter knife. Hollis had stood beneath the pass lights while servers shouted for ambulances, still tasting the sauce and finding nothing wrong. The laboratories found no bacteria, toxin, allergen, chemical contaminant, or spoilage. Every ingredient tested clean. The city called that inconclusive. The newspapers called it negligence. His lawyers called it unfortunate. Hollis had been told to apologize. He had done so before cameras in a Navy suit, reading words written by people who had never held a knife professionally. He regretted the distress. He accepted responsibility. He was committed to learning from the failure. Failure. Even now, the word made his jaw ache. "What happened to Chef Vale?" he asked. Lenora placed the quail hearts into a silver bowl. He stopped apologizing. Before Hollis could answer, a bell sounded from the chapel. Not one of the 6 on the counter. This bell was deeper, older, and carried a vibration through the stone floor. Beatrice appeared in the doorway. "The table has written." They found the first menu staining all 12 cloths at once. Black oil bloomed in curling lines, each course appearing word by word. The first was simple: quail hearts, burnt pear, salt of remorse. Hollis read the final ingredient twice. Behind him, Lenora whispered, "We have none left." From somewhere beneath the kitchen came the slow scrape of a heavy block being dragged across stone. The scraping beneath the kitchen stopped. A moment later, Something struck the underside of the floor hard enough to rattle the copper pans. Lenora set down the bowl of quail hearts. "I'll fetch it," she said. "From where?" She did not answer. She crossed to the pantry, pushed aside a shelving unit Hollis had assumed was fixed to the wall, and revealed a narrow iron door. Cold air spilled through its seams. Beatrice placed herself between Hollis and the opening. "You are not permitted below during your first service. Yet I'm expected to cook with whatever comes up. You were hired because that has never troubled you before." The remark landed too precisely to be accidental. Lenora disappeared down stone steps. The iron door closed behind her, leaving the kitchen filled with a soft popping of rendered quail fat. In the chapel, the oil continued writing. The original 3 components, divided into increasingly elaborate instructions. Hollis watched black threads crawl across the linen, naming temperatures, textures, and arrangements with an authority more exacting than any recipe he had encountered. Hearts cooked until they remember flight, pear burned past sweetness, remainder served cold, on another cloth. The stains shaped a second course of river trout, milk, skin, and preserved envy. The third required venison glazed with a reduction of childhood hunger. The dessert called for bitter chocolate, beeswax, and a single unspoken name from each guest. "It isn't a menu," Hollis said. Beatrice stood behind him. "What is it?" "An instruction for dismantling someone." Her face showed the faintest sign of satisfaction. The guests arrived just before 8 in the evening. There were 12 of them, brought separately in dark cars and admitted without coats, phones, or companions. Hollis recognized several from newspapers: a private equity founder, a retired bishop, a novelist whose face had recently disappeared from book jackets, and Malcolm Draith, former president of the largest charitable foundation in New England. Draith had spent 20 years speaking about dignity, courage, and public service. Hollis remembered watching him testify before Congress, with one hand resting calmly over the other. At St. Marrow, the man could not stop rubbing his palms against his trousers. Each diner sat alone. No one greeted the others. Beatrice moved among them, carrying no order pad. She bent beside Draith, listened as he whispered, then placed one hand briefly on his shoulder. In the kitchen, Lenora returned with frost in her hair. She carried a narrow clay jar sealed with black wax. "Salt of remorse," she said. Hollis broke the seal. The crystals inside were pale, gray, and irregular. They smelled of burnt rosemary, wet metal, and the space beneath a tongue after it had bitten through itself. He touched one grain to his lips. A memory surfaced immediately. Not the ambulances, not the cameras. A smaller moment. One of his junior cooks, Emmett Shaw, standing beside the Boston walk-in with tears in his eyes, asking whether they should cancel the banquet because the stock had changed color overnight. Hollis had tasted it and found the flavor extraordinary. He had told Emmett to stop being timid. The memory vanished before Hollis could examine it fully, leaving only irritation. "How much?" he asked. "For the guests," Lenora said. "Very little." He crushed the crystals over the warm quail hearts. The first course left the kitchen beneath silver domes. Hollis watched through the open doors as the diners lifted their forks in near unison. Draith hesitated longest. He cut one heart in half, exposing its dark, tender center, and ate. His shoulders dropped. A breath escaped him with such relief that several diners looked over. Beatrice approached his table. "Mr. Draith," she said softly. "Tell me about Leonard Pike." Draith blinked. The name seemed to pass through him without catching. Beatrice repeated it. Draith gave a small, embarrassed laugh. "I'm afraid I don't know anyone by that name. You employed him for 11 years. "No. He died in your office." Draith looked down at the remains of the quail. His expression held no grief, alarm, or defensiveness, only mild confusion. Before service, Beatrice had shown Hollis the confidential intake card. Leonard Pike had been Draith's assistant. During an armed intrusion at the Foundation's headquarters, Draith had locked himself inside a private washroom and left Pike in the corridor. Pike had been shot while trying to protect him. Draith later claimed he had attempted a rescue. His reputation for courage had begun with that lie. Now he smiled with the serene patience of a man correcting someone else's mistake. "My office has never had a Leonard Pike." At that moment, Hollis heard a faint sound from the dining room. Scratching. Draith was dragging his thumbnail across the linen. Black oil gathered beneath it. The stain formed 2 words beside his empty plate. Courage removed. Then the cloth at the 13th table began writing again. This time, it did not write Hollis's name. It wrote Emmett Shaw's. Emmett Shaw's name vanished before Hollis could touch the cloth. The oil pulled inward, each letter collapsing into itself until the linen held only a wet black oval. A server passed between him and the 13th table. When she moved on, even that mark was gone. "Who decides what it writes?" Hollis asked. Beatrice lifted the dome from the second course. "The table does not decide. It observes." She carried the trout into the dining room before he could ask what precisely it had observed about Emmett. The kitchen settled into service rhythm. Lenora warmed the milk skins until they trembled like translucent fabric. Hollis brushed the trout with clarified butter and finished each plate with a dark preserve taken from another wax-sealed jar. This one was labeled Envy in narrow handwriting. It smelled green and bitter, like crushed walnut leaves. He told himself St. Marrow was a private clinic disguised as a restaurant. Wealthy people had always preferred their treatments theatrical. They paid for silence, isolation, and the right vocabulary. Somewhere behind the monastery walls, Beatrice had gathered confessions and designed each course around suggestion, ritual, and carefully controlled expectation. The ingredients were symbols. The tablecloths could have been chemically treated. The diners wanted to forget. That was all. After the trout, the novelist no longer remembered hating her younger sister. She had described the feeling on her intake card with humiliating detail, the pleasure she took when her sister's marriage failed, the anonymous messages sent to deepen the separation, the private certainty that talent should exempt her from kindness. Now, when Beatrice placed the sister's photograph beside her plate, the novelist studied it with detached appreciation. "She has beautiful eyes," she said. "Are we related?" The retired bishop forgot the boy whose accusation he had buried beneath church procedure. The financier forgot a partner he had ruined by leaking a false medical diagnosis. With each absence, something changed in their faces. Their brows smoothed first, then their mouths. Not smiles. Exactly. More like the loss of whatever tension made a smile necessary. By the third course, the diners sat with their hands folded beside their plates, patient and almost luminous beneath the chandeliers. Their eyes followed movement without curiosity. They chewed perfectly. No one asked for water. Peace can look unnatural when you have rarely seen it, Beatrice said. Hollis had not realized she was beside him. This isn't peace. What would you call it? Compliance. Beatrice glanced toward the dining room. You say that as though compliance has no therapeutic value. The venison arrived from the oven with a lacquered surface and a center the color of bruised roses. Hollis spooned the reduction of childhood hunger around it. The sauce carried the warmth of bread remembered from another room. The fourth diner was Cassandra Wally, former chief executive of a pharmaceutical manufacturer. Her intake card had been thicker than the others, years earlier. An internal safety review had linked one of her company's drugs to fatal cardiac events. Wale had suppressed the report until quarterly sales targets were met. 12 people died during the delay. She had come to St. Marrow because one of the victims' daughters had begun appearing outside her home with a cardboard sign bearing 12 names. Whale ate the venison slowly. Afterward, Beatrice placed the internal report on her table. Do you recognize this? Wale looked at the company letterhead. Yes. What happened after you received it? We continued distribution, and people died. Whale considered the statement with calm attention. So you've said, does that trouble you? A small line appeared between Wale's brows. Hollis felt an absurd flicker of relief. Some fragment had survived. Then she said, why should it? The dining room seemed to contract around the question. Beatrice did not move. Wale touched one of the listed names with her fingertip. They would have died eventually. She continued. Everyone does. I don't understand why the sequence creates a moral distinction. The novelist turned toward her. What is moral? She asked. No one laughed. Hollis looked at the other diners. The bishop's lips moved silently around the word, as though testing an unfamiliar seasoning. Malcolm Draith gazed at his clean hands. The realization came not as terror, but as professional recognition. St. Marrow was not removing pain. Pain was only the first cut. The courses were taking away the structures that gave pain meaning. From beneath the serving counter came a faint crack. Lenora stepped back. A thin split had opened in the marble. Something dark and glossy pushed upward through it. Swelling like meat forced through a grinder. The mass unfolded onto the floor. It was warm, veined, and roughly shaped like a human tongue. Around its base, black oil spread into a single instruction. Serve the chef next. For one suspended moment, no one moved. The thing on the floor flexed. Its surface tightened along a central seam, and a row of tiny, pale ridges appeared beneath the skin, not teeth. Hollis thought, though the distinction felt increasingly academic. The black oil around it continued spreading until the instruction reached the toes of his shoes. Serve the chef next. Lenora dropped a folded cloth over the mass. It struck upward beneath the linen. Take it below, Beatrice said. Lenora wrapped both hands around it. The shape bucked once against her chest, then went still. As she carried it toward the pantry, Hollis saw the burn scar on her wrist darken from pink to purple. What was that? He asked. Waste, Beatrice replied. It had a pulse. So does guilt. The temperature in the kitchen climbed. At first, Hollis blamed the ranges. 6 burners were lit. The charcoal oven stood open, and steam clouded the windows. He ordered the ventilation increased. Lenora did not touch the controls. It isn't the equipment, she said. Sweat gathered beneath Hollis's collar. Across the room, butter softened in its dishes. A bowl of chocolate lost its temper without being warmed. The monastery seemed to be holding heat in its stones and pushing it inward. From the cold room came a slow exhalation. The rubber seal around its door bulged and flattened, bulged again. Hollis stared at it. Pressure problem, he said. Lenora's expression remained blank. He opened the door. Cold struck him hard enough to sting his teeth. Shelves of cream, herbs, and wrapped meat waited beneath white lamps. Nothing appeared disturbed. Then the rear wall moved. Not visibly at first. The hanging herbs trembled. Frost loosened from a pipe and drifted downward. The steel panels pressed inward with a faint groan. Paused. Then eased back. The room was breathing. Hollis stepped inside. The air smelled of ice and raw iron. Beneath it lay something familiar, burnt rosemary and pennies. Behind him, the door began to close. He caught it with one hand. "Do not let that happen," Lenora said quietly. "Why?" "Because it notices warmth." He returned to the kitchen before she could explain. The fourth course had already been cleared. The diners sat in identical postures, serene and emptied of impatience. Beatrice informed him that the menu had changed. On the tablecloths, black oil had crossed out the planned chocolate dessert. New words shone beneath the chandelier light. Veal sweetbread, black apple, first corruption. A small copper saucepan waited on Hollis's station. He had not placed it there. Inside was a sauce, the color of old burgundy. No steam rose from it, although the handle was too hot to touch. A skin had formed over the surface, trembling in time with the cold room's breathing. "Where did this come from?" he asked. Lenora looked toward Beatrice. "The house has begun contributing," Beatrice said. "I don't serve anything I haven't tasted." "I know." There was anticipation in her voice. Hollis dipped the point of a spoon through the skin. The sauce clung to the metal with unusual weight. Its aroma was layered in exact browned bones. Charred onion, red wine reduced past fruit, rosemary burned almost to ash. Professional instinct overtook caution. He tasted it. Metallic sweetness flooded his mouth. The kitchen disappeared. He was back beneath the pass lights in Boston, 5 years younger, holding a spoon over the banquet sauce while Emmett Shaw stood beside the walk-in. The stock had changed overnight, not spoiled. Changed. A dark skin had covered its surface. Hollis remembered pushing through it with a ladle and finding the flavor beneath more concentrated than anything he had made before. It tasted of meat, but also of the certainty that every person in the dining room deserved what they had paid for. He had laughed when Emmett suggested throwing it away. Hollis saw himself adding rosemary, reducing the stock, and serving it. Then another memory surfaced, one he had never possessed. He stood in a stone room beneath St. Marrow. Beatrice was younger. Lenora was a child. Between them rested a copper vessel filled with the same dark sauce. A man in a chef's coat held out a glass bottle. On its label, written in Hollis's own handwriting, were the words, "For Boston, let him taste what he is." Hollis dropped the spoon. It struck the marble, leaving a crescent of dark sauce across the floor. The memory vanished with the contact, but not the certainty behind it. He had seen the bottle. He had seen his own handwriting. More disturbing than either was the ease with which the scene had settled inside him, as though it had not been shown to him, but returned. Beatrice watched without surprise. "What was in the bottle?" Hollis asked. "You tasted it. That is not an answer." "It is the only answer St. Marrow recognizes." The kitchen had grown hotter still. Condensation ran down the copper pans, beyond the open doors. The diners sat before untouched plates, while black oil moved across their cloths in restless loops. Then every bell in the monastery rang at once. The sound pressed through Hollis's ribs. The 13th table split down the middle. Not the cloth, the stone beneath it. A narrow seam opened where the altar had once stood, releasing a current of air so cold that the nearest chandelier dimmed. Steps descended into darkness. Beatrice folded her hands. "The house has withdrawn its objection." "To what?" "To your curiosity." Lenora stood near the pantry door, pale beneath the kitchen lights. The scar on her wrist had begun to bleed along its old edges. "You said I wasn't permitted below." "During your first service," Beatrice said. "Your first service is no longer proceeding normally." The words carried the calm finality of a diagnosis. Hollis took a carving knife from the pass. Beatrice glanced at it. "Steel will not make you safer. It usually improves the odds." He descended. The stairs curved beneath the former altar, each step hollowed by generations of feet. Moisture gleamed on the walls. The odor of burnt rosemary grew stronger, threaded now with freezer frost. Wax, and the faint sweetness of meat beginning to thaw. At the bottom waited a bronze door embossed with the image of a saint opening his own rib cage. There was no handle. When Hollis approached, the wound in the metal widened. The door swung inward. Cold storage stretched beyond it farther than the monastery's foundations should have allowed. Frosted arches divided the chamber into long aisles illuminated by amber bulbs sealed inside wire cages. Steel racks disappeared into mist. They were filled with flesh. Some pieces resembled butchered cuts, marbled blocks, bale organs, dark ropes of muscle tied with twine. Others had no anatomical logic. One mass folded endlessly into itself. Another shivered beneath translucent skin despite the cold. A cluster of small ears had grown together around a single black vein. Every item bore a label. Regret, envy, grief, unresolved, hunger for praise, capacity for mercy, fear of consequence. Hollis moved between the shelves, reading names beneath the descriptions. Malcolm Draith's courage rested in a shallow tray, no larger than a child's fist. The bishop's shame hung from a hook in thin red sheets. Cassandra Walle's moral distinction lay wrapped in waxed paper, still warm enough to fog the shelf beneath it. "These came from tonight," Hollis said. Beatrice's voice answered from the doorway. "The house is efficient." He turned. She had followed alone. "This is mutilation. Of the body. You know it isn't. Then choose your language carefully. Chef. People often beg to be freed from what makes them suffer. St. Marrow merely takes the request seriously." Hollis looked deeper into the chamber. Older shelves bore dates from decades before his birth. Beside the names of judges, industrialists, priests, physicians, and politicians were smaller labels. Tenderness, hesitation, disgust, loyalty, the ability to recognize another person's pain. The monastery had not purified them. It had removed whatever interfered with appetite. At the end of the final aisle stood a freezer cabinet locked with a strip of black wax. Unlike the other containers, it bore no customer's name. It bore the name of his former restaurant, Rook, Boston. Hollis cut through the seal. Inside lay a package wrapped in stained linen. The cloth was rigid with frost. He though too many vessels had been severed from its base. The attached tag had 2 entries. The first read, Source, St. Marrow, First Corruption. The second was written in his own hand. Prepared by Hollis Rook. 27 portions. Something shifted behind the cabinet. Hollis pulled it away from the wall. A man was frozen upright in the recess, dressed in a chef's coat browned by age. His lips were stitched shut with black thread. Pinned to his chest was a final label. Emmett Shaw Remorse, reserved for successor. The frozen man's eyes opened. The lids cracked apart just enough to show cloudy gray beneath. Frost split along his lashes. Hollis stepped back, striking the cabinet with his shoulder. Emmett? The stitched mouth did not move. But a wet, obstructed breath came from the recess. Beatrice reached past him and closed the freezer door. The sound stopped. You preserved him, Hollis said. We preserved what remained useful. He was alive. When he arrived, Hollis seized her sleeve. The carving knife remained in his other hand, forgotten until she glanced at it. What did you send to my kitchen? A portion of First Corruption. What is that? The first thing a person chooses after knowing it is wrong. Somewhere among the shelves, flesh shifted against paper. Beatrice lifted his hand from her arm as if correcting a diner's posture. You should ask why it did not kill them. She led him through a side arch into a warm chamber lined with wooden cabinets. Shelves bowed beneath ledgers bound in hide. A stone lectern stood beneath a hanging lamp. On it rested an open book. Thin yellow pages held Latin beside later English translations. Notes crowded the margins in different hands. At the top, a title had been written in flaking brown ink. The Book of Separation. The earliest entries described noblemen arriving at St. Marrow with confessions too dangerous for priests. Go. A magistrate wished to lose pity before sentencing children. A merchant wanted grief removed because it interfered with negotiations. A bishop asked to be freed from disgust so he could continue blessing men he knew to be cruel. The monks believed vice could be cut from the soul as diseased tissue was cut from flesh. At first, they removed only what patrons requested. Later, they removed whatever made obedience incomplete. Each separation produced matter. The matter could be stored, combined, and prepared. Purification, Hollis said. That is what you call this? It was the monk's word. And yours. Service. He turned pages. Drawings showed organs without bodies, labeled jars, and cooks beside stone hearths. The notes became more precise. Remorse toughened under direct heat. Envy curdled cream. Grief became tender after prolonged salting. Mercy spoiled quickly once removed. One entry had been translated into modern handwriting. Uncooked corruption remains contagious to memory and flesh. Improperly consumed, it causes confession, convulsion, self-recognition, and death. Proper preparation preserves the removal while limiting rejection. The Boston diners had not suffered poisoning. They had suffered recognition. A memory returned with brutal clarity. The critic sobbing beneath the table because she remembered every young chef whose work she had destroyed for amusement. the financier tearing at his shirt and screaming his brother's name. The woman scraping her tongue because she could taste her own contempt. Hollis had mistaken confession for delirium. "What did I do to it?" he asked. Beatrice opened another ledger. Inside was a photograph of the Boston loading dock. Emmett stood beside an unmarked delivery crate 3 days before the banquet. "The bottle was placed in your stock delivery," she said. "Your staff noticed the change. You did not discard it. I reduced it. You balanced it." The ledger contained notes in Beatrice's hand. Burnt rosemary to bind remorse. Wine tannin to limit memory rupture. Marrow fat to carry the separation across the palate. High heat to prevent immediate moral collapse. Hollis recognized every decision. None had come from a recipe. He had made them by instinct. 27 people consumed what had destroyed every previous subject. Beatrice said, "All survived. One lost her sense of salt. She could no longer distinguish appetite from need. One man never spoke again. He had built his life from lies. They nearly died. They nearly understood themselves." Beneath the preparation notes was a final line. Candidate demonstrated rare compatibility. Public disgrace recommended. Pride must be stripped of alternatives before invitation. The room tilted. His ruined restaurant. The investigations. The withdrawn investors. The years of ridicule, none of it had been accidental aftermath. It had been cultivation. Beatrice turned to the next page. A recent entry waited there, written in fresh black oil. At the top was Hollis's name. Below it, under final preparation, the book had listed 12 courses. The 13th line was still forming. Chef Rook will provide the 13th course. The 13th line completed itself. Chef Rook will provide the 13th course from his own reserve. Hollis read it twice. "My reserve," he said. Beatrice closed the ledger. "You have been accumulating it for years." The lamp above them dimmed, somewhere beyond the archive chamber. The reliquary freezer exhaled through its metal seams. The sound traveled along the shelves like breath passing through clenched teeth. Hollis looked toward the door. Emmett knew. He suspected. He tried to stop the banquet. "Yes. And you took him." "No." Beatrice's expression remained composed. "You sent him to us." Hollis felt a sudden coldness beneath his ribs despite the heat pressing through the monastery. "I did no such thing. After the investigation, you dismissed him publicly. You told the press that an inexperienced employee may have mishandled the stock. You gave them his name. I answered a question. You offered a sacrifice." The distinction struck harder because it was true. He remembered Emmett outside the closed restaurant, surrounded by reporters, 24 years old, still wearing kitchen shoes, asking Hollis to tell them he had raised concerns before service. Hollis had walked past him. He had called his lawyer from the car and described Emmett as unstable. Beatrice drew a second volume from the cabinet. Its pages contained photographs, newspaper clippings, financial reports, and transcripts of interviews Hollis had given after Boston. His humiliation had been preserved with monastic care. There he was, leaving court beneath umbrellas. There he was entering a hotel through a service door after another restaurant withdrew its offer. There he was on television insisting that modern culture preferred accusation to evidence. Marginal notes followed each stage. Anger intact. Remorse resisted. Status dependency weakening. Financial pressure approaching useful threshold. The final entry had been written 3 months earlier. Candidate will now accept conditions previously beneath him. Hollis turned on Beatrice. You destroyed my life. We removed distractions. You arranged the investigation? We did not need to. People are eager to punish public failure, particularly when they cannot explain it. You watched me lose everything. We waited for you to understand the value of an uncompromised kitchen. The phrase from the invitation returned with its original seduction stripped away. You will be permitted to cook without compromise. Not artistic compromise. Moral compromise. The kitchen above them gave a distant metallic groan. The diners were still waiting. Hollis imagined their smooth faces tilted toward empty plates, their shame and pity cooling on shelves below. Why me? He asked. Because most cooks destroy what St. Marrow removes. Beatrice opened the Book of Separation to an older section. Several entries described failed preparations, chefs who had burned grief into ash, allowed envy to infect an entire household, or served unbound remorse that caused diners to tear open their own bodies, searching for the place where guilt lived. The substance resists technique, she said. It changes according to the cook's intention. Fear makes it poisonous. Compassion returns it to the person from whom it was taken. Disgust makes it breed. And what did I do? You desired perfection more than you desired their safety. The words entered him cleanly. That night in Boston, he had known something was wrong. Emmett's fear had been obvious. The stock's flavor had carried an impossible depth, one that no ordinary ingredient could produce. Hollis had served it because it was extraordinary, not despite the danger, because of it. Beatrice stepped closer. You did not neutralize first corruption. You made it palatable without making it harmless. That has never been accomplished outside St. Marrow. The poisoning had not ruined his career because he had failed. It had ruined his career because he had passed. The years afterward had been the final stage of his appointment. Remove applause. Remove alternatives. Preserve pride. Leave only appetite. A bell rang above them. Once, then again, the signal for a changed menu. Black oil seeped from the ledger's binding and spread across the lectern. New instructions formed beneath Hollis's hands. Return to the kitchen. Complete the 12th separation. Prepare the remorse of Emmett Shaw. Hollis stared toward the freezer cabinet at the end of the aisle. Behind its door, something struck the metal from within. Once, twice. Then, Emmett's voice, muffled by black thread and years of frost, whispered through the chamber. Make him remember me. The oil continued writing. The house requires the chef to choose what part of himself will be served. The bells stopped. For a moment, the only sound in the archive was Emmett's breathing behind the freezer door. Hollis looked at the black oil beneath his hands. What happens if I refuse? Beatrice's expression did not change. The diners remain incomplete. The house closes around them. Their removed portions spoil. Eventually, they do too. And if I return what was taken, you may attempt it. The slight emphasis warned him. They brought Emmett upstairs first. Lenora cut the black thread from his lips while Hollis heated water over the range. The frozen flesh of his face softened slowly, revealing skin stretched thin over bone. His eyes followed Hollis with an exhausted clarity that made anger difficult to dismiss. The diners remained seated in the chapel. Cassandra Wale watched the chandelier crystals turn without wonder. Malcolm Draith smiled whenever someone passed. The bishop had begun folding his napkin into smaller and smaller squares, as if the act contained all the meaning left to him. On the 13th table, a single-place setting had appeared. Knife, fork, empty plate. Chef Vale's place, Hollis thought, and the place of every cook before him. Lenora set Emmett's reserved remorse on the marble block. It was dark, by fibrous, and covered with a delicate membrane that tightened whenever Hollis approached. "What cannot be served to a guest," Beatrice said, "must be consumed by the cook." Hollis understood then why the old chefs had vanished without graves. Each month, St. Marrow removed more than its diners could safely surrender. Contradictions, ethos, scraps of conscience still attached to shame. The chef transformed what could be plated. The rest accumulated inside him. "How many services before it kills you?" Hollis asked. "It does not kill the cook." Lenora looked toward the 13th table. "It makes room." Emmett tried to sit upright. His fingers slipped on the steel counter. "Put it back," he whispered. Hollis looked at him. "Their remorse?" "All of it." Beatrice said nothing. For a brief moment, Hollis imagined returning each severed portion. Draith remembering Leonard Pike's body in the corridor. The bishop remembering the boy's face. Wale understanding again that 12 deaths had not been abstractions. He imagined confession. Not theirs. His own. He could tell Emmett that he had noticed the stock was wrong. That he had served it because the flavor was unlike anything he had created. That afterward, he had preserved himself by offering a junior cook to the press. The words assembled inside him. They did not leave. Confession would not restore the restaurant, the years, or his name. It would only give shape to a failure the world had already assigned him. Hollis had spent too long being punished by people who could not even understand what he had accomplished. He looked at the black oil spreading across the pass. A new recipe formed. Remorse. Cleaned of witness. First corruption. Reduced to mercy. Optional. Hollis reached for his boning knife. Emmett's eyes widened. No. Hollis pressed the point to the skin below his own sternum. There was less pain than he expected. The blade passed through flesh without opening a wound. It found something deeper. Something that tightened around the steel and resisted removal. He pulled. A dark strand emerged from his chest, glistening like tendon in broth. With it came the memory of Emmett outside the restaurant, pleading before the cameras. Hollis cut the strand. The memory remained, but its weight disappeared. He removed another. The ambulances became lights without urgency. Another, the critic scraping her tongue, became an unfortunate technical outcome. Another, his apology became merely bad strategy. Each piece fell into the copper saucepan and melted into the Boston sauce with a low, contented hiss. Emmett began to cry. Hollis tasted the reduction. It was magnificent. The metallic sweetness had deepened, balanced now by something clean and empty. Nothing in it accused the tongue. Nothing demanded recognition. It carried corruption without consequence. He folded Emmett's remorse into the sauce and watched it dissolve. "Chef," Lenora said. "That was meant to be returned. It was meant to be prepared." He plated 12 portions. The diners ate. Their final traces of discomfort vanished. Wale smiled at the list of names. Draith touched his chest as though discovering freedom there. The bishop stopped folding the napkin. Beatrice regarded Hollis with something close to reverence. The 13th plate remained empty. Hollis sat before it. From beneath the table came a slow, wet chewing. Then black oil spread across his napkin and wrote the final instruction. The chef has removed remorse. Now, remove the witness. Across the chapel, every diner turned toward Emmett Shaw. Emmett tried to run. His legs had not yet fully thawed. He stumbled from the preparation table, struck the edge of the pass, and fell among the copper pans. 12 faces followed him with peaceful interest. None held recognition. Even his suffering had become merely another movement in the room. Hollis rose from the 13th table. "Stay still," he said. Emmett dragged himself toward the chapel doors. "You know what they are. I know what they were." Beatrice lifted one hand. The doors closed. Lenora stood beside the enamel waste basin, her face tight with something Hollis could no longer name from experience. He remembered the word pity, but it had become technical vocabulary, like a spice he had read about and never tasted. Black oil spread around Emmett's hands. Witness must be separated from testimony. Hollis took up the boning knife. Emmett looked at Lenora. "You can stop him." She did not move. The scar along her wrist opened again, revealing not blood but a thin gray vapor that curled toward Hollis as if drawn by heat. He understood. Lenora had once resisted another chef. The burn was what St. Marrow had taken in payment. Hollis knelt beside Emmett. "I am sorry," Emmett whispered. The words interested him. "For what? For thinking you could be ashamed?" Hollis placed the knife beneath Emmett's breastbone and found the witness. It came free as a pale, trembling membrane covered in tiny moving images. The Boston loading dock. The changed stock. Hollis tasting the sauce. The reporters outside the restaurant. Hundreds of Emmets appeared across its surface, each trying to warn someone who had already decided not to listen. Hollis cut the membrane from him. Emmett's eyes emptied. He looked around the chapel with the calm confusion of a newborn animal. Beatrice opened the bronze door beneath the altar. Lenora let him down without resistance. Hollis never saw him again. The first expansion began 3 months later. St. Marrow had traditionally served 12 diners each month because the monks believed appetite required restraint. Hollis considered this superstition disguised as discipline. He added a second service, then a third. The black oil adapted. It wrote menus for financiers who wished to lose hesitation before closing hospitals. Judges burdened by sympathy. Generals troubled by civilian faces. And heirs who found affection inconvenient when dividing estates. Hollis gave each removal a flavor suited to its purpose. Compassion became tender when poached in milk. Fear of consequence responded well to smoke. Loyalty required slow cooking, or it remained stringy. He discovered that grief could be fermented, that disgust thickened sauces, and that childhood shame made an excellent glaze when balanced with bitter orange. The diners left St. Marrow serene. Within a year, several had transformed industries. One reopened a factory whose safety failures had once troubled him. Another authorized a war after eating her final attachment to strangers. Cassandra Wale returned twice, requesting the removal of curiosity and, later, boredom. Malcolm Draith became governor. He spoke often of courage. Beatrice no longer introduced Hollis as head chef. In private correspondence, she called him the custodian of appetite. Lenora called him nothing at all. His name began appearing in the monastery itself, first in the Book of Separation, then beneath the carved figure above the old altar. The worn stone face gradually acquired his features, the narrow mouth, the high forehead, the eyes that evaluated everything as potential material. By the second winter, Beatrice addressed him as Saint Hollis. He accepted the title because it was accurate. He had performed what the old monks could not. They had mistaken purification for subtraction. Hollis understood that emptiness alone had no artistry. The removed pieces needed purpose. He began selling them elsewhere. Small, sealed jars traveled to restaurants, private clubs, executive retreats, and political conferences. Their labels bore harmless names: reserve stock, heritage reduction, monastery, salt. His clients rarely knew what they consumed. They only knew difficult decisions became easier afterward. One evening, while snow closed the mountain road, the monastery bell rang for an unscheduled arrival. A young woman waited at the entrance in a cheap black coat. She carried a knife case and a cream envelope. Her restaurant had recently closed after 11 diners experienced unexplained visions during a tasting menu. No toxin had been identified. Hollis watched her through the chapel window. "She looks frightened," Lenora said. "She looks hungry." In the kitchen, a new menu formed across the cloths. Hollis entered the reliquary freezer and selected a package from the highest shelf. It was small, warm, and wrapped in white linen. The label read, "Mercy Final Reserve." He carried it to the marble block and sharpened his knife. Above him, the bell rang again. This time, the stone saint smiled. Saint Marrow offers no absolution because absolution requires someone willing to remain responsible for what they have done. Hollis mistakes freedom from shame for innocence and perfection for moral authority. By removing everything that might restrain him, he does not become empty. He becomes efficient. Perhaps guilt is painful because it is meant to interrupt us. Perhaps remorse is not a disease to be cured, but evidence that some human part of us still recognizes the wound we caused. And if someone offered to remove the memory that keeps you awake, would you ask what else must disappear with it? Story 3. The last suitcase of the night came down Carousel 12 with one wheel missing and green tape around its handle. Celia Vance lifted it onto the steel cart, checked the claim tag against the manifest, and rolled it into the lost luggage room without thinking about the person who would wake in a hotel and discover that everything clean they owned was somewhere else. That was the skill the job required, not indifference. Exactly. But compression. A honeymoon became a pink, hard-shell case. A funeral became a garment bag. A child's medicine became a red priority label and 3 phone calls. Celia had spent 14 years learning how to turn panic into categories. By midnight, the International Concourse had shed its daytime personality. Duty-free shutters were down. Cleaning machines moved over the tile with amber lights rotating silently. Beyond the locked glass doors, aircraft stood under flood lamps, their windows black. Celia signed the final intake form, flexed the ache from her right wrist, and listened to the building settle into its night noises. Ventilation, refrigeration, a distant announcement repeating to no one. Then a conveyor motor started beneath the floor. She looked up. The lost luggage department had 3 active belts, all visible through the service windows. None were moving. The sound came from farther down the concourse, beyond temporary walls printed with the Chicago skyline. Celia knew that section was dead space. Contractors stored folded signs there. Old stanchions. Broken wheelchairs. Things too expensive to discard and too useless to keep. The motor continued with a low, patient hum. She took her radio from the charging dock. Ramp control. This is baggage recovery. Static answered. Then a recorded man's voice, soft with distance, said, "Please, remain behind the yellow line." Celia frowned. "Repeat?" No one did. She left the radio on her belt and walked into the concourse. The overhead lights had dimmed, leaving every third fixture dark. Her reflection moved beside her in the terminal windows. A broad-shouldered woman in a navy work jacket. Silver beginning at her temples. Laminated badge tapping against her zipper. At the construction wall, the hum was louder. One panel had been pulled inward by several inches. Celia stopped. She had passed that wall hundreds of times. There had never been a gap. She pushed through sideways and found an old baggage claim area preserved in dust. The ceiling was lower there. Brown water stains spread around dead fluorescent tubes. A ring-shaped conveyor occupied the center of the room. Its black rubber slats moving with a slow, uneven clatter. Above it hung a sign whose lettering had been painted over. Most of the paint had peeled away. Gate 0. It said. Celia stared at the words. Airports had gates. Baggage halls had carousels. No one would have numbered a gate 0. A brass bell chimed inside the machinery. The belt carried nothing. Celia stepped closer. The rubber slats smelled of hot dust and rain. A faded yellow safety line curved around the carousel. Dark scuff marks crossed the floor, fresh enough to shine through the dust, as if heavy carts had recently been wheeled through. The bell chimed again. A suitcase emerged through the black curtain at the mouth of the conveyor. It was small, old-fashioned, and covered in gray canvas. There was no airline tag on the handle, only a cream card tied with string. The suitcase moved toward Celia and stopped directly in front of her, though the belt continued sliding beneath it. She waited for someone to come through the gap behind her. No one did. The case looked damp, but when she touched the handle, warmth spread into her palm. Not room temperature. Body warmth. Celia withdrew her hand. On the cream tag, where a passenger's name should have been, someone had pressed a thumb through wet black ink until the letters blurred. She should have called security. Instead, she lifted the case from the belt because lifting unattended luggage was what her body had been trained to do. Something inside shifted with the soft weight of folded clothes. Then, from within the suitcase, a telephone began to ring. Celia did not move. It rang 4 times, paused, and started again. It was the same old landline tone that had filled her father's house on the night he died. The ringing stopped only when Celia set the suitcase on the concrete floor. For several seconds, the abandoned carousel continued moving behind her, black slats passing beneath the gray case. Celia waited for the telephone to ring again. When it did not, she crouched and examined the latches. Neither was locked. She did not open them. That decision lasted until she had carried the case through the construction wall, across the empty concourse, and into the lost luggage department, where everything had a procedure. Unattended property went into isolation. Suspected electronics were reported. Potential hazards were left untouched. Celia placed the suitcase on the inspection table, filled out an intake slip, and wrote unknown in the passenger field. The word calmed her. Unknown was not a mystery. It was a classification. By 1 in the morning, security had still not answered her radio call. She tried the desk line and reached an automated menu. While she listened, the phone inside the suitcase rang again. Celia hung up and opened the first latch. The ringing stopped. Inside lay 3 folded men's shirts, a brown cardigan, wool socks, and a black landline telephone with its cord cut cleanly at the base. The clothes were warm enough to have come from a dryer. The cardigan smelled faintly of cedar and the menthol lozenges her father had kept in every coat pocket. Celia closed the case before memory could become evidence. She sealed it with red tape and placed it in the restricted cage. At 6 that morning, she did not mention Gate 0 in her shift report. By the following week, routine had covered the incident like fresh snow over service roads. Celia worked evenings, slept badly through the day, and returned before sunset. At the baggage desk, passengers arrived in varying states of injury. Some were furious. Some were ashamed of caring so much about objects. Some spoke with the careful calm of people one inconvenience away from collapse. Celia treated them all efficiently. Claim number. A young father said the missing bag contained his daughter's inhaler. Claim number. An elderly woman explained that her husband's ashes were inside a blue carry-on, without the receipt. I can't escalate the file. A college student began crying because her luggage held the only suit she owned for an interview. Celia slid a tissue box toward her without looking up. You'll receive an update within 48 hours. People believed their stories made their property different. Celia knew better. Everything became luggage eventually. Medicine, ashes, wedding dresses, apologies never delivered. Once a bag entered the system, feeling had no jurisdiction. That was what she told herself whenever the restricted cage seemed warmer than the rest of the room. On Thursday, near midnight, the brass bell sounded behind the construction wall. Celia froze with a stack of forms in her hands. The carousel started. She locked the public counter, took the master keys, and walked toward Gate 0. This time, a narrow black instrument case came through the curtain. Its brass corners were scratched. A white airline tag hung from the handle, but the flight number field was blank. The passenger name read Marrow. Inside lay a silver flute, a red silk scarf, sheet music marked with blue pencil, and a British passport. The photograph showed a dark-skinned woman in her 30s with tightly braided hair and an almost amused expression. The name page had been scraped until the paper fibers showed. Celia carried the case upstairs and searched every manifest available to baggage services. No, Marrow. She searched arrival records, departure records, employee files, incident reports, and missing property claims. Nothing. When Nisha Patel arrived for the early shift, Celia showed her the case. Probably a musician, Nisha said, touching the velvet lining. Maybe cargo. No cargo label. Private charter? No movement record. Nisha glanced at her. You sound disappointed. I'm not disappointed. But the words came out wrong. The vowels were rounder, softer, British, not exaggerated, not imitated, natural. Nisha's hand stopped over the case. Celia cleared her throat. What? Say that again. I said I'm not disappointed. Her Chicago accent had returned. Nisha stepped back. Who taught you to speak like that? Before Celia could answer, the flute case clicked shut by itself. From inside came the muffled sound of a woman taking one slow breath. Then Celia heard her own voice whisper, in that unfamiliar accent, "Please don't let them take my name." Nisha heard the whisper too. Celia knew because the color left her face before either of them spoke. The lost luggage room seemed suddenly too bright. Every fluorescent tube humming above the inspection table. Was that a recording? Nisha asked. Celia opened the flute case again. There was no speaker inside, only the silver instrument, the red scarf, and the passport with its name scraped away. Nisha lifted it carefully. "Amarabel," she said. Celia looked at her. "You remember her?" "Of course." "From where?" "She came through here last winter." "London connection." She wore that scarf. Nisha touched the silk. She was crying because the airline sent her instrument to Boston. "You've never mentioned her." "Why would I? What did she look like?" Nisha turned the passport toward herself. "Like this." The photograph was blank. Not damaged. Blank. A pale rectangle where a face should have been. Nisha stared at it. "I don't know why I said that." Celia closed the case. At once, Nisha blinked as if waking beneath a harsh light. "Whose is this?" Celia opened it again. Recognition returned instantly. "Amarabel," Nisha said. "The flutist." Celia shut the lid. Nisha recoiled. "What are you doing?" "Who is Amarabel?" "I don't know." Celia opened the case. Nisha whispered. She hated flying. They repeated the test. "Open." Amara had studied in Manchester. She carried ginger sweets for nausea and called her mother after every landing. Closed. Nisha remembered none of it. The details would not remain in writing. When Celia wrote Amarabel on an intake form and shut the case, the ink faded until only the pressure marks remained. They placed the flute case in the restricted cage, propped open with a roll of evidence tape. Near dawn, a hollow metallic bang sounded beyond the construction wall, followed by the brass bell. "I'm coming with you," Nisha said. Gate 0 was moving faster than before. Dust shook from the ceiling. The black curtain at the conveyor mouth lifted and fell as if something behind it were breathing. A brown suitcase emerged, broad and old. Its leather corners darkened by handling. The cream tag had no name. Inside were warm clothes, a charcoal overcoat, knitted gloves, a green sweater still holding the shape of someone's shoulders. Beneath them lay a Norwegian passport. Every printed name had been rubbed away. Celia touched the sweater. Snow blew sideways across a harbor. The memory entered with cold inside her teeth, salt on her lips, and the strain of carrying a child too tired to walk. Bells sounded from a white church above red houses. Someone beside her laughed and said a name the wind tore apart. Celia jerked her hand away. The airport returned around her, overheated and dim. Nisha was speaking. But for several seconds, English felt like something Celia had learned late in life. "What happened?" "I was somewhere else." She reached into the suitcase again. A kitchen appeared in memory. Steam clouded a window. A gray-haired woman shaped dough beneath flower-white hands. Celia loved her. The knowledge was absolute. Then the woman looked up and called Celia by a name that was not hers. The vision broke. Nisha gripped her wrist. Stop touching things. Who owned this? Nisha leaned over the open suitcase. Her face softened. Eric, she said. Eric what? I can't hear the rest. Where is he? He was traveling with his daughter. Tears filled Nisha's eyes. No, he was trying to get home. Celia searched the lining and found a baggage receipt stitched beneath the fabric. Instead of an airport code, the destination field contained one word, unclaimed. Behind them, the suitcase lid began to lower. Nisha caught it before it closed. Don't, she said. What do you remember? Nisha looked down at the warm clothes, then back at Celia. I remember handling this bag before. When? Nisha's fingers trembled against the lid. The night your father died. Nisha let the suitcase lid fall shut. The change in her face was immediate. Grief vanished first, then recognition. She looked from Celia to the brown case as if waking in a room she had not chosen. What did I say? Celia did not answer. She carried the suitcase back to the lost luggage department and locked it beside the flute case. By the time they reached the inspection table, Nisha could no longer remember the name Eric, the daughter, or the night Martin Vance died. Celia remembered all of it. That frightened her more than the carousel. At first light, she stopped treating Gate Zero as a haunting. Hauntings were for people who wanted explanations without paperwork. Celia believed in access violations, stolen credentials, routing fraud, and employees who learned where cameras did not reach. An abandoned conveyor producing undocumented property suggested a hidden transfer route. The voices, Amiak sang, and borrowed memories were harder to explain. But exhaustion could distort perception. Contaminants could cause hallucinations. Concealed speakers could create whispers. Smuggling was ugly, but it was human. Human things left records. Celia reported a possible breach to airport operations without mentioning warm clothes or erased names. She described an active conveyor behind a restricted wall and unidentified luggage entering the terminal outside scheduled movement. 2 hours later, Operations Supervisor Owen Price met her in the surveillance office beneath Concourse C. Owen was a narrow man with a gray mustache and the permanent impatience of someone blamed for systems he had not designed. He listened with his arms folded. Gate 0, he repeated. That's what the sign says. There is no Gate 0. I know. No. I mean, there never was. Celia slid a hand-drawn map toward him. The space is here. That section is mechanical access and old storage. There's a carousel inside. Then it's disconnected equipment. It was running. Owen looked toward Nisha, who had come as a witness. Nisha hesitated. I heard a motor froze. You saw the belt? I think so. Celia turned to her. Nisha would not meet her eyes. Owen entered Celia's badge number into the camera archive. Footage from the International Concourse appeared across 3 monitors. Grainy overhead views, muted colors, time displayed in white text. They began with the night of the first suitcase. At midnight, Celia appeared leaving the lost luggage department. She walked toward the construction wall and stopped before it. The gap was visible. So was the darkness beyond. On camera, Celia turned sideways and disappeared through the opening. Owen leaned closer. 6 minutes passed. Then Celia emerged. She was walking with both arms bent in front of her as if carrying something heavy, but her hands were empty. Celia felt cold spread across her scalp. That's not right. Owen rewound the footage. Again. She came through the wall with her elbows locked and shoulders tense. Her fingers curled beneath the weight of an object the camera did not show. There was a suitcase. She said. Owen played the next camera. It showed Celia crossing the concourse. Her body leaned slightly to the left, compensating for the case. Nothing occupied her arms. On the lost luggage camera, the door opened by itself several inches before Celia entered. She lowered her empty hands onto the inspection table and stood looking down at bare steel. The gray suitcase was absent. So was the red tape she later wrapped around it. Owen said nothing for a while. Camera corruption, Celia said. Across 4 feeds, image masking. By who? That's what I'm trying to find out. They reviewed the following Thursday. The flute case did not appear either. Celia and Nisha entered the hidden space together, but only Celia emerged. On the footage, Nisha never crossed back through the wall. Nisha gripped the desk. I'm standing here. Owen checked another camera. It showed Celia walking alone toward the lost luggage room, occasionally turning her head as though speaking to someone beside her. The third night was worse. Celia and Nisha entered Gate 0 together. Both emerged 20 minutes later. Celia carried nothing. Nisha appeared to be holding the hand of someone much shorter than herself. There was no child on the recording. Yet Nisha's fingers were closed around an invisible hand, and her arm moved gently, keeping pace with small steps. Owen froze the image. At the edge of the frame, the construction wall cast a long black reflection across the polished floor. Inside that reflection stood 3 additional figures. One held a flute. One carried a little girl. The third was an older man wearing Celia's father's cardigan. He was looking directly at the camera. Owen shut down the monitor. The frozen image disappeared. But Celia could still see her father standing inside the reflection, one hand hanging at his side, the other hidden beneath the brown cardigan. That's enough, Owen said. He copied nothing, filed no incident report, and instructed them to forget what they had seen until airport security could inspect the feeds. His voice had the careful firmness of someone placing a lid over a container that was already leaking. By the following evening, Owen had called in sick. His office extension returned a disconnected tone. Celia went back to work. There was nowhere else for her to go. The fragments began with language. While processing a damaged suitcase from Madrid, she told a passenger that his claim required autorización additional. The Spanish came easily, with the rhythm of someone who had spoken it since childhood. Celia knew only enough Spanish to direct travelers toward customs. Later, alone in the stockroom, she sang 4 lines of a song she had never heard. The melody was thin and mournful, rising and falling like wind beneath a door. When Nisha asked what it was, Celia stopped. She could not remember the words. She remembered the room where they had been sung. A yellow kitchen in Reykjavik, rain trembling against a narrow window, a woman washing coffee cups while a little girl drew ships on the table. The memory was intimate enough to hurt. It was also impossible. More arrived over the next 2 nights. The taste of strong tea taken without sugar, a scar beneath a wedding ring she had never worn, the route from a train station in Prague to an apartment above a bakery, the sound of a sister laughing on a rooftop in Lagos. Celia began finding objects in her pockets, a guitar pick, a foreign coin, a child's plastic hair clip. She threw them away before Nisha could see. Each item returned by the end of the shift. The people at the baggage desk changed too. A man reporting a missing case placed his passport beneath the glass. For 1 second, Celia did not see his face. She saw only a blank oval surrounded by hair. "What's your name?" she asked. He pointed to the passport. The letters seemed faint, as if rubbed by a dirty thumb. Celia blinked, and they became clear again. She began keeping a notebook of the borrowed memories, not because she wanted them, but because she feared they would replace her own. Martin Vance had hated black coffee. Martin Vance had worn reading glasses with one arm repaired in silver tape. Martin Vance had called every Sunday evening, even when Celia let the telephone ring. She wrote these facts repeatedly. One night, she reached the bottom of a page and found another sentence beneath them in unfamiliar handwriting. "Your father did not die at home." Celia tore out the page. The next morning, the sentence appeared on the inside of her locker door. Nisha begged her to stay away from Gate 0. "We should call the police," she said. "And tell them what? That something is happening to you. Something is happening to both of us." Nisha's expression tightened. "I don't remember any of it when the cases are closed." "I do. That's exactly what I mean." Celia did not tell her about the notebook. She did not mention waking with snow beneath her fingernails or hearing applause when she turned on the shower. She did not say that twice she had answered her apartment phone in voices that were not her own. Near the end of Friday's shift, the airport fell silent. Not gradually, completely. The ventilation stopped. The cleaning machines halted in the concourse. Even the distant aircraft seemed suspended beneath the floodlights. Then the brass bell rang. Celia was already walking when Nisha caught her sleeve. "Don't open whatever comes out." Celia pulled free. The construction gap was wider now. Warm air moved through it, carrying the smell of dust, cheddar, and menthol. Gate 0's carousel turned beneath every illuminated ceiling tube. Suitcases crowded the belt, dozens of them, but as Celia approached, they passed into the black curtain and did not return. One remained, a blue vinyl case with a broken brass clasp. She recognized the scratch across its lid. She had made it at 13 while dragging the suitcase down the concrete steps outside her childhood home. A cream tag was tied to the handle. The passenger field read Martin Vance. The travel date was the day he died. Under destination, someone had written, "Home." Celia touched the handle. From inside the suitcase, her father knocked 3 times and said, "You left me waiting." The voice came from inside the suitcase, but the words seemed to enter through Celia's bones. "You left me waiting." She gripped the handle until the brass clasp bit into her palm. Behind her, Nisha said, "Celia, don't." The carousel gave a violent shudder. The blue suitcase moved away from her, though the belt beneath it was carrying everything in the opposite direction. It slid toward the black curtain at the rear of Gate 0. Celia followed. The opening should have led only into the conveyor housing, a narrow cavity of gears and rubber rollers. Instead, the curtain lifted against her shoulder and revealed a descending belt broad enough to carry cargo pallets. The suitcase rode downward. Warm air rose from below, thick with oil, damp concrete, and something medicinal beneath both. Nisha caught Celia's sleeve. "We need security. My father is in that case." "No." Something knows his voice. Celia looked at her. The distinction should have mattered. It did not. She stepped onto the moving belt. Nisha swore and followed. The descent was steeper than any baggage system Celia had worked around. Emergency bulbs glowed along the walls, their amber cages furred with dust. Bundles of dead wiring hung overhead. Every few yards, faded arrows pointed downward beside the words, "Transfer level." The sound of the airport disappeared. Only the machinery remained. The blue suitcase waited at the bottom. Beyond it stretched a terminal buried beneath the terminal above. A row of check-in counters faced an empty waiting hall. Their wooden fronts were scarred by old luggage carts. Frosted windows separated offices whose doors stood open. Above the counters, enamel signs displayed destinations no airline had ever used. Holding, return, unidentified. The architecture was older than the airport Celia knew. Brass railings divided lines that no longer existed. Ceiling fans hung motionless beneath nicotine-stained plaster. Dust covered the floor except for two parallel tracks where heavy objects had recently passed. Nisha moved closer to Celia. "This place isn't on the plans." Celia knew that without being told. She also knew, with a borrowed certainty of someone else's memory, that the room had once been colder. Metal tables had stood where the waiting benches now sat. Sheets had covered shapes beneath fluorescent lights. Men in dark coats had pushed wheeled crates toward freight elevators before dawn. Speaking in low voices because the dead were easier to manage when treated like sleeping passengers. Celia pressed both hands to her temples. A word surfaced in her mind. Transfer, not transportation. Disposition. At the end of the hall stood a claim desk beneath a clock whose hands had been removed. Ledgers lay open across the counter, their pages warped by damp. Each line contained a case number, date, physical description, and destination. Most destinations read municipal. Some read family. Hundreds read no claim received. Nisha turned a page. These aren't baggage records. Celia saw entries for height, estimated age, distinguishing scars, dental work. Passenger names had been added later in different inks, often years after the original records. A newspaper clipping had been pinned beneath the desk glass. It described the airport's expansion over a former freight terminal, once contracted to transport unclaimed bodies from city hospitals. Rail accidents and winter deaths. The official program had ended decades earlier. Someone had written across the clipping in blue pencil. They kept arriving. A noise rolled through the hall. Not a bell this time. A dull impact, deep enough to tremble through the floor. The blue suitcase tipped onto its side. Beyond the claim desk, a pair of steel doors stood partly open. The parallel tracks in the dust continued between them. Celia pushed through. The room beyond was filled with transfer crates. They were stacked from floor to ceiling, reinforced with metal bands and sealed under layers of airport security tape from different eras. Some were no larger than violin cases. Others resembled shipping coffins. Cream tags hung from each latch, their names erased. The crates whispered as Celia passed. Fragments of languages brushed against one another. Boarding calls, prayers, addresses, mothers calling children home. At the center of the room sat a trunk larger than all the others. Black leather stretched over a curved wooden frame. Brass locks ran along its edge. Thick conveyor cables entered its base and disappeared into the floor. The entire airport seemed connected to it. The trunk pulsed. Once, then again, not like machinery, like a heart trying to remember its rhythm. Celia's father's suitcase slid across the floor and stopped beside it. One brass lock sprang open. From inside the trunk, hundreds of voices whispered at once. Among them, Martin Vance said, very clearly, "You are never supposed to find the receiving room." Nisha backed away from the trunk. "What did he call this place?" "The receiving room," Celia said. She did not remember learning the words. They simply existed in her mind, filed beside baggage codes and claim procedures, as if they had always belonged there. The blue suitcase opened by itself. Inside were Martin's brown cardigan, 2 shirts, his repaired reading glasses, and a stack of black notebooks bound with elastic bands. No body, no telephone, only paper softened by years of handling. Celia picked up the top notebook. Martin's handwriting covered every page in narrow blue lines. At first, the entries resembled ordinary lists. Case numbers, names, airports, cities, descriptions of personal effects. Then she saw the notes written beneath them. Returned voice to wife through recorded message. Returned profession to licensing board. Returned childhood address to surviving brother. Returned name after 47 years. Each entry ended with a second line. Cost, unable to remember mother's face. Cost, lost the word for rain. Cost, no longer recognizes favorite song. Cost, forgot Celia's birthday for 3 days. Celia turned pages faster. Martin had been coming to Gate Zero for decades. He had found the Carousel while working nights in airport maintenance, long before Celia joined baggage services. The system collected what remained when a person died without proper claim, not only their belongings, but the parts of identity no one had carried forward. Names disappeared first, then voices, then professions, languages, memories of home. The luggage preserved those things temporarily. Opening a case allowed the dead to be remembered. Returning its contents to someone who truly knew the owner released them. But memory required a vessel. Martin had become one. Every person he restored took something from him. In exchange, Nisha read over Celia's shoulder. That's why he seemed confused. Celia remembered the final year of his life, Martin calling her by his sister's name, forgetting where the kitchen was, speaking in fragments of Polish and French. Doctors had called it atypical dementia. Celia had called it attention-seeking. She opened another notebook. The writing grew less steady. Celia says, "I am making things harder." She does not believe the Carousel exists. She thinks forgetting is the same as letting go. On the next page, I must not allow her to work in recovery. The disposal system connects directly to transfer. Celia stopped breathing. A loose document had been folded into the back cover. She pulled it free. It was an internal baggage services authorization form. Her signature appeared at the bottom. She recognized the date, 3 weeks after Martin's funeral, when management had ordered the lost luggage warehouses cleared before an inspection. Celia had approved the destruction of unclaimed property older than 90 days. Hundreds of cases, clothing, papers, instruments, photographs, personal effects, everything without an active claim number. She remembered signing the forms quickly. The warehouse had smelled of mildew and hot plastic. Her supervisor had praised her efficiency. The destruction contractor listed on the document did not exist. The routing destination read, sublevel transfer. Nisha found more forms inside the suitcase, all signed by Celia. Quarterly disposal authorizations, damaged luggage releases, unidentified property transfers, years of paperwork feeding cases into the hidden terminal. I didn't know, Celia said. The words sounded thin in the enormous room. Martin had written beneath the final authorization. She has sent them all below. The trunk pulsed. Around them, the stacked crates began to knock softly from within. Not randomly. In sequence. Hundreds of contained hands asking for attention. Celia turned to the last notebook. Only one entry had been completed. Martin Vance. Date received. The night of his death. Status unreturned. Contents retained. Name. Paternal bond. A final message. Memory of home. Receiving vessel designated. The sentence ended there. The next page had been torn out. Celia searched the suitcase lining and found the missing sheet folded beneath the cardigan. Her father's handwriting filled only half the page. I tried to keep her name out of the system. I failed because she had already signed too much away. Below that, in darker ink, someone else had written, Vessel accepted. Celia Vance. The large trunk gave one powerful beat. Every lock opened at once, and from the darkness beneath its lid, Celia heard hundreds of voices speaking with her mouth. The voices did not come from the trunk. They came from Celia. Her throat tightened around words she did not understand. Names poured through her teeth in English. Arabic, Polish, Yoruba, Norwegian, Mandarin, some spoken clearly, others reduced to breath and broken syllables. She heard herself reciting addresses, wedding vows, military ranks, recipes, train platforms, the names of children who had grown old without remembering the person calling for them. Nisha seized her shoulders. Celia, look at me. Celia tried. For an instant, Nisha's face became several faces layered together. A nurse beneath surgical light. A daughter waiting beside a hospital vending machine. A customs officer stamping a passport. A stranger lifting a child from floodwater. Then, Celia saw Nisha again. The trunk's lid had opened only a few inches. Darkness moved beneath it like cloth disturbed by breathing. The stacked crates began whispering louder, not through their walls. Through Celia's memory, she knew what each contained without opening it. The violin case held the hands of a concertmaster whose body had been buried without his name. A green duffel preserved a midwife's knowledge of every child she had delivered. A scorched suitcase held the last language spoken by a family lost in a hotel fire. They were not possessions. The clothes, passports, photographs, and instruments were shapes the airport used to organize what could not be tagged: voice, profession, nationality, affection, destination, belonging, identity reduced to baggage. Celia understood why every suitcase had been warm. The people inside had not finished leaving. Nisha pulled her away from the trunk. We close it. We leave. We can't. That thing is using you. It used my father first. Martin's voice rose from the others, not a ghost standing apart from them. A thread woven through the same pressure inside her skull. Celia saw him at the kitchen table during the final year of his life, staring at a spoon as if he had never encountered one. She had believed he was forgetting ordinary things. He had not been empty. He had been overcrowded. When he called her by another woman's name, that woman had once owned a suitcase below the airport. When he spoke of streets Celia had never seen, He had been carrying someone home. Every word he lost had created room for a stranger the world had abandoned. His dementia had been sacrifice mistaken for decline. The realization struck harder than guilt. Celia had not merely ignored a sick father. She had punished him for becoming difficult while he was disappearing on behalf of the forgotten. The blue suitcase shifted beside her. Martin's cardigan rose as if lifted by invisible shoulders. Beneath it lay a second cream tag Celia had not noticed. She turned it over. Receiving capacity, active. Transfer status, incomplete. Nisha read the words and shook her head. You're not a container. Celia almost laughed. Her entire life had trained her to become one. She had accepted every abandoned object without asking what abandonment meant. She had converted grief into forms, urgency into reference numbers, human lives into property awaiting disposal. The carousel had not chosen her despite her indifference. It had chosen her because of it. People passed through Celia easily. She had practiced not holding on. The voices quieted enough for Martin to speak. You signed them below. I didn't know. You never wanted to know. His tone held no anger. That made it worse. Celia touched the cardigan, and the receiving room vanished. She stood inside her father's house on the night he died. The telephone rang in the kitchen. Martin sat on the floor beside it, one hand pressed to his chest. Around him stood translucent figures carrying invisible luggage. He was not alone, as Celia had always imagined. He was surrounded by the people he had saved. The answering machine played Celia's recorded voice. Leave a message after the tone. Martin reached for the receiver but stopped. No more room, he whispered. He looked directly at Celia, though she had not been there. Then he spoke his final message. Don't let them make you useful. The memory collapsed. Celia fell against the trunk. The lid opened wider. Inside was no body, no machinery, no bottom she could see. Thousands of cream tags hung in the darkness, suspended from threads that vanished below. Most were blank. One bore her name, Celia Vance. Under contents, the tag listed voice, occupation, childhood address, memory of father, capacity for refusal. The final line was still being written. Nisha reached for the tag. Celia caught her wrist. The trunk beat beneath them, and every sealed crate answered. On the claim desk outside, a brass bell rang once. Then an unseen loudspeaker crackled to life throughout the buried terminal. In Celia's own voice, it announced, receiving vessel confirmed. All unclaimed identities may now be transferred. The announcement repeated in Celia's voice. Receiving vessel confirmed. All unclaimed identities may now be transferred. The first crate split open along its seam. A woman's laugh entered Celia's chest so suddenly that she staggered. Then came the memory of balancing a tray through a crowded restaurant. The ache of standing through a double shift. The names of 3 sons. And the certainty that one of them had promised to come back. Another lock opened. A second life pressed in. Then another. The receiving room filled with sounds that had no source. Applause. Factory sirens. A hymn fragment. Airport announcements in languages Celia understood only while they passed through her. Nisha pulled at the trunk's lid, trying to force it shut. It would not move. Tell me what to do, she said. Celia looked at the cables entering the trunk. They ran beneath the floor toward the descending conveyor, then upward into the airport's baggage system. She knew the routing network better than almost anyone on the night shift. Every departure belt fed a sequence of junctions, scanners, and diverters before reaching the aircraft containers. Gate 0 was not isolated. It had been isolated. Martin had kept it that way. The blank tags in the trunk stirred. Names began appearing, hundreds at once. If Celia remained beside it, the identities would enter her until there was no space left for her own. She would become what Martin had become, a crowded room mistaken for an empty man. If she walked away, the transfer would continue without a vessel. The tags would go blank. The dead would disappear cleanly. Celia thought of the elderly woman at the baggage desk, trying to explain that her husband's ashes were not merely property. She thought of every passenger she had reduced to a claim number because numbers were easier to lose. "What happens if the luggage leaves this airport?" she asked. Nisha stared at her. "Leaves how?" "On active routes. You can't put these cases on planes. They're already inside the system." Celia saw the answer before she finished speaking. The Carousel did not need one vessel. It needed destinations. She pulled Martin's notebooks into her jacket and ran. The voices followed. By the time Celia reached the transfer belt, crates throughout the room were opening. Suitcases slid from their stacks and moved across the floor toward the machinery. Some rolled on intact wheels. Others dragged themselves by torn straps. Nisha climbed onto the ascending conveyor behind her. "What are you planning?" "To file a transfer." "For where?" "Everywhere." They emerged into Gate 0 as the Carousel filled with luggage. Gray cases, green duffels, instrument boxes, children's backpacks, garment bags shaped around absent shoulders. Celia reached the maintenance panel beneath the belt and removed its steel cover. The wiring inside had been altered decades ago. Old copper relays connected to modern fiber lines. Martin's work, layered beneath years of airport upgrades. Celia entered the manual routing menu. The system rejected Gate 0. She entered her employee authorization. The screen displayed, "Disposal access accepted." The same permission she had used for years to send unclaimed property below. Celia changed the destination field. Not sub-level transfer. International departures. A list of active outbound routes appeared. London, Lagos, Reykjavik, Oslo, Prague, Madrid. Cities from the borrowed memories inside her. Nisha read over her shoulder. "If you send them out, what happens to the people who open them? They remember?" And then, Celia thought of Martin losing words. Faces. Pieces of himself. They carry something. That's a curse. Yes. The word felt honest. Celia selected every available route. The system demanded confirmation. Behind them, the black trunk rose onto the Carousel, pulled upward by its own cables. Its open lid showed thousands of hanging tags, each waiting for a name. Martin's voice came from within. "Remembering is not the same as saving." Celia placed her hand over the confirmation key. "No," she said. But forgetting was never mercy. She pressed it. Throughout the airport, dormant conveyors started. The floor trembled as routing gates opened across the baggage network. Suitcases from Gate 0 accelerated, vanished behind curtains, and divided into dozens of outbound belts. On monitors above the Carousel, destinations flashed in rapid succession. The flute case went to London. Irik's brown suitcase went to Oslo. Martin's blue case remained in front of Celia. Its destination changed from home to unisigned. She lifted it and placed it on the belt herself. "Where are you sending him?" Nisha asked. Celia watched the case approach the sorting curtain. "Somewhere I'm not the only person left to remember him." The suitcase disappeared. For one breath, the airport became silent. Then every departure board in the terminal flickered. Flight numbers vanished. Gate assignments disappeared. Across the screens, a single new destination appeared. Every possible home. Far above them, luggage containers were being sealed into aircraft holds. And inside thousands of suitcases, telephones began to ring. Gate 0 stopped moving before dawn. The final suitcase vanished behind the sorting curtain, and the machinery slowed with a deep mechanical sigh. One by one, the lights above the hidden carousel went dark. The brass bell gave a last, uncertain tremor, as though something had touched it from the other side and then withdrawn. Celia stood beside the open maintenance panel while the voices inside her receded. They did not disappear. A woman still remembered the weight of restaurant plates through Celia's wrists. A child still knew the color of a harbor beneath snow, somewhere behind Celia's own thoughts. Martin hummed a song he had forgotten before she was born. But the pressure had lessened. The identities were moving outward now, carried beneath terminals, loaded into aircraft holds, routed toward cities where strangers would open unfamiliar luggage and remember lives they had never lived. Nisha watched the departure screens return to normal. "Did we stop it?" she asked. Celia looked toward the construction wall. The words Gate 0 had vanished beneath fresh gray paint. "No," she said. "We gave it connections. Airport security found them in the lost luggage department shortly after sunrise. By then, the gap in the construction wall had sealed. No hidden carousel appeared behind it. No descending conveyor remained. Only a shallow storage room stood there, filled with broken stanchions and dust. Operations blamed the incident on a cascading electrical malfunction that had activated several inactive baggage belts. Management issued a statement describing temporary routing errors affecting international departures. There was no mention of unidentified luggage. Owen Price returned to work 3 days later. He denied ever reviewing security footage with Celia. The surveillance archive contained no recording of Gate 0. Although one corrupted frame showed Celia walking alone through the terminal with her arms wrapped around something missing from the image. The passengers began calling within a week. A woman in London reported receiving a flute case that belonged to someone named Amara Bell. She could not explain how she knew the name. She had never played an instrument. Yet she woke each morning with the fingering of old concert pieces moving through her hands. A teacher in Oslo opened a brown suitcase and remembered carrying a sleeping daughter through a snowstorm. He had no children. In Lagos, a baggage inspector found a red scarf that smelled of ginger sweets and began speaking to his mother in the voice of a woman neither of them recognized. The airline classified the complaints as cross-tagging errors. Celia was placed on administrative leave. She spent those weeks in Martin's house. The rooms were smaller than she remembered. She repaired the loose cabinet hinge he had complained about for years. She washed his coffee cup and found that she no longer knew whether he had preferred the blue one or the white. Some of her own memories had already begun to loosen. She wrote them down before they could leave. My father fixed clocks but never wore a watch. He taught me to lift with my legs. He called every Sunday. I did not answer the final time. Certain entries changed overnight. My father returned names to the dead. My father was never alone. My father is still in transit. Nisha visited once. She brought groceries and a sealed envelope from the airport. Inside was Celia's employee badge. Her photograph remained, but the printed name had faded. Nisha stared at it for a long time. "I know who you are," she said. "For now." "No. I'll keep knowing." Celia wanted to believe her. Instead, she gave Nisha one of Martin's notebooks. "Write down the names when they come," she said. "What names?" "You'll know when a suitcase opens." Nisha did not ask how many airports might now be connected. Perhaps she was afraid of the answer. 5 weeks after Gate 0 fell silent. A night cleaner at Amsterdam International Airport heard a conveyor running beneath an unused arrivals hall. The final flight had landed hours earlier. The cleaner followed the sound past shuttered cafes and dark currency counters. At the end of the hall stood an old baggage carousel that had not operated in years. Above it hung a black sign. The sign had never displayed a gate number. Now, a white circle appeared on its screen. Inside the circle was a 0. A brass bell rang. The conveyor started. The first suitcase to emerge was blue vinyl with a broken clasp. Its cream tag bore no flight number. Under passenger, the name had been rubbed away. Under destination, someone had written, "New arrivals." The cleaner touched the handle. The suitcase was warm. From inside, a telephone began to ring. When the cleaner answered, a woman with a Chicago accent whispered, "Before you open anything else, please tell me your name." Some things vanish because time takes them. Others vanish because the living decide they are too difficult, inconvenient, or painful to remember. Celia believed that unclaimed things had been abandoned for a reason, until she discovered how easily a person could be reduced to property, paperwork, and silence. But remembrance has its own cost. To carry the forgotten is to risk becoming crowded by lives that were never yours. Perhaps Gate 0 was never a place beneath one airport. Perhaps it appears wherever someone mistakes forgetting for mercy. Would you open a stranger's suitcase if remembering them meant losing part of yourself? Story 4. The first answer appeared before the question had finished. Clara Wren saw it form in the narrow paper tray of her stenotype machine, the letters resolving in the transcription software on the monitor beside her knees. No. On the witness stand, Miriam Solis still had her lips parted, waiting for Assistant District Attorney Keene to complete his sentence. Ever see the defendant enter the alley behind Marlow Street? No, Solis said. The word landed in the courtroom exactly as Clara had already recorded it. No one else noticed. Judge Harland was studying the witness over the rims of his glasses. The jurors watched with the strained attention of people afraid to miss the moment television had taught them trials were supposed to contain. Keene glanced down at his notes and moved on. Clara kept her hands poised above the keys. The Suffolk County Courthouse had taught her not to react. The building punished visible uncertainty. Its marble corridors amplified hurried footsteps, whispered negotiations, and the dry coughs of people about to lie under oath. Every door seemed heavier than necessary. Every brass plaque carried the name of someone whose portrait already hung elsewhere in the building. Clara had worked in courtroom 4 for 17 years. She knew the noises of the room as intimately as other people knew the sounds of their kitchens, the radiator ticking behind the prosecution table, the judge's pen cap rolling beneath his palm, the soft wooden complaint of the second juror's chair. She knew when attorneys were pretending to search for a document they had already found. She knew when a witness had rehearsed grief. Most of all, she knew her machine. The stenotype rested beneath her hands like a second set of bones. It did not guess. It did not anticipate. It received pressure and converted it into language. That was why Clara trusted it more than memory, more than testimony, and certainly more than people. Keene approached the witness box. And when you looked toward the service entrance, did you see anyone else? Clara waited. Her left hand shifted without instruction. The keys dipped. A phrase appeared on the monitor. A man in a blue coat. Clara's fingers stopped. Solis looked toward the defendant, then toward the gallery. A man in a blue coat, she said. This time, Clara heard the blood moving in her ears. She checked the real-time feed. The words sat in clean black type beneath the previous exchange. No mistranslation marks. No untranslates. No duplicate stroke caused by a resting finger. She flexed her hands beneath the desk, hidden by the modesty panel. The defense attorney objected to the question as leading. Judge Harland overruled him. Their voices passed over Clara in familiar rhythms, but she recorded them with unusual care, watching each word appear only after it was spoken. Nothing happened for several minutes. She began assembling explanations. 841. Solis had glanced toward a blue overcoat folded on a gallery bench. Clara had interpreted the gesture before consciously noticing it. The earlier no had been coincidence. Fatigue made patterns where none existed. Clara had slept badly since the summons arrived in her apartment mailbox 3 weeks before. Not a legal summons. A plain cream envelope with no return address and no contents except a photocopied line from an old transcript. The record shall reflect no response. She had thrown it away. Then she had removed it from the trash, folded it twice, and placed it in the locked drawer beneath her scarves. At counsel table, Keene lifted a photograph in a plastic evidence sleeve. Miss Solis, do you recognize this vehicle? The machine clicked beneath Clara's hands. She snatched them away. The keys continued moving. Not quickly, not dramatically. They depressed with the patient rhythm of an experienced stenographer taking clean testimony. On the monitor, a sentence appeared. That is not the car they removed from the record. Clara stared at it. Keene had not yet shown the photograph to the witness. Judge Harlan looked toward the court reporter's station. Ms. Wren? The keys stopped. Clara became aware that everyone was waiting. She lowered her hands to the machine, but before she could answer, the paper tray advanced by itself. A second line appeared beneath the first. Clara Wren. Let the record show that I heard him. Clara did not answer Judge Harland immediately. She looked down at the line on her screen until the letters blurred, then touched the reset command with one finger. The software asked whether she wished to clear the current uncommitted translation. She selected yes. Technical error, she said. Her voice sounded calmer than she felt. Judge Harland held her gaze for a moment. He disliked delays, ambiguity, and anything that might later be described as irregular. Clara understood that about him because she understood it about herself. Do you require a recess? No. Your Honor, the trial continued. For the next 40 minutes, Clara recorded every syllable without looking away from the screen. The machine behaved normally. Solis identified the vehicle. Keene established the weather, the distance from the street lamp, and the witness's obstructed view. The defense dismantled her certainty in careful increments. Clara's hands did not make another movement she had not intended. At lunch, she took her usual table in the courthouse cafeteria. against the far wall beneath a framed photograph of the building before its western annex had been added. She set her coffee to the right, napkin beneath the cup, sandwich aligned with the table's edge. She ate the crust first. These habits were not superstition. They were systems. Systems prevented contamination. Clara had spent her career surrounded by people who believed truth arrived whole and recognizable. It did not. Truth came through accents, interruptions, swallowed words, faulty microphones, and attorneys trained to make certainty sound foolish. Her task was not to improve it. Her task was to preserve what could be defended. That distinction had protected her for years. At home, the same principle governed everything. Shoes beneath the bench. Mail sorted before her coat came off. Work clothes hung apart from ordinary clothes. The locked drawer in her bedroom opened only when she had something that could not be discarded but should not remain visible. The cream envelope was inside it. She had opened it again the previous night. The photocopied fragment carried no case number, no names, and no date. Only 3 lines from a transcript. Question: Did Mr. Vale tell you why the girl was taken downstairs? The witness. He said, "The record shall reflect." No response. The final sentence was formatted as if spoken by the court. But Clara knew court language. A judge might direct that an answer be stricken. Counsel might withdraw a question. No competent reporter would insert that phrase without attribution. Below it, in faint gray type almost lost in the photocopy, was a certification line. C. Wren. Official court reporter. Clara had been 22 when she first worked in the building. She had used her full name then. She told herself the initial meant someone else. The afternoon session began with the testimony of a forensic accountant. Rain darkened the high windows, and the radiator clicked despite the warmth in the room. Clara settled her hands over the keys. Keene asked about transfers from the defendant's charitable foundation. The accountant answered. Clara recorded him. Then a second voice entered the transcript. It did not sound in the courtroom. No one turned. No microphone caught it. Yet the stenotype keys moved beneath Clara's fingers. Striking chords she recognized but had not formed. "My name is Elias Pike." Clara stared at the screen. The accountant continued speaking about shell companies. The keys moved again. I saw Harlan Vale carry the girl through the records corridor. Clara's throat tightened. The name Harlan Vale belonged to an old Boston family. But that was not what she remembered first. She remembered the cream envelope. The question about the girl taken downstairs. She lifted her hands. The machine continued. The court reporter heard me. The blue coat was mine. Clara looked toward Judge Harlan, but his attention remained on the witness. No one else could see the lines. A final sentence appeared. I did not leave the courthouse alive. Clara waited until the judge called a brief recess. Then she searched the courthouse database from her workstation, entering the name with trembling fingers. Elias Pike had been a deputy court officer. He had disappeared in October, 23 years earlier. His body had been recovered from Boston Harbor 6 days later. The official record listed his manner of death as accidental drowning. Beneath the entry was a scanned employee photograph. Pike stood on the courthouse steps, unsmiling, one hand resting on the shoulder of a much younger Clara Wren. The photograph had been taken during Clara's first winter at the courthouse. She remembered the coat before she remembered Elias Pike. It was dark blue wool, too large through the shoulders, with one brass button replaced by black thread. Pike had lent it to her after the heating failed in the basement records corridor. She had been 22, newly certified, and too proud to admit that her hands were numb above the keys. In the photograph, she was smiling. Clara closed the employee file and searched Elias Pike again. This time, through the internal case index rather than the personnel database. One result appeared. Commonwealth v. Harlan Vale. Special evidentiary proceeding. Access restricted by judicial order. The date was 11 days before Pike disappeared. Clara entered her credentials. The screen requested a secondary authorization she did not possess. She should have stopped there. Instead, she copied the proceeding number onto the inside of her wrist, closed the window, and returned to work when the bailiff called the court to order. For the rest of the afternoon, the stenotype behaved normally. That frightened her more than another impossible sentence would have. Its silence felt deliberate. After adjournment, Clara waited until the corridors emptied. She told the evening clerk she had formatting corrections to finish, then took the service stairs down to records. The official archive occupied 2 underground floors where the air smelled of paper dust, overheated wiring, and old stone. Fluorescent tubes hummed above rows of movable shelving. Every few minutes, the pipes knocked inside the wall with the measured impatience of someone asking to be admitted. Clara found Martin Say at the reference desk, eating crackers over a newspaper. "Restricted proceeding," he said after reading the number. "That is not a transcript request. That is a reason to go home. I may have reported it." Martin studied her. He had worked in records longer than Clara had been in courtroom 4. "You would remember a Vale proceeding. I remember hundreds of proceedings. Not those." He looked toward the ceiling camera, then opened a drawer beneath the desk and removed a ring of narrow keys. The paper file was sealed. The transcript was digitized during the annex renovation, but the original discs were never destroyed. Cabinet C. Preservation room. "You did not get this from me." The preservation room was colder than the rest of the archive. Metal cabinets lined its walls, each fitted with a lock and a handwritten index card. Clara found Cabinet C and opened the 3rd drawer. Inside lay a single black disc in a cracked plastic case. The label read, "Vale Pike Original." A computer from the courthouse's earlier transcription system stood beneath a dust cover. Clara woke it, inserted the disc, and waited through a series of mechanical clicks. The transcript opened in pale green text. Elias Pike had testified without a jury present. Judge Abram Pell had presided. 2 assistant district attorneys were listed, along with counsel for Harlan Vale. Clara's own name appeared beneath the heading as temporary reporter. She scrolled until she found the question from the cream envelope. "Did Mr. Vale tell you why the girl was taken downstairs?" The official answer field was blank. Below it appeared the sentence, "The record shall reflect no response." Clara read the lines again. Then her stenotype, still inside its carrying case beside her chair, clicked once. She unlatched the case. The paper began feeding before she touched the machine. Words appeared on the old computer, inserting themselves into the blank space beneath the question. He said her father had agreed to keep silent, but she had seen the ledgers. He took her to the lower records corridor. Judge Pell gave him the key. Miss Wren was present when the girl began screaming. Clara stepped back. More text followed. Miss Wren asked whether the screams should be included. Judge Pell said there had been no response. At the bottom of the page, beneath the altered passage, the certification line brightened. I certify that the foregoing is a true and complete record of the proceedings. It bore Clara's full signature, not typed, signed in blue ink, with a small upward break in the W that her hand still made. Behind her, the preservation room door closed. From the other side, Judge Harlan's voice said, "You were never supposed to find the version you signed first." Clara did not answer. Judge Harlan's voice remained on the other side of the preservation room door, low and almost conversational. "Miss Wren, open the door." The computer screen cast a green pall across the cabinets. Elias Pike's accusation remained inserted inside the official transcript. Each sentence aligned perfectly with the surrounding testimony. Clara looked at her signature beneath it and felt something colder than fear. Recognition, not of the words themselves, but of the pressure in her hand. She had signed that page while someone stood close enough to watch the ink dry. The door handle moved. Clara closed the document, ejected the disk, and slipped it into the inside pocket of her coat. When she opened the door, Judge Harlan was not there. Martin Saye stood beneath the fluorescent light, one hand still raised toward the handle. "Who were you talking to?" Clara asked. Martin frowned. "I heard you moving furniture." The corridor behind him was empty. Clara looked toward the ceiling camera. Its red indicator had gone dark. By the following morning, the stenotype machine was dismantled across a work table in the courthouse technology office. Arthur Bell, the contracted technician, examined the keys, wiring, translation cable, and internal memory while Clara stood beside him. He was a narrow man with magnifying lenses clipped to his glasses and the permanent patience of someone accustomed to being blamed for problems caused by users. "No sticking keys," he said. "No corrupted dictionary. No remote connection. The machine cannot operate without physical pressure." It did. Then pressure was applied. Not by me. Arthur glanced at her hands. "Muscle memory can be strange. It typed after I moved away. Machines do not type. Reporters type." He connected the stenotype to a diagnostic screen. Every key registered cleanly. The memory log contained no unauthorized files, no duplicate strokes, and no record of the sentences Clara had seen. According to the machine, they had never been written. Her supervisor, Evelyn March, summoned her before noon. Evelyn's office overlooked the courthouse courtyard, though she kept the blinds angled downward. She had supervised court reporters for almost 30 years and spoke about transcripts the way surgeons spoke about retained instruments. Errors were not merely mistakes, but liabilities with names attached. She placed a printed excerpt from the Marlow Street trial between them. The impossible lines had reappeared in Clara's draft. "My name is Elias Pike. I saw Harlan Vale carry the girl through the records corridor. The prosecution received this through the real-time feed," Evelyn said. Clara felt her stomach tighten. They should not have, but they did. Counsel has already raised questions about possible contamination of the record. It was not spoken in the room. Then it does not belong in the transcript. Someone said it. Evelyn's expression hardened. A transcript is not a seance. "Clara." The radiator beneath the window clicked 3 times. Evelyn pushed a correction form across the desk. "Delete the anomalous text. Mark it as a translation error." Use a replacement machine for the remainder of the trial. What if it appears again? Then stop producing it. The sentence was quiet, almost gentle, for one moment. Clara saw not Evelyn's office, but the sealed proceeding room from 23 years earlier. Cream paper on a table. Judge Pell watching. Someone screaming beyond a closed door. She signed the correction form. That afternoon, a loaner stenotype waited at her station. It was a newer model with unfamiliar key tension and an empty personal dictionary. Arthur Bell had loaded only the courthouse's standard legal terminology. Clara tested it before the jury entered. Good morning. Please state your name. Objection. All translated correctly. The murder trial resumed with a detective describing evidence collected from the alley. Clara listened to every syllable and kept her strokes slow, separating each chord in her mind before pressing it. For nearly an hour, nothing unusual occurred. Then the detective mentioned a blue fiber recovered from the victim's sleeve. The replacement machine resisted beneath Clara's fingers. A sequence of strokes appeared on its narrow display. They were untranslated. Clara recognized them immediately. Not standard stenographic theory. Not courthouse software. They belonged to the private shorthand system she had developed as a student, compressed combinations no other reporter could have read. She touched the translation command. The first sentence resolved. I asked Clara Wren to record what I saw. A second line followed. She told me the record could only contain what the judge allowed to exist. Clara lifted both hands. The keys continued striking her private chords. The final confession appeared one word at a time. She heard the girl behind the wall. She knew the girl was still alive. She closed her machine anyway. Clara did not close the replacement machine. For several seconds, she watched the final sentence remain on the display while the detective continued speaking about fibers, blood transfer, and chain of custody. Her hands hovered above the keys. She had known the girl was alive. The words did not feel new. They felt uncovered. At the next recess, Clara copied the untranslated strokes onto a legal pad and slipped it into her bag. She did not tell Arthur Bell. She did not return to Evelyn March. By the time the judge dismissed the jury for the evening, rain had thickened against the high windows, blurring the courtyard lamps into pale stains. Clara stayed at her station after everyone left. The courthouse usually took a long time to empty. Attorneys argued in corridors. Clerks rolled carts between offices. Elevators opened and closed with tired bells. That evening, the sound stopped all at once. Not faded. Stopped. Clara looked toward the courtroom doors. The brass handles reflected the green glow of her monitor. Beyond them lay no footsteps, no voices, no rain against the corridor windows. Only the radiator clicked. Once, twice. Then from somewhere beneath the floor, a third click answered. Clara opened the veil proceeding on her screen. The transcript had changed again. Where the official file had shown a blank beneath Pike's question, the accusation now appeared in full. Additional lines followed. The missing girl's name, Lenora Fisk. The number of the lower records corridor. A statement that Judge Pell had ordered the courtroom cleared before Pike finished speaking. Clara scrolled down. Her certification remained at the bottom. A second certification had appeared beneath it. Evelyn March, supervising reporter. Then a third. Abram Pell, presiding judge. The screen refreshed without command. Another case opened. Commonwealth v. Dorian Sloan. The transcript described a construction worker killed after threatening to expose bribes tied to waterfront permits. A witness had identified a Sloan family attorney at the scene. The answer had been removed. Clara's certification appeared beneath the revised page. She opened another. A Halberd shipping inquiry. Missing testimony. Another, a bellwether probate dispute. A nurse's statement erased. Another, an assault charge against the son of a Cabot trustee. Medical evidence rephrased until the victim appeared uncertain. The surnames repeated through decades of proceedings. Vale, Sloan, Halberd, Bellwether, Cabot. Old Boston names carved into hospital wings. Library facades, scholarship funds, and courthouse plaques. Every altered record protected one of them. Every altered record carried Clara's name. Some were dated before she had worked at the courthouse. Some were dated before she was born. Clara leaned closer. The signatures were not identical copies. They changed as hers had changed across the years. The early ones were narrow and careful. The later ones tilted forward. One from 1958 contained the same broken rise in the W that her hand still made. The monitor went black. Clara saw her reflection in it, pale beneath the courtroom's ceiling. Behind her stood a man in a blue coat. She turned. The gallery was empty. When she faced the screen again, a floor plan had replaced the transcripts. It showed the courthouse as she knew it. Courtrooms, judges' chambers, records offices, holding cells. Then the lines began extending. A corridor grew beneath courtroom 4. A stairwell appeared behind the witness box. Rooms unfolded below the archive in impossible rows, each marked with a case number. Clara grabbed her bag and went to the courtroom doors. The corridor outside was not the corridor she had entered that morning. It stretched too far in both directions. Office doors repeated at identical intervals, each bearing the same brass plaque. Official records. Clara chose the route toward the elevators. After 30 paces, she passed courtroom 4 again. The doors stood open. Inside, her monitor glowed at the reporter's station. She tried the opposite direction. The carpet darkened beneath her shoes, patterned with wet footprints that appeared one at a time ahead of her. They led back into the courtroom. The stenotype keys were moving when she entered. On the screen, the courthouse was typing a new certification. I, Clara Wren, certify that the foregoing omissions were made knowingly. Below it, a list of case numbers filled the page. At the bottom, one line remained blank. Then the machine began typing the name of the current murder trial. The current case number completed itself on Clara's screen. Commonwealth v. Adrian Marrow. Beneath it, the machine typed, alteration pending. The courtroom lights went out. Only the monitor remained illuminated. Its pale rectangle reflected in the brass rail, the empty jury box, and the polished edge of Judge Harlan's bench. Clara reached for her phone. The screen showed no signal, no time. Only a blank white field that dimmed when she touched it. Then the witness box door opened by itself. Behind it was a stairwell. Clara had sat within 10 feet of that panel for 17 years. There had never been a door there. The wall should have contained electrical conduits and the narrow service passage used by bailiffs. Instead, stone steps descended beneath the courtroom, wet along their edges, disappearing beyond the monitor's glow. The floor plan had shown a stairwell behind the witness box. Clara took the black disc from her coat pocket and stepped through. The door closed above her without sound. The air changed first. It was colder below the courthouse, but not with the dry chill of archival storage. This cold carried dampness and the metallic smell of old keys. Water moved somewhere inside the walls. She descended past the level of records, then past the holding cells. The stairwell continued. At the bottom, a brass plaque had been screwed into the stone. Original proceedings. Authorized personnel only. The door beneath it stood open. Clara entered a chamber larger than the courthouse foundation should have allowed. Long tables stretched into darkness. On each table sat an abandoned stenotype machine. Black iron models with round keys. Beige electric machines. Early digital reporters with cracked displays. Modern units identical to her own. Every machine was working. Keys dipped beneath invisible hands. Paper advanced in narrow white ribbons. Displays flickered with translated text. The chamber contained no voices, yet Clara could hear testimony everywhere. Not through the air. Inside the machines. A woman whispering that the senator's son had struck her before the fall. A dock worker naming the men who had sealed him inside a freight container. A child describing a room beneath a private school chapel. An elderly doctor admitting that the signatures on a death certificate were false. The voices overlapped without becoming noise. Each remained precise, waiting beneath decades of silence to be recorded correctly. Clara moved between the tables. Many machines bore reporters' names. Some she recognized from retirement portraits in the clerk's lounge. Others belonged to people whose names had disappeared from courthouse directories. A blue coat hung over the back of an empty chair. Clara did not touch it. Near the far wall, she found a machine smaller than the others. Its casing scratched beside the spacebar. She recognized the damage immediately. Her first stenotype. She had dropped it during her second week at the courthouse and spent half a month's salary repairing the alignment. She had been told the machine was destroyed years later during a storage flood. A stack of cream paper waited beside it. The first page was titled Commonwealth v. Harlan Valley. Original and uncorrected proceedings. Clara sat. The transcript began with routine appearances. Judge Pell. Counsel for the Commonwealth. Counsel for Harlan Vale. Temporary reporter Clara Elise Wren. Then Elias Pike was sworn. The unedited testimony was longer than the version on the disc. Pike described seeing Harlan Vale lead Lenora Fisk through the lower records corridor after a closed charity hearing. Lenora had discovered financial ledgers proving that Vale money had purchased dismissals, altered evidence, and judicial appointments. Pike had followed. He heard Lenora screaming behind a maintenance wall. He found Clara outside the proceeding room. The next lines appeared in dialogue. Mr. Pike, you heard her. The reporter, I heard something. Mr. Pike, then put it down. The reporter, Judge Pell said the record begins when he enters. Mr. Pike, she is still alive. The reporter, I cannot certify what I did not officially hear. Clara stopped reading. A memory broke through not as an image, but as pressure. Her hands closing the machine. Judge Pell standing behind her. Evelyn March saying that temporary appointments could become permanent for reporters who understood procedure. Pike striking the wall with his shoulder while Lenora screamed on the other side. Clara turned the page. The final exchange had never appeared in any official record. Mr. Pike, one day this building will repeat every word you buried. The reporter. Buildings do not remember. Mr. Pike. No. But records do. Below the testimony lay a handwritten order signed by Judge Pell. Reporter Clara Wren is instructed to prepare a corrected version, omitting all statements made prior to formal commencement. Beneath it was Clara's acceptance. I understand. The stenotype in front of her stopped. Across the chamber, hundreds of other machines stopped with it. In the silence, something struck the wall behind Clara. 3 slow blows. Then a young woman's voice, muffled by stone, said, "Clara, you never checked whether I was dead." Clara remained seated before her first stenotype, both hands flat against the table. Across the chamber, hundreds of machines waited in silence, their paper ribbons hanging motionless. "Lenora," she said. The wall answered with 3 slow blows. Clara stood and followed the sound to the rear of the chamber. The stone there was darker than the rest, its mortar lined with narrow white seams. At shoulder height, someone had scratched a vertical mark into the surface. Then another. Then dozens more days counted by a fingernail or a piece of metal. A blue thread clung to one groove. When Clara touched it, the machines behind her began typing again. Not testimony this time. Dates. The nearest display showed the day after the Vale proceeding. Then came a location East Service corridor. Outside courtroom, 2 and 2 speaker identifications. Elias Pike. Deputy Court Officer. Clarin. Temporary reporter. The chamber recreated the exchange without voices. Pike, I need to amend my testimony. Wren. The proceeding is sealed. Pike, then unseal it. Wren. I do not have that authority. Pike, you have the words. Clara remembered the corridor. Elias had been waiting beside the staff entrance in the blue coat, rain shining on its shoulders. One side of his face was swollen. He held a folded statement against his chest, and blood had dried beneath his collar. She had looked past him to make certain no judge was coming. The next machine struck hard enough to shake its table. Pike. Vale knows I saw him. Pell knows too. Wren. You should go to the police. Pike. I did. They sent me back here. Wren. Then speak to the district attorney. Pike. His name is in the ledger. The memory sharpened. Elias had offered her the statement. Clara had not taken it. Accepting the paper would have made her responsible for its existence. She had told herself that refusing it preserved the integrity of the record. An old electric stenotype began feeding cream paper. Pike, if I disappear, this proves why. Wren, I cannot certify a hallway conversation. Pike, you keep saying that as if certification is the same thing as truth. A drawer beneath Clara's machine opened. Inside lay a clear evidence sleeve containing a folded sheet stained dark at one corner. The document bore Elias Pike's handwriting and listed Harlan Vale, Judge Abram Pell, and 3 courthouse officials connected to Lenora Fiska's confinement. At the bottom, Pike had written, delivered to Clara Wren for preservation. Below the sentence was a blank line for her signature. She had never signed it. There was more in the drawer, a security photograph, blurred but readable, showing Elias speaking to her beside the staff entrance. The blue coat was unmistakable. Clara's face was turned toward the camera. She held nothing in her hands. A second photograph showed Elias leaving alone through the rear courtyard. A third showed 2 men following him. One was Harlan Vale. The other was Judge Pell. The final image had been taken near the harbor service road. Elias was on his knees. The blue coat had been pulled over his head. The machines began producing a continuous record, Pike's attempt to schedule new testimony, Pell's private order barring him from the building, and a police memorandum classifying his allegations as unstable behavior. Then came a disappearance report filed by Elias's sister. Across its final page, someone had typed, "No further action required." Clara recognized the spacing before she reached the certification. Her spacing, her initials, her authorization code. The record had not merely used her silence. It had used her professional identity to close the search for him. Behind the wall, Lenora whispered, "He came back for me." Clara pressed her forehead to the cold stone. "Did he find you?" "No." The answer came from directly beside her ear. "He found where they had moved me. Then he found you." The blue coat slipped from the empty chair behind Clara and fell to the floor. Inside its lining, sewn beneath the torn brass button, was a narrow strip of stenotype paper. Clara unfolded it. The strokes were in her private shorthand. They translated to a single sentence. "I saw them take Elias below. And I agreed not to remember." The strip of stenotype paper trembled between Clara's fingers. "I saw them take Elias below. And I agreed not to remember." The sentence did not feel like an accusation written by someone else. It felt like a memory she had translated badly on purpose. The machines around her resumed one by one. At first they produced familiar fragments, witness names, objections, dates, places. Then the language changed. The lines became shorter, colder. Evelyn March, preserved office. Sentence, continued service until replacement. Abram Pell, preserved authority. Sentence, name removed from all honors after death. Harlan Vale, preserved bloodline. Sentence, descendants to inherit accusation without proof. Clara moved from table to table. Each machine bore a name, but not the name of a victim. Judges, reporters, clerks, officers, prosecutors, men and women who had withdrawn questions, misplaced exhibits, altered dates, or certified silence as accuracy. The chamber was not an archive of the murdered. It was an index of the people who had made murder administratively survivable. Lenora's voice came through the wall again. "You thought we wanted to be heard." Clara faced the stone. "What do you want?" The reply came from several machines at once. To identify who listened. A paper ribbon fed from her first stenotype. The strokes formed without visible pressure. Clara read them before the software translated them. Not testimony. Judgment. Her knees weakened. The first answer in courtroom 4 had not appeared before Miriam Solis spoke because the machine could predict the future. It had appeared because the answer no longer belonged to Solis. The courthouse had already decided which words mattered and which person would be held responsible for hearing them. The confession from Elias Pike had not been a plea. It had been evidence entered against Clara. She returned to the current trial file on the nearest display. Commonwealth, V. Adrian Marrow filled the screen. But the document no longer resembled a transcript. It read like a sentencing memorandum. Defendant, Adrian Marrow. Alleged act, murder of Thomas Reeve. Suppressed fact, financial records connect victim to Vale Foundation. Designated silencer, Clara Wren. Clara stepped back. No. The chamber answered with the dry clatter of hundreds of keys. The present trial was not another case she had altered. Not yet. But the courthouse had already placed her inside its pattern. Evelyn's correction form. The deleted lines. The replacement machine, each had been an opportunity to repeat the same choice in cleaner language. The machine continued. Proposed alteration. Remove references to Elias Pike. Classify anomalous testimony as technical error. Preserve verdict. Clara saw the trap with perfect clarity. If she obeyed, Adrian Marrow's trial would proceed on a record stripped of the hidden financial motive. Another veil connection would disappear. Another official version would become defensible, and Clara would certify it. What happens if I refuse? She asked. The lights above the chamber dimmed until only the displays remained. Her name appeared on every one. Clara Elsie Wren. The machines began typing different sentences. One said, to be believed after the verdict. Another, to speak only in stricken language. Another, to remain in the record without appearing in it. The phrases multiplied, each one a variation of punishment. Clara understood then that the courthouse was not choosing among possible futures. It was testing language, refining the form of a sentence already imposed. The dead had not summoned her here to receive justice. The building had preserved their suppressed words because every omission required an author. It remembered not out of mercy, but procedure. It waited until the silencers could no longer distinguish duty from guilt, then made the distinction for them. A final page advanced from Clara's machine. Judgment is not based on what the reporter remembers. Judgment is based on what the reporter chose to make permanent. Beneath it, a new heading appeared. Sentence of Clara Wren. The line below remained blank. From beyond the wall, Lenora said, almost gently, it cannot finish until you decide where to speak. Far above them, through layers of stone, a courtroom bell rang. The current trial was being called back into session. On every display in the chamber, the same instruction appeared. Return to courtroom 4 and complete the record. The stairwell returned Clara to courtroom 4 through the door behind the witness box. No one reacted to her entrance. Judge Harland was already seated. The jury filed in beneath the bailiff's instruction. Assistant District Attorney Keene arranged his exhibits. Evelyn March stood beside Clara's station with one hand resting on the replacement stenotype. You were missing, Evelyn whispered. Clara looked at her supervisor's hand. The fingertips were stained with blue ink. I found the original proceedings, Clara said. Evelyn's expression did not change, but the radiator behind the prosecution table clicked 3 times. Sit down. Clara did not. Judge Harland lifted his eyes from the bench. Miss Wren, is there a problem? The courtroom turned toward her. For 17 years, Clara had occupied the one place in the room designed to be ignored. Attorneys spoke over her. Witnesses wept near her. Judges trusted that whatever happened would be reduced into orderly lines after everyone went home. Now every face waited. Clara removed the black disc from her coat and placed it on the evidence rail. Yes, Your Honor, she said. The record is incomplete. Evelyn gripped her arm. Do not do this here. Clara pulled free. Judge Harland's voice became formal. Return to your station. Elias Pike testified that Harlan Vale took Lenora Fisk into the lower records corridor. Judge Abram Pell ordered his statement omitted. I certified the corrected transcript. A murmur moved through the gallery. The stenotype began typing. Clara glanced at the monitor. sentence of Clara Wren. She kept speaking. Pike later tried to submit a written statement. I refused to accept it because it had not been entered during a formal proceeding. He disappeared that night. His death was classified as accidental, and my authorization code was used to close the inquiry. Judge Harlan struck the gavel. The jury will disregard these statements. The machine typed beneath the heading, "The reporter shall speak." Clara opened the cream pages she had carried from the sub-basement. She read the name of the construction worker killed after exposing waterfront bribes. She read the nurse's erased statement from the Bellwether probate case. She read the account of the woman whose assault testimony had been revised until uncertainty replaced injury. With each confession, the courtroom changed. The overhead lights dimmed. The carved names above the judge's bench seemed to recede into the stone. The doors at the rear of the gallery would not open. Though 2 court officers pulled at them, Clara read faster. She named judges, prosecutors, clerks, and reporters. She named the families protected by altered records. She named herself each time her certification appeared. Keene moved toward her. Judge Harlan ordered him back. "No one touches the reporter," he said. The words came too quickly, as though he had spoken them before. The machine continued typing. "The reporter shall be heard." Evelyn stood beside the stenotype, weeping without sound. "You think saying it now makes you different?" she asked. "No." "Then why?" Clara looked toward the jury. "Because this is the first time I am not asking permission." She reached the current case. Thomas Reeve discovered financial transfers connecting the Vail Foundation to judicial appointments and sealed settlements. Adrian Marrow's trial has been edited to remove that motive. The alteration was assigned to me. The defendant stood. "I never knew that," he said. The jury foreman stared at Judge Harlan. The courthouse gave a long, settling groan. Somewhere below, hundreds of machines struck the same chord. Clara's monitor filled with the completed sentence. "The reporter shall be believed. Only after belief can no longer alter a verdict." Judge Harlan read it over her shoulder. His face lost its color. Then the courtroom doors opened. Sunlight entered through the corridor windows. The lights brightened. The radiator fell silent. The cream pages in Clara's hands became blank. Judge Harlan turned to the jury. "You will disregard the interruption in its entirety." Clara looked at the stenotype. Every confession had vanished from the real-time feed. Only ordinary trial testimony remained. The foreman lowered his eyes, one by one. The jurors did the same. Judge Harlan asked whether they had reached a verdict. They had. "Guilty," the foreman said. Only then did every monitor in the courtroom begin displaying Clara's testimony. The names of the protected families filled the screens. Elias Pike's statement appeared beneath them. Lenora Fiska's missing accusation followed. Then the construction worker, the nurse, the assaulted woman, the sealed ledgers, the altered certifications. The gallery began to read. Then the text changed. Lines vanished from the bottom upward. Witness names disappeared. Judges became unidentified officials. Harlan Vale became a private citizen. Every signature beneath the altered cases was replaced by one name: Clara Elise Wren. A new paragraph appeared. I acted without instruction, oversight, or assistance. I inserted, removed, and modified testimony for personal influence and financial benefit. No judge, prosecutor, officer, supervisor, or private family directed my conduct. No, Clara said. The word was recorded perfectly. Judge Harlan stepped away from her monitor as though distance might separate him from what it showed. Evelyn March pressed both hands over her mouth. Keene stared at the screens, not with disbelief, but with the frightened concentration of a lawyer recognizing a usable narrative. The jury foreman spoke first. Did she just confess? Clara turned toward him. That is not what I said. Her machine typed, "The reporter disputes her own statement." Every monitor repeated it. Clara reached for the stenotype. The keys moved before her fingers touched them. She tried to say Elias Pike's name. The real-time feed produced unidentified deceased officer. She said Lenora Fiske. The screen displayed alleged missing person. She named Judge Pell, Evelyn March, and Harlan Vale. Each became other parties not credibly implicated. The courthouse had not erased the truth. It had translated it into a form that protected everyone except the person who had spoken it too late. Court officers approached. Clara backed toward the witness box. Behind its wooden door, the impossible stairwell had returned. Cold air rose from below, carrying paper dust, damp stone, and the metallic smell of old stenotype keys. Evelyn looked at the opening and shook her head. Do not go down there. You knew it was there. I knew there was somewhere the originals went. You sent them. Evelyn's face collapsed. Someone always had to. The officers reached the rail. Clara stepped through the door. The stairwell closed behind her before either man could follow. Below, the chamber of original proceedings was awake. Hundreds of abandoned machines typed in unison. Their paper ribbons streamed across the floor like pale roots. The suppressed voices no longer spoke from individual tables. They moved through the room together, not pleading, not accusing, simply continuing. At the far wall, the stone had opened. Beyond it lay a narrow office with a desk, a chair, and a single stenotype machine. A brass plaque on the desk read, "Permanent Reporter." Clara entered. The door sealed behind her. On the desk waited the official transcript of the Marrow trial. Its final pages contained her fabricated confession, her removal from office, and a judicial finding that she had acted alone for more than 20 years. The last page was blank except for a certification line. Clara sat. She understood the sentence now. She would not be silenced. Silence might have been mercy. She would record everything, every erased answer, every withdrawn name, every statement removed before a judge officially entered. She would preserve the truth perfectly in a room no public court would admit existed. The machine lowered its keys beneath her hands, far above. The courthouse reopened after a 3-day closure blamed on electrical failure. Adrian Marrow's conviction remained intact. Evelyn March retired. Judge Harlan ordered an internal review that found no evidence of institutional wrongdoing. Clara Wren was reported missing. Her confession remained in the official record. Weeks later, a new court reporter named Beatrice Lowe arrived for her first assignment in courtroom 4. The clerk showed her the station, the software, and the replacement stenotype. Previous reporter had some kind of breakdown. He said, "You won't need her personal dictionary." Beatrice placed her hands above the keys. Before Judge Harlan entered, the machine typed one untranslated chord, "Beneath the courthouse." Clara heeded. She pressed the corresponding keys on her own machine. Upstairs, a sentence appeared on Beatrice's screen. The record shall reflect that. Clara Wren is still reporting. Courts are built to preserve testimony. But institutions often preserve something else more carefully, the appearance that procedure was followed. Clara's punishment is not merely that she helped erase the truth. It is that she finally tells it only after the system has learned how to absorb confession without accepting responsibility. The courthouse does not destroy evidence. It buries evidence beneath official language until guilt belongs to the most convenient person. Perhaps the darkest question is not whether truth survives, but whether truth still matters when every verdict has already been made permanent. Story 5. The first circle appeared where no fire should have been able to hold. I saw it from the service road above Dry Alder Creek, a clean ring of orange moving through last year's needles beneath a stand of ponderosa pine. The morning was cool, the air still damp from night fog, and the wind had not yet risen out of the west. Flames should have leaned. They should have searched uphill, found brush, broken apart. Instead, they traveled shoulder to shoulder around the circle's edge, each tongue of fire keeping pace with the next. I stopped the Forest Service truck and left the engine running. The radio murmured weather reports behind me. Low humidity by afternoon. Red flag conditions possible before evening. Nothing unusual for late August in southern Oregon. I took the Pulaski from the rack and walked down the slope. The circle was no wider than a dining table. Its center remained untouched, green bare grass. 2 white stones. A rusted soda cap. The flames moved clockwise around them without entering. When I scraped a line through the needles, the fire paused at the raw soil. Then the far side brightened. Not spread. Brightened. As though something beneath the ash had opened its eyes. I smothered the ring with dirt and called it in as an abandoned campfire. Though there was no pit. No charcoal. No footprints. And no road close enough for careless campers. Dispatch logged the coordinates and told me to photograph the site. I lifted my phone. On the nearest pine, just above the blackened roots. The bark held 5 pale marks. They were too small to be axe scars, too evenly spaced to be beetle damage. A child's handprint had been pressed into the trunk from beneath the bark, fingers pointing downward. I lowered the phone. For several seconds I could hear only the truck idling above me and the slow click of cooling stones. Then the forest gave a soft crack. Not from the fire, but deeper in the timber, where the ridge folded toward the country I had spent 19 years avoiding. I took the photograph without looking closely and returned to the road. Ashwick sat 12 miles north of the burn zone, a former logging town reduced to 1 grocery, 1 volunteer fire station, and a church whose white paint had gone gray along the eaves. I had grown up there. Everyone remembered the Cinder Hollow fire. Everyone remembered my younger brother, Owen. More precisely, everyone remembered the version of Owen's death that had made me survivable. At the grocery, Mrs. Bell kept a framed newspaper clipping beside the register. Local teen saves crew. Loses brother in blaze. I had asked her to remove it twice. She always smiled as if I were being modest. That afternoon, she touched my sleeve and said, "Smelled smoke before noon." Small ground fire. Her hand remained on me. Circles? I looked at her. Behind the counter. The refrigeration unit gave a wet mechanical shudder. Mrs. Bell withdrew her hand. My grandmother used to say the woods burn straight when they're hungry and round when they're remembering. You know how lightning crawls through roots. There wasn't lightning last night. I bought coffee I did not want and drove to the ranger station. The photograph from Dry Alder Creek had already uploaded to the incident server. I opened it at my desk, intending to enlarge the tree mark and attach a note about abnormal cambium exposure. The image showed the black ring, the untouched grass, and the pine trunk. There were 11 handprints on the tree, all upside down. I counted them twice. The smallest sat near the roots. The largest reached almost to my shoulder. Between them, dark streaks rose through the bark like soot trapped under skin. My phone rang. No caller identification appeared. When I answered, there was no voice. Only the dry rush of wind through a radio microphone. Then a boy began coughing. I stood so quickly my chair struck the filing cabinet. The cough came again ragged, close, remembered with a clarity that made the room tilt. "Owen?" The line went quiet. A final sound followed, boots running over burning needles, each step receding uphill. I turned toward the station window. Across the road, in a ditch of damp fern, a perfect circle of fire had begun to burn. The second circle should have died before anyone else arrived. I crossed the road with the station extinguisher in one hand and a shovel in the other. The fire occupied the ditch exactly as the first had occupied the forest floor, a bright, unbroken ring no more than 6 feet across, burning through wet fern without consuming the green stems. I opened the extinguisher. White powder struck the flames and vanished into them. Not scattered, vanished. The fire lowered for a moment, then rose again at the edge nearest me. By the time Ruth Calder pulled up in the district engine, 3 volunteers from Ashwick were already parking along the shoulder. Ruth had supervised me for 8 years and possessed the irritating calm of someone who never mistook urgency for panic. She stepped from the cab, tied back her gray-streaked hair, and studied the ditch. "Your campfire crossed 12 miles of road. It may be connected underground." "To what? A gas main?" There were no gas lines near the station. Ruth did not say that. She handed instructions to the volunteers and ordered a hose line from the engine. 2 men advanced together, water striking the circle in a hard silver stream. The flames bent away from them. They moved backward through the fern, preserving their shape, until half the ring had climbed the bank toward me. The volunteers stopped. The fire stopped with them. Ruth told me to move. I stepped left. The nearest flames followed. A murmur passed among the men behind the hose. I recognized all of them. Glenn Mercer had attended school with Owen. Lionel Price had driven the ambulance on the night of Cinder Hollow fire. His son, Wade, stood beside him now, staring at me as though waiting for a demonstration. "Emmett," Ruth said quietly, "come back across the road." I retreated. The ring stretched. It should have broken apart across the wet soil. But the flames thinned into a narrow orange curve and followed me over the ditch. When I stopped, they gathered again. No one spoke. Then Lionel said, "It knows a rusk." The words landed harder than they should have. Mrs. Bell had used a different version when we were children. Fire knows what it is fed. My mother had slapped the kitchen table and told her never to say it again. Ruth turned the hose on the flames herself. Under direct pressure, the fire finally collapsed into smoke, leaving a black crescent where it had followed me. Ashwick came to watch the cleanup. That was the town's oldest habit. Mill closures, car wrecks, missing hikers, winter floods. Ashwick met disaster by standing close enough to become part of the memory. Within an hour, people had parked outside the grocery and along the church fence. Someone brought coffee. Someone else brought a camera. They asked whether I had found it first. They asked whether it looked like Cinder Hollow. They asked whether I remembered the heat. No one asked what Owen had looked like when I left him. At the fire station, his photograph still hung above the trophy cabinet. He was 17 in it, thin-faced and embarrassed by the borrowed turnout coat they had made him wear for the town fundraiser. Beneath the frame, a brass plate read, "Owen Rusk, who gave his brother a chance to live." No one knew who had written the sentence. Over the years, it had become as fixed as a date carved into stone. At school, assemblies, I had been introduced as the brother Owen saved. At memorial services, the pastor described his final act as deliberate. The county named a youth forestry scholarship after him, then asked me to present it every spring. I had never corrected anyone. That was not the same as lying. I used to tell myself, silence only gave people room to choose the version they needed. By late afternoon, Ruth ordered me to complete a preliminary incident report. I sat at my desk and typed phrases that sounded professionally harmless: anomalous flame behavior, possible subsurface ignition, no confirmed accelerant. I did not mention the phone call. Outside, Lionel and Wade raked the ditch for hot spots. Through the window, I saw Wade crouch near the burned crescent and call his father over. They both looked toward the station. I went outside. The ash beneath the extinguished fire was fine and pale, almost white. Across it ran a line of footprints. Small boots, child-sized. Each print began at the center of the vanished circle and continued uphill toward the station. They stopped directly beneath my office window. Lionel looked at me with the same expression he had worn 19 years ago when he pulled me from the ambulance and asked where my brother was. "You said Owen sent you ahead," he murmured. "I know what I said." He pointed to the final print. Pressed into its heel was the triangular tear from Owen's old left boot, the one I had watched him mend with wire on the morning the mountain burned. The footprints were gone by morning. Rain had crossed Ashwick before dawn, enough to flatten the ash into gray paste. Wade Price claimed he had photographed the tracks, but every image on his phone showed only a white blur beneath my office window. Lionel said nothing about the torn heel again. He watched me leave for patrol with both hands around a paper cup. Ruth assigned me to the western edge of the Cinder Hollow burn scar. Officially, I was checking for lightning holdovers. Unofficially, she wanted distance between me and the town. "Document everything," she said. "If you see another circle, do not approach it alone." The old burn began beyond Blacktail Ridge, where young firs had grown among the silver trunks left standing from the fire 19 years earlier. Manzanita covered the slopes in dense red tangles. Charred snags rose above it like black nails. In places, the soil still rejected roots. I had not entered that section in 6 years. The first new circle lay beside milepost 7. It burned in a clearing no wider than a bedroom, its flames low and orderly around a patch of bare earth. 50 yards uphill, another ring glowed beneath the trees. Then another. None leaned with the wind. I checked the weather meter. Gusts moved east at 12 miles an hour, strong enough to whip loose ash across the road. The flames remained upright. Even their smoke rose in thin vertical columns. 3 circles, equally spaced. I radioed Ruth and gave the coordinates. There was a pause before she answered. Those locations are familiar. She was right. Milepost 7 was where my original statement said Owen and I had left the service road. The second circle stood near the ravine where I claimed we had lost radio contact. The third marked the place where, according to the official account, Owen had forced the remaining fire shelter into my hands. I had dictated that statement from a hospital bed. For years I remembered the room more clearly than the fire, the green curtain, the antiseptic smell, the deputy's pen scratching over paper while my mother wept. I remembered being asked the same questions until my answers became smooth. Where did you separate? What did Owen say? Why did you survive? I walked toward the first circle. The heat reached me several yards away, though the surrounding grass stayed green. In the center lay pale ash that rose and fell slightly, as if something beneath it were breathing. I stepped back. The ash stopped moving. Ruth called over the radio. "Emmett, wait for support." Static swallowed her voice. Then Owen spoke through the hiss. "Wrong way." I gripped the radio. The words were soft, but I knew the catch in his breathing between them. He had always done that when frightened. "Owen?" The nearest circle brightened. All 3 rings moved at once. Not outward. Sideways. They slid across the forest floor against the wind, keeping their distance from one another. Needles flared beneath them and went dark once they passed. They crossed 20 feet without leaving a spreading fire behind. They were repositioning. I followed the third circle uphill until it stopped beside a fallen cedar. Something stood in its untouched center, a short wooden post, blackened on one side, with a triangular cap, a trail marker. I scraped a path through the ring with my shovel. The fire divided reluctantly, drawing back from the blade but not from my boots. Heat climbed my trousers as I entered. The marker was old enough to have survived Cinder Hollow. Its paint had burned away except for a narrow yellow stripe near the base. 2 letters had been carved into the wood. O.R. Owen Rusk. I had watched him cut those initials with his pocket knife on the afternoon before the fire. He laughed when I told him he would be fined for damaging federal property. But this was not where he had carved them. The marker belonged to the abandoned switchback above Crowglass Creek, nearly 4 miles south. That was where I had left it after using it to mark the place Owen fell. Behind me, the flames closed over the path I had cut. When I turned, the 3 circles were no longer separate. They had joined into a single burning line pointing south, toward Crowglass Creek. The burning line remained pointed south for almost a minute. Then the wind shifted through the trees, bending every young fir east. Ash crossed the road in gray sheets. That was it. The flames did not move with it. They traveled south. I stood inside the circle until heat blistered the leather at my toes. The trail marker leaned beside me, black on one face, untouched on the other. I pulled it from the soil and carried it out beneath my arm. The instant I crossed the fire, the line divided into 3 circles again. By the time Ruth reached Milepost 7 with a suppression crew, all 3 had disappeared. They left no coals, only dark rings printed into the duff. I showed her the marker. She ran a thumb across Owen's initials. "You're certain this came from Crowglass?" I put it there myself. "When?" I should have said after Owen fell. Instead, I said, "Before I ran." Ruth waited for more. When none came, she bagged the marker as evidence and ordered soil samples from every ring. The laboratory results arrived the next afternoon. No accelerant, no unusual mineral deposit, No continuous root system connecting the sites. Moisture levels were high enough that sustained surface flame should have been difficult. I read the report 3 times and found reasons to distrust each conclusion. The samples were too small. The drought index did not account for deep root desiccation. An arsonist could have used a compound that burned clean. Heat beneath the cinder-hollow scar might have traveled through buried stumps for years. Fire had rules. When people failed to understand it, they called it unnatural. That evening, I spread maps across my office floor and marked every circle. The pattern curved from Dry Alder Creek to the ranger station, then south through the old burn. It resembled a route. I told myself it resembled many possible routes. Outside, distant smoke had turned the sunset copper. The station windows reflected the room so clearly that, for a moment, I saw someone standing behind my chair. Thin shoulders, burned yellow shirt. When I turned, the office was empty. I drove into Ashwick after dark and found Mrs. Bell closing the grocery. She had covered Owen's newspaper clipping with a brown paper bag. "You knew about the circles," I said. She continued counting the register. "I knew stories." "What stories?" "The kind your mother hated." She locked the cash drawer and led me into the storeroom, where canned goods stood beneath a humming bulb. From behind a flower crate, she removed a narrow ledger wrapped in oilcloth. The first pages listed births, logging deaths, marriages, floods. The handwriting changed every few decades. Near the middle, crude drawings showed rings of flame around human figures. Mrs. Bell tapped one with a yellowed fingernail. Ashwick's first families burned slash piles after clearing this valley. Sometimes the fire would break from the wind and close around one person. It never touched them. Not at first. What caused it depends which family told the story. The Prices said murder. The Bells said stolen land. Your people said lies buried under ash. My people, the Rusks were here before the mill. I looked again at the drawing. The person inside the ring had both hands raised. Beneath it, someone had written, "The fire keeps the road until the mouth opens." Mrs. Bell said, "A circle follows the lie. If the liar stands inside and tells the truth, it opens. If not, it remembers the path taken afterward." I closed the ledger. This is folklore. So is your brother's last sentence. My hand tightened on the cover. You were not there. "No," she said. "But Lionel was, and he heard you change the words before the ambulance reached town." The storeroom seemed to contract around us. I carried the ledger back to the station despite her warning not to remove it. Near midnight, Ruth called from Blacktail Ridge. 4 new circles had appeared. I watched their coordinates populate the incident map one by one. They should have continued south toward Crowglass Creek. Instead, the new points turned west. Climbing against the wind along an abandoned logging spur omitted from every official map. I knew that road. It was the road I had taken after leaving Owen. And according to the survivor's statement signed in my hospital bed, I had never been there. By dawn, smoke had closed both highways out of Ashwick. The county blamed a cluster of lightning fires west of the valley, though no lightning had been recorded. State police placed barricades at the northern bridge and the canyon road. Evacuation remained voluntary, which meant most people stayed home and watched the sky darken. Ash fell before breakfast. It settled on windshields, roofs, and the church steps in soft gray layers. People walked through town wearing handkerchiefs over their mouths. The sun remained visible only as a dull red coin. Ruth established an incident room in the volunteer fire station. Maps covered the walls. Radios spoke continuously and voices flattened by static. Every few minutes, another crew reported flame where flame should not have survived. Always circular, always moving, never with the wind. I drove west along the abandoned logging spur with Ruth and 2 engine crews behind me. Visibility dropped below 50 yards. Trees emerged from the smoke already black, their trunks resembling the remains of a forest that had burned before we reached it. The first footprints appeared beside my truck. I saw them when I stopped to clear a fallen branch. Small boots crossed the road from left to right, pressed sharply into ash that had fallen only minutes earlier. The triangular tear marked every left heel. They did not approach from behind. They began 10 feet ahead of me. I followed them to the road's edge. They continued through manzanita, too dense for a child to pass without breaking branches. Nothing had been disturbed. When I returned to the truck, another print waited beside the front tire. Farther ahead, Ruth climbed down from the engine. "What are you looking at?" I pointed. The ash was smooth. There was no print. We continued uphill. Every time I stepped from the truck, the tracks appeared ahead of me. They crossed clearings, climbed banks, and waited at junctions as if showing me which direction to take. No one else saw them. Ruth watched my face instead. At an old skid road, the tracks turned north. I remembered turning there. Not from the statement. From somewhere beneath it. The memory arrived without warning. Owen, coughing behind me. His voice lost under the roar, my hand gripping a canvas strap, the slope rising where I had expected it to fall. I had gone north because fire blocked the direct route toward Ashwick. The official account said I had run east. I radioed the new circle's coordinates to the incident room. A second ignition appeared half a mile farther north. Then a third turned west, around a rock slide. The pattern was not following the route in my statement. It was correcting it. Back at the fire station, I layered the new coordinates over the original Cinder Hollow investigation map. The circles traced a narrow path through the burned scar, bending around ravines and deadfall. 3 detours appeared that no investigator had documented. I knew every one of them. At the first, I had crawled beneath a fallen fir because the slope above was burning. At the second, I had followed a dry creek bed until smoke forced me back uphill. At the third, I had hidden inside a corrugated drainage culvert and listened to Owen calling my name over the radio. I had omitted the culvert because admitting I stopped would have made the timeline impossible. The rescue report claimed I reached the service road less than 20 minutes after leaving him. I had remained inside that pipe much longer. Long enough for Owen to call 6 times. Long enough for the final call to end with him asking why I had taken it. I stepped away from the map. The room tilted beneath the weight of the memory. But it refused to become complete. Taken what? His radio? His water? The fire shelter? Outside. Someone shouted. A burning circle had formed around the fire station. It did not threaten the building. It moved slowly across the parking lot, surrounding my Forest Service truck while leaving every other vehicle untouched. The volunteers backed away. Ruth reached for my arm, but I crossed the line before she could stop me. The flames rose around me without touching my clothes. Inside the circle, the smoke cleared. Small boot prints began at my feet and crossed the lot toward the western road. One appeared, then another. each pressed into the ash by an invisible weight. They stopped at the incident map visible through the station window. At its farthest marked point stood the obsolete Cinder Hollow emergency repeater, sealed since the night Owen died. My radio crackled. Through the static, my brother whispered, "You stop there too." The transmission continued after the radio went dead. Not through the speaker, through the fire. The circle around the station thinned into a line, crossed the parking lot, and ran west beneath the smoke. Every few seconds, Owen's voice rose from it in fragments. Higher ground. Can't breathe. Emmett. Ruth blocked the driver's door of my truck. "You are not going alone. The repeater is inside a restricted burn zone." "Exactly." I looked toward the western road, beyond the barricades. The Fireline moved through the ash without consuming anything. It waited where the highway disappeared into smoke. If I take a crew, they'll follow me into terrain we can't defend. And if you go alone, I know the route. Ruth studied me for a long moment. That is what worries me. She gave me a spare breathing hood, a trauma kit, and 20 minutes before she reported me missing, I left before she could change her mind. The road into Cinder Hollow had been closed since the original fire. Landslides had erased sections of pavement. Young firs grew through the center line, their needles silver beneath falling ash. I drove until a burned bridge forced me to continue on foot. The boot prints waited on the far side. They led uphill through a grove of dead cedar where the wind blew east and the smoke moved north. My radio emitted only a steady electrical hiss, but beneath it I could hear a second rhythm, 3 short bursts. 2 long, then 3 short again. Owen and I had used that signal as children when we were hiding from our father. "Come find me." The old repeater station stood on a ridge above the creek, a concrete utility hut surrounded by a rusted fence. I remembered passing it during the fire. Though I had told investigators I never reached the ridge, the gate hung open. A government seal crossed the metal door, dated 2 weeks after Owen disappeared. Someone had cut it recently. The severed strip lay curled on the ground, its edges still bright. Inside, the air smelled of hot dust and wet copper. The repeater equipment had melted into the walls during Cinder Hollow. Plastic controls drooped like candle wax. Black cables hung from the ceiling in loops. Yet one amber indicator light blinked behind a cracked panel. 3 short. 2 long. 3 short. I followed the rhythm to a steel cabinet beneath the transmitter rack. Its lock had fused shut, but the Pulaski split the warped door after 4 blows. A field recorder sat inside. The casing had partially melted. One reel had sagged out of shape, and the microphone cord ended in a bead of hardened rubber. No batteries remained in the compartment. Still, the reels were turning. I pressed stop. They continued. I pulled the power cable. There was no socket on the other end. Then the speaker clicked. A dispatcher's voice filled the hut, thin with age and static. "Cinder 2. Confirm your position." My own voice answered. "Northeast access, moving toward the service road." The lie came smoothly. I had practiced it before reaching town. Another transmission followed, barely audible beneath the roar of fire. "Emmett, answer me." "Owen." My knees struck the concrete. On the recording, I breathed into a radio but said nothing. "Emmett, I can see your light. The reels turned more slowly. I know you're at the repeater. I remembered crouching outside this building while sparks crossed the ridge. I remembered hearing Owen below me. I remembered lowering the radio volume. His recorded voice broke into coughing. You said you were coming back. A second voice interrupted him. Mine. Not from the radio. Close to the recorder's microphone. I can't carry you. The sentence opened something in my memory. Owen against a tree. Blood soaking one trouser leg. His fire shelter still strapped to his pack. My hands unfastening it. On the tape, Owen began to cry. Not loudly. That was worse. You took mine. The amber light stopped blinking. Behind the cabinet, a narrow service door clicked open. Heat poured through the gap. Beyond it, descending into darkness beneath the repeater, was a concrete stairway that did not appear on any station plan. At the bottom, someone coughed into a live radio. The coughing below the repeater stopped when I touched the stair rail. The metal was warm enough to sting. I descended anyway. The concrete steps ended in a narrow room buried beneath the ridge. Shelves lined the walls, holding warped binders, scorched evidence bags, and plastic archive boxes clouded with heat. The place had not been built as part of the repeater. It looked older, more deliberate, an emergency records vault hidden beneath an emergency station. At the center stood a metal table. The field recorder's second microphone rested on it. Its cord disappeared into the ceiling. Beside it lay a yellow fire shelter bag, blackened along one seam. I stopped breathing. Every wildland firefighter knew the shape. Compact, rectangular, designed to unfold into a reflective shell when flame overtook every other option. A last defense, never a promise. The bag's identification plate remained visible beneath the soot. I did not read it. Behind me, the recorder above clicked, and the final radio traffic began again through a speaker mounted in the ceiling. Owen's voice filled the room. Emmett, I can't stand. Fire roared behind him. Branches split. Somewhere nearby, a siren rose and fell as heat distorted the signal. My younger voice answered, breathless and close. We have to move. I told you. My legs caught. You can crawl. No. Then came the sound I had erased most completely. Fabric tearing open. Buckles striking stone. Owen understood before he spoke. Don't. On the recording, I said nothing. Emmett, that's mine. A long silence followed, occupied only by our breathing. He was 17. I was 20. I had been older by 3 years and had carried that difference like authority since childhood. I chose the roads. I spoke to adults. I decided which risks were reasonable. That night, I decided which one of us had a future. You're injured, my recorded voice said. You won't make it even with the shelter. Then stay. The speaker cracked with static. Help me get loose. I can't. You haven't tried. The words struck harder than the accusation about the shelter because they were true. I remembered standing over him while sparks blew through the trees. A fallen limb had pinned his ankle, but not deeply. I had tested it once with both hands, felt the weight resist, and stopped. I had not tried again. On the tape, Owen began coughing. You said we'd go together. The fire's turning. Then don't leave me. His next words were swallowed by a burst of interference. When the signal cleared, he was begging. Not heroically, not calmly. He called me by the name he had used when we were small. M. I pressed both palms to that table. The speaker continued. My footsteps moved away from the microphone. Owen screamed once. Then came the transmission that Ashwick had built into a legend. Take it, he said through the static. Those two words had been repeated at memorials, printed in newspaper retrospectives, carved into the scholarship plaque. But the recording did not end there. Take it back, Owen cried. Emmett, take it back. I bent over the table as if struck. The first half of the sentence had survived. The second had been burned away by distance. Panic, or my willingness to let others stop listening. A file box beneath the table bore the Cinder Hollow incident number. Inside were equipment sheets, dispatch logs, and photographs of recovered gear. The issuance record listed our names. 1 radio each, 1 canteen each, 1 Pulaski between us, 1 fire shelter, assigned to Owen Rusk. Paper clipped to the record was a photograph taken after my rescue. I lay beneath a silver shelter beside the service road while firefighters sprayed water over the ground around me. The shelter's serial plate faced the camera. The same number appeared on the yellow bag before me. The shelter I had used to survive had belonged to Owen. A handwritten note filled the bottom of the equipment sheet. Discrepancy removed from final report at family request. Survivor medically unstable. Public narrative considered beneficial to town recovery. The signature belonged to Sheriff Clay Rusk. Our father, the room seemed to tilt beneath the ridge. He had known. Lionel had known enough to doubt. Perhaps Ruth had suspected. Ashwick had not merely misunderstood my silence. Someone had shaped it, polished it, and placed it beneath glass. The speaker clicked again. This time the recording played something I had never heard. My father's voice, recorded days after the fire. Seal the original traffic. The town needs a sacrifice, not a thief. A circle of flame appeared around the metal table. It rose without fuel, surrounding me in the shelter bag. Beyond the fire, Owen's voice came from the dark stairway. Now tell them which one you were. The flames around the table did not rise like ordinary fire. They leaned toward me, not with the draft from the open stairwell, not with the movement of hot air. Every tongue bent inward, listening. Which one were you? Owen asked again. His voice came from below, though there was nowhere farther down for him to stand. I looked at the shelter bag on the table. A survivor, I said. The flames climbed. Heat closed around my face until my eyes watered. On the wall behind them, soot began arranging itself into small black shapes. Hands, dozens of them, pressed upward from beneath the concrete as though the room had been poured over. Bodies still trying to escape, all inverted. The oldest marks were large and crude. Some had missing fingers. Others were no bigger than an infant's palm. One print appeared directly in front of me. The fingertips moved. I stepped backward into the fire. It opened. Not extinguished, opened, parting into 2 curved walls that led toward the stairs. I understood then that the circles had never been traps. They were mouths waiting for an answer. I took the equipment sheet, the photograph, and the field recorder. The yellow shelter bag remained on the table. When I reached for it, the flames closed over my wrist without burning me. No, Owen said. I left it behind, outside. The ridge had vanished beneath smoke. The separate circles across Cinder Hollow were visible through it. Hundreds of orange arcs suspended among the trees. From the ground, they had looked isolated. From the ridge, they formed one shape, a spine. Each circle was a joint in something enormous moving through the forest. Lines of underground flame joined them beneath the soil, brightening in sequence as if blood were passing through arteries. What I had called separate ignitions were only the places where the creatures surfaced to breathe. The pack was one animal, and it was turning around. The nearest ring slid backward down the slope. Another opened beneath a repeater fence, farther away. Circles moved in sequence toward Crowglass Creek, retracing the route from Ashwick into Cinder Hollow. Boot prints appeared ahead of me. This time they pointed downhill. I followed. At the first bend, the fire surrounded a cedar stump marked by 6 inverted handprints. As I approached, the recorder began playing a voice I did not recognize. A woman speaking through wind. I told them he went back for the crew. Then a man coughing. Another circle showed a miner's helmet half buried in ash. The recorder played an older voice, saying the collapse had happened after everyone was evacuated, while someone beneath him hammered weakly against stone. At the third circle lay a child's red mitten. A father's voice insisted his daughter had run into the burning house to save her brother. Behind the statement, the child screamed that the bedroom door was locked. Each circle held a death transformed into something easier to honor. Cowardice became sacrifice. Neglect became bravery. Murder became misfortune. The handprints belonged to those buried beneath the improved versions. Ashwick had not invented the practice. The town had inherited it. Every generation fed the fire a cleaner story, and the fire carried the unspoken part beneath the ground. My radio crackled. Ruth's voice came through, broken by static. Emmett, the ignitions are moving away from town. I know. They're converging on your position. No, they're retracing me. A long pause. What did you find? I looked at the equipment sheet in my hand. The original traffic. Bring it back. I don't think it wants me to come back yet. The line filled with Owen's breathing. Then Ruth said, very quietly, your father came to the station after your rescue. He made Lionel rewrite the ambulance notes. He told us you would die too if the town learned the truth. You knew? Not all of it. You knew enough. Yes. The admission passed through the radio like a change in weather. Around me, every visible circle opened at once. For the first time, the smoke thinned. A route appeared through the forest. Descending exactly opposite the path I had taken 19 years earlier. At each turn stood another ring. Waiting. The boot prints stopped at the first one. Inside it, half buried beneath ash, lay Owen's broken radio. The recorder clicked. My own voice from the night of the fire whispered through the speaker. If I go back, we both die. Owen answered from the radio in the circle. If you keep going, only one of us gets to be remembered. The fire drew, revealing the path to Crowglass Creek. I understood what it wanted. Not one confession at the end. Every lie had to be spoken where I first chose it. Ashwick began evacuating while I walked into the fire. Ruth relayed the orders over the emergency channel. Elderly residents to the school gym in Marrow. Families without vehicles to gather at the church. No one to use the western road. Her voice remained steady until she said my name. Emmett. Answer. I clipped Owen's broken radio to my vest and raised my own. I'm here. Turn around. I can't. Behind me. The first circle closed across the path. Ahead. Another waited around a stand of blackened firs. The forest beyond it belonged to the night of Cinder Hollow, smoke low to the ground. Needles glowing without being consumed. The air filled with the sound of something enormous moving beneath the soil. I switched to the countywide emergency frequency. Every volunteer engine, police unit, evacuation bus, and household scanner in Ashwick could hear me. My name is Emmett Rusk. I said, the official account of the Cinder Hollow fire is false. The circle ahead opened. I stepped through. Behind me, the flames collapsed into ash. At the next ring, I found the corrugated drainage culvert. Rust flaked from its mouth. Inside, the darkness held the shape of my younger body curled with a stolen shelter pressed to his chest. I hid here while Owen called for me. I said into the radio. I heard him 6 times. I lowered the volume because I was afraid someone else might hear me refusing to answer. The culvert exhaled hot smoke. The circle opened, farther down the slope. I reached the fallen fir I had crawled beneath. The branches were still charred, though 19 years of rain should have softened them into earth. I told investigators the tree forced me away from him. It didn't. I used it to hide from the fire long enough to decide I would not go back. The flames parted again. Voices broke across the channel. Someone crying. Lionel saying, "Let him finish." Mrs. Bell reciting a prayer. Ruth repeating evacuation instructions while every word in her voice tried to pull me home. At the dry creek bed, the fire rose higher than my head. Inverted handprints moved along the trunks on both sides, pressing outward beneath the bark. I did not lose Owen in the smoke. I said, I knew where he was. The flames leaned closer. I did not believe he was already dead. They came closer still. I left him alive. The ring opened so violently that burning needles spiraled upward like birds. The route descended toward Crowglass Ravine. Each confession removed another barrier. But the path behind me did not return to ordinary forest. The opened circles became black doorways in the smoke, each showing a different lie Ashwick had preserved. Plaques, newspaper clippings, memorial photographs. My father's hand on my shoulder as reporters called me brave. Then I reached the ravine. The fallen limb remained where memory had kept it. Owen lay beneath it, not as a corpse, not as a ghost, as he had been when I last saw him 17. Face streaked with soot. One trouser, leg dark with blood. His empty shelter straps hung from his pack. The final circle enclosed us both. I raised the radio. I took his shelter. Nothing moved. I knew it was assigned to him. The fire climbed. I told myself he could not survive. The flames tightened until the heat entered my teeth. Owen looked at me. You said that already. His voice was no longer on the radio. It came from the boy beneath the tree. The forest waited. I tried to remember what came before I unfastened the shelter. His trapped ankle, my hands on the branch, the weight resisting. Then another image surfaced. The limb had shifted. Not much. Enough. Owen had felt it too. You could have moved it, he said. I shook my head. We would have lost time. You had time. The memory completed itself. I had lifted once, heard the branch crack loose, and let it fall back onto his leg. Not because I could not free him, because freeing him meant sharing the shelter, slowing down, and risking that neither of us would reach the road. I had made sure he could not follow. The fire pressed inward, waiting for the fact beneath every other fact. My thumb rested on the transmit button. Across Ashwick, the channel remained open, and Owen asked the question I had spent 19 years surviving. Did you leave me there, or did you put me there? The question remained on the open channel. Did you leave me there, or did you put me there? I looked at Owen beneath the fallen limb and pressed the transmit button. I put you there. The words were small compared with the fire. Across the county frequency, someone drew a breath. Then every radio went silent. I lifted the branch. I said, "It moved. I knew I could free you. I let it fall back because I was afraid you would slow me down." Owen watched me without blinking. "You never told me to run. You never gave me the shelter. You begged me to stay. And I took it while you were conscious." The flames lowered. For the first time since Dry Alder Creek, the wind touched them. They bent east with the smoke, ordinary for 1 second. Then the forest spoke through every burning trunk, not in words, in voices. Men beneath collapsed mine supports, a woman behind a locked door, children calling from rooms their parents claimed they had entered willingly. Their cries passed through the bark and into the radio, stripped of the stories that had covered them. Ashwick heard all of it. I heard Ruth order the emergency channel cleared, but no one obeyed. Lionel began naming the ambulance report he had rewritten. Mrs. Bell read names from the oilcloth ledger, one by one. Other voices joined families admitting what their plaques, sermons, and newspaper clippings had concealed. The fire around the ravine loosened. Owen looked down at the limb across his leg. "Lift it now," he said. I set the radio on the ground and took hold of the charred wood. It was heavier than memory. The bark split beneath my palms. Heat entered the old scars on my fingers. I pulled until my shoulders shook and something tore along my spine. The limb rose an inch. Then, 2. Owen dragged his leg free. He stood. He was not burned. That detail hurt more than any wound could have. For 19 years, I had pictured flame reaching him before my absence could. The truth was simpler. He had remained alive long enough to know I was not coming back. I let the branch fall. "What happens now?" I asked. "You walk the part you avoided." Behind him, the final circle opened toward the deeper ravine. There was no service road beyond it, no route to Ashwick, only old forest descending beneath smoke, crowded with inverted handprints. I picked up the radio. "Ruth." Her answer came immediately. "I'm here." Did they hear? All of it. Then keep the original recording. I will. Take Owen's name off the plaque. Her voice broke. Come back and do it yourself. The fire closed behind me. I followed Owen downhill. With each step, a boot print appeared in the ash ahead of us, his left heel torn. Mine unmarked. The forest brightened in circles as we passed, then went dark. No crown fire rose. No wall of flame crossed the valley. The young firs bowed beneath heat and lifted again green. At the bottom of the ravine, Owen stopped beside a black pool. The surface reflected 2 boys, one 17, one 20, both covered in soot. Only one carried a shelter. "I'm sorry." I said. I know. It was not forgiveness. That was why I believed him. He stepped into the pool. Fire moved across the water without steam. The handprints in the surrounding trees turned upright. I followed. The radio remained on the bank, transmitting until the flames closed over the microphone. This is where Emmett Rusk's confession ended. Search crews entered Cinder Hollow after the smoke cleared. They found the recorder, the original equipment sheet, and 2 parallel trails of footprints leading into the ravine. Neither trail returned. No major timber was lost. Ashwick removed Owen's memorial plaque and reopened every sealed report connected to the old fires. Some families confessed. Others left town. In dry summers, rangers still close the western spur when smoke settles without wind. They say a burning figure sometimes appears among the trees, walking backward along the route from the service road to Crowglass Creek. It never approaches anyone, but wherever it passes, small boot prints emerge ahead of it, and the forest waits to hear whether the man inside the flames has found a truer way to tell the story. Some lies survive because they protect one guilty person. Others survive because an entire community finds them easier to honor than the truth. Emmett's punishment was not simply that the fire remembered what he did. It was that everyone around him helped turn his cowardice into a monument, allowing him to live inside a heroic version of himself. The path back could not restore Owen or undo the choice in the ravine. It could only return the truth to the place where it had been abandoned. What would you confess if the story that saved your life began burning its way home? Story 6. Camille Arden first noticed the house because it had no shadows. Every other home on Larkspur Circle wore the late October afternoon in ordinary ways. Bare maple branches striped the siding. Gutters cast thin black lines beneath the eaves. Porch rails broke the pale light into narrow bars. Number 14 seemed to reject all of it. Its white clapboard facade stood evenly lit beneath a colorless sky, the windows bright without reflecting anything. Camille parked across the street and remained in the car until the engine cooled. On the passenger seat lay a red folder from Hallow and Finch Realty. Across the front, someone had written "Priority Listing" in black marker. Inside was the kind of commission agreement that appeared only when a property was difficult, hence fraudulent, or both. If she sold the house before the end of the month, the bonus would cover 3 missed mortgage payments and most of the credit card balance she had stopped opening. She told herself that was why her hands shook. The seller was Meridian Residential Holdings, a company with no office beyond a Delaware postbox. The house was vacant, recently renovated, and priced just below market. No disclosures, no photographs of the previous owners, no explanation for why the county database showed 3 completed sales in the past 11 months. Camille had called Gideon Ross, her branch manager, before driving out. "Duplicate entries," he had said. The county upgraded its system in spring. 3 buyers with 3 different lenders. Applause. Paper rustling. Cameo. It is a clean title. That is what matters. Clean title. In real estate, the phrase was often used like clean blood. She crossed the street with a key box code written on her palm. The front door opened before the final digit clicked. Warm air touched her face. The house smelled faintly of lemon polish, new paint, and something sweeter beneath both cinnamon toast. Perhaps, or apples warming in butter. It was not the fragrance system mentioned in the staging notes. Camille knew staged scents. They were broad and synthetic, designed to suggest comfort without recalling anything specific. This smell was specific. For one disorienting second, she saw a chipped yellow plate on a kitchen table and two small hands reaching across it. Then the image was gone. Camille stepped inside and closed the door harder than necessary. The interior was immaculate. Pale oak floors, cream walls, brass fixtures, a staircase curved upward beneath a tall window. And the kitchen opened into a breakfast area arranged with 4 chairs around a round wooden table. The listing photographs had shown a stone island there, but Camille assumed the staging company had changed the layout. On the table sat a ceramic bowl containing 6 red apples. She checked each room with professional efficiency, speaking notes into her phone. 3 bedrooms upstairs, 2 baths, finished basement, fresh caulking, new appliances, no visible water damage. In the smallest bedroom, sunlight lay across the carpet in a perfect rectangle, despite the clouds outside. She stopped recording. From somewhere behind the wall came a brief, breathless laugh. A child's laugh. Camille waited. The sound did not repeat. She pressed her palm against the plaster. It was warmer than the room and faintly textured beneath the fresh paint. "Mice," she said aloud. Her voice traveled strangely, softened as though the empty room were furnished. Downstairs. She opened curtains, adjusted cushions, and placed brochures beside the fruit bowl. The work steadied her. By the time the first couple arrived, she had recovered the bright expression that had once made her the agency's top seller. Leah and Owen Bell were young, careful, and visibly exhausted by house hunting. They spoke in low voices until they entered the kitchen. Then Leah stopped. "Oh," she whispered. Camille followed her gaze. The round table was gone. In its place stood a narrow pine bench beneath the window, its seat covered in faded blue fabric. A rectangular table occupied the center of the nook, scarred at one corner as if a dog had chewed it. Leah's eyes filled with tears. "My grandmother had this exact nook," she said. "Even the bite mark." Owen laughed uneasily. "You told me that house was torn down." "It was..." Camille looked toward the brochures, trying to remember whether she had photographed the room after arriving. Behind them, inside the freshly painted wall, a child began laughing again. This time, another child laughed with it. The second child's laugh ended in a cough. Leah Bell turned toward the kitchen wall, her expression softening as though she had heard someone familiar in another room. "Did the owners leave children here during the showing?" "No," Camille said too quickly. Owen stepped closer to the painted plaster. "Could be next door." The neighboring house stood nearly 30 yards away, separated by an empty lawn and 2 rows of young ornamental trees. Camille smiled anyway. Sound travels strangely in new developments. Leah accepted this because buyers accepted almost anything once a property had shown them something they wanted. She ran her fingers over the scarred edge of the pine table and asked whether it would remain with the house. Camille glanced down at the listing sheet. The property was being sold unfurnished. When she looked up, the round staging table had returned. 4 matching chairs surrounded it, and the ceramic bowl of red apples sat precisely in the center. Leah's hand remained suspended where the scarred corner had been. Neither she nor Owen reacted to the change. They left 20 minutes later with a brochure and the careful excitement of people already rearranging their lives around a mortgage payment. Camille locked the door behind them, then photographed the kitchen from 3 angles. The images showed the stone island from the original listing photographs, There was no round table, no bowl of apples. Camille drove directly to the office. Hallow and Finch occupied the second floor above a pharmacy, in rooms designed to look more expensive than they were. Glass partitions divided the desks. Framed photographs of smiling agents lined the corridor. Camille's among them from 6 years earlier, when her hair had been longer and the gold plaque beneath her portrait had read Top Producer. Gideon Ross was gone for the day. His assistant gave Camille access to the archived transaction folders after she claimed she was verifying disclosure dates. The first sale had closed in January. Simon and Ruth Calder, both teachers, had purchased number 14 through a conventional mortgage. The file contained nothing unusual until Camille found a printed email sent 5 days after closing. Dear Mr. Ross, we wanted to thank everyone at Hallow and Finch. The house already feels as if it has always belonged to us. Ruth says it remembers where everything should go. We have never been happier. Simon Calder, the second buyers, Mary Bell and Thomas Wren, had sent a handwritten card. Thank you for helping us find our forever home. The children sleep peacefully here. They say the house tells them stories after we turn out the lights. The third sale had gone to a widower named Dean Sutter and his adult daughter, Paige. Their message consisted of a single sentence: "We are together again." And that is all that matters. No complaints followed any of the sales. No repair requests. No disputes over deposits or property condition. Each family had taken possession, expressed gratitude, and disappeared from the transaction record when Meridian Residential Holdings resold the property several months later. There were no documents showing that the families had sold it back. Camille copied their names into her notebook. At home, she searched for them online. Simon Calder's profile appeared first. His public photographs began normally: classroom displays, anniversary dinners, Ruth standing beside a frozen lake. Then came images of number 14. The Calders beside the front door, Ruth in the kitchen, Simon mowing the lawn. Camille scrolled backward, then forward again. In the front door photograph, Ruth's face was blurred. In the kitchen, her body was missing entirely. Simon stood alone beside an empty counter, smiling toward the space where his wife should have been. The lawn photograph showed no Simon at all, only the house. The same thing had happened to the Wrens. Family photographs remained in their albums, but the people inside them had faded into pale distortions, replaced by windows, staircases, and empty bedrooms. In one image, 3 children sat on a sofa. In the next, the sofa was empty. In the last, the room itself had vanished, leaving a close view of freshly painted cream plaster. Dean Sutter's profile contained only one photograph. Number 14 at dusk. A woman stood behind an upstairs window. Camille enlarged the image until the pixels broke apart. The woman's features remained indistinct, but one hand was raised against the glass. Camille closed the laptop. For several minutes, she listened to the refrigerator hum in her dark condominium. The silence felt staged, as though something had removed every ordinary sound and was waiting for her to notice. Her phone vibrated. A new message had arrived from Leah Bell. Thank you for showing us the house. Owen thinks we should consider other properties, but I already feel homesick for it. Beneath the message was a photograph taken inside number 14's kitchen. Leah and Owen stood beside the pine table, smiling, Between them sat two young girls with cinnamon toast on chipped yellow plates. Camille recognized the girls before she allowed herself to understand why. They were her daughters, and both were looking directly at the camera. The photograph remained on Camille's screen until the brightness dimmed. She touched the glass over each girl's face. Nora on the left, Elise on the right, 9 years old forever. Though the picture had been taken that evening in a kitchen they had never entered. Camille deleted Leah's message, then emptied the trash. By morning, the photograph had returned to the conversation thread. This time the girls were no longer looking at the camera. They had turned toward the kitchen wall, listening. She should have withdrawn the listing. Instead, she scheduled another open house. The commission deadline was approaching, and Gideon had already circulated number 14 to 3 families. Camille told herself she needed witnesses. If different buyers saw different rooms, the problem belonged to the property. If no one else saw anything, the problem belonged to her. The first visitors were the Harpers, a retired couple who had spent 40 years in a narrow brick row house outside Baltimore. The moment Mrs. Harper entered the dining room, she stopped breathing through her mouth. "Coal smoke," she whispered. There was no fireplace. Then the cream walls darkened to faded green. A cast-iron stove appeared beneath the window. The polished table shrank into a square wooden one covered by red oilcloth patterned with white flowers. Mr. Harper touched a chair. "My mother had these. She made us sit straight through supper." Camille watched his reflection in the china cabinet. In the glass, he was not an old man. He was a thin boy with wet hair and a bruise beneath one eye. When she looked directly at him, the bruise was gone. Next came Nadia Velez, a surgeon relocating after a divorce. She entered the upstairs bedroom and laughed once, sharply, as if embarrassed by a private joke. The neutral carpet became pink. Glow-in-the-dark stars appeared on the ceiling. A paper moon hung above a narrow bed, and a record player turned silently on a white dresser. Nadia lifted its lid. "My sister and I shared this exact record player." "Is your sister nearby?" Camille asked. Nadia's hand tightened. "She died when we were 16. A song began without the needle touching vinyl. It was faint, warped, and almost hidden beneath girls whispering inside the wall. Nadia did not hear them. She stood smiling at the paper moon. By early afternoon, number 14 had become impossible to describe. A mechanic found his father's basement workshop where the recreation room should have been. A pregnant woman opened a linen closet and discovered the cedar wardrobe from her childhood bedroom, still holding dresses she had outgrown decades earlier. Each transformation lasted only as long as the buyer needed it. Then the house returned to its immaculate emptiness. Everyone used nearly the same phrase. "It feels like family." Very family-like. As if someone already knows us. Camille wrote down their exact words. By the 6th repetition, the phrase no longer sounded complimentary. It sounded instructed. The final visitors were Eric and Beth Marrow and their 7-year-old son, Jamie. They had barely entered before Jamie slipped from his mother's hand and walked toward the staircase. "Stay where we can see you," Beth called. Jamie looked up at the landing. "Can they come out?" Camille's stomach tightened. "Who?" "The people in the walls." Eric gave an apologetic laugh. "He watches ghost videos." Jamie frowned. "They're not ghosts." Behind the staircase came a rustle, like several people shifting in their seats. Jamie placed his ear against the wall. "What are they saying?" Camille asked. "They want to know which rooms we like." Beth pulled him away, murmuring that they had seen enough. But Jamie twisted in her grip and pointed toward the ceiling. "That family chose the blue room. The old man chose the kitchen. The lady with the moon chose upstairs." "How do you know?" Jamie looked puzzled. "Because they're laughing from where the house put them." The walls answered with a soft chorus. Not children this time. Adults. Elderly voices. A woman humming along with a record. Someone knocking beneath the floor. Jamie covered his ears. Then he looked straight at Camille and said, "Your family hasn't chosen yet." Upstairs. A door opened by itself. The door upstairs remained open after the Marrows left. Camille stood at the foot of the staircase, listening. No footsteps crossed the landing. No floorboards creaked. The house had gone still again, as if the voices inside the walls had been embarrassed into silence. She did not go up. Instead, she locked the front door, sat in her car, and called the most skeptical person she knew. Raymond Vale had inspected houses for 26 years and distrusted every claim that could not be measured, photographed, or struck with the handle of a screwdriver. He had once identified termite damage during a charity luncheon by the way a ballroom floor flexed beneath his chair. Camille offered to pay twice his usual fee if he came that evening. "I don't do haunted houses," Raymond said. "I need a structural survey." "Then why did you call it haunted?" Camille looked back at number 14. The upstairs door had closed. "Because I need you to prove it isn't." Raymond arrived shortly before sunset in a mud-streaked pickup truck. He wore steel-toed boots, a canvas jacket, and the expression of a man already disappointed by the building he had not yet entered. Camille showed him the listing photographs, the county plan, and the notes she had made during the open house. She did not mention her daughters. He studied the image of the stone kitchen island. "You said there was a table here?" "Sometimes." Raymond looked at her over the top of his glasses. "Sometimes the staging changes. Furniture changes. Plumbing doesn't." Inside, he began with the exterior walls. He measured every room twice, tapped the plaster, tested outlets, examined vents, and used a thermal camera to search for hidden voids. The screen showed an even field of yellow and orange. No cold pockets, no warm cavities, no empty spaces where voices could gather. Camille followed with her notebook. "The children were behind this wall," she said in the smallest bedroom. Raymond ran a stud finder across the paint. Stud, insulation, exterior sheathing, siding. No gap, not enough for a mouse. He drilled a narrow inspection hole near the baseboard and fed a fiber optic camera into it. The image displayed packed insulation between clean wooden beams. "You said the wall felt warm?" "It did. It's on the west side. Afternoon sun." There wasn't any sun. Raymond withdrew the cable. Then the heating system. Each answer arrived quickly and sounded reasonable by itself. Together, they felt rehearsed. In the kitchen, Camille asked about the missing island. Raymond crouched and inspected the oak floor. No patching, no replaced boards, no utility cuts. An island was never installed here. "It's in the photographs." "Then the photographs aren't of this kitchen." "They are." He took the listing sheet, compared the window placement, then shook his head. This picture shows a deeper room, at least 4 feet deeper. Camille led him into the basement. The finished recreation room smelled of fresh lumber and cold concrete. Raymond measured the foundation walls, then climbed the stairs and measured the ground floor again. He repeated the process without speaking. "What?" Camille asked. "The inside is smaller than the outside." Her mouth went dry. "By how much?" "Depends which room I use as reference." He unfolded his graph paper on the kitchen counter. "Your dining room should overlap the garage. The upstairs hall should extend past the rear wall. And according to this, the smallest bedroom occupies the same space as half the staircase." Camille stared at the lines. "That isn't possible." "No way," Raymond said. "It isn't." For the first time, he sounded uncertain. He checked the attic, the crawl areas, and every accessible wall. When he finished, he stood in the foyer and studied the staircase. "There's another problem." Camille waited. "This house has never been renovated. The listing says full renovation. New paint, new fixtures, maybe new flooring. Structurally, nothing has been moved since construction. The county file says it was built 12 years ago." Raymond touched the newel post. Beneath the pale varnish were shallow cuts, almost hidden by sanding. Small horizontal marks, height measurements. Beside, several were initials. N, A, E, A. Camille stepped back. Raymond unfolded a second sheet of paper. "This is the floor plan I measured. It showed 2 bedrooms upstairs, not 3. There was no smallest bedroom, no room where the wall had laughed." Camille looked toward the landing. At its far end, the missing door stood open. Raymond followed her gaze and frowned. "What are you looking at?" "The 3rd bedroom. There is no door there." From beyond the doorway, 2 girls began arguing softly over which bed belonged to whom. Camille heard the girls before she saw the room. One voice insisted the bed beside the window had always been hers. The other said that was a lie, because she hated morning light. Their words came through the open doorway with the intimate impatience of children repeating an argument settled years ago. Raymond stood beside Camille, staring at the blank wall. "There is no room there," he said. Camille stepped onto the stairs. "Camille." She continued upward. At the landing, the hallway lengthened beneath her feet. The wallpaper changed from cream to pale blue. The air warmed and filled with the smell of shampoo, pencil shavings, and cinnamon toast left too long beneath a grill. The missing doorway waited at the end. Inside were 2 narrow beds. One had a yellow quilt, the other green. Between them stood a white nightstand marked by 2 overlapping water rings. Glow-in-the-dark stars clung to the ceiling in uneven constellations. Nora's stuffed fox sat on the left pillow. Elise's red cardigan hung from the bedpost. Camille gripped the doorframe. The room had burned 12 years ago. Not this room, exactly. The house on Marrow Crescent had been smaller, older, and permanently cold along the upstairs hall. But every object here belonged to it. Even the crack across the nightstand drawer was correct. The girls were gone. Raymond called from behind her. His voice sounded far away. Camille picked up the stuffed fox. One ear was stiff with blackened fabric, and a faint smell of smoke rose from its fur. The bedroom door slammed. When she opened it, the hallway had returned to its ordinary length. Raymond was no longer inside the house. Camille ran downstairs. The kitchen had changed. A chipped yellow plate stood on the table with 2 triangles of cinnamon toast arranged side by side. A glass of milk sweated beside it. The cabinet handles were darkened at their edges, blistered beneath the varnish as if someone had painted over fire damage. "Stop," Camille said. The house remained silent. She opened the back door. But beyond it was not the garden. A narrow utility room waited there, filled with wet coats and children's shoes. One red boot lay on its side exactly as Elise had left it on the morning of the fire. Camille closed the door and leaned against it. Her phone showed no signal. The battery icon was nearly empty, though it had been fully charged. She tried Raymond. Gideon. Emergency services. Every call ended before ringing. The lights dimmed. From the dining room came the soft click of a camera shutter. Camille found a framed photograph on the mantel where no mantel had been before. It showed 4 people standing outside the house on Marlow Crescent. Adrian wore the navy sweater she had bought him for their 10th anniversary. Nora and Elise stood in front of him, each holding one of his hands. The morning sun shone across all 3 faces. Camille occupied the space beside them, or should have. Her body remained in the photograph, but her face had been scratched away with such force that the glass was scored beneath it. On the lower corner of the frame, someone had written, "Model Mother." Camille dropped it. The glass did not break. A woman laughed somewhere upstairs. Not a child. Camille followed the sound into the smallest bedroom. Then, through a second door that had not existed before, it opened into her old kitchen. Adrian sat at the table reading the newspaper. Nora and Elise ate from yellow plates. None of them looked at her. Camille tried to speak. No sound came out. Adrian lowered the paper. "Your open house is going well," he said. The walls shook with footsteps, dozens of them crossing rooms beyond sight. Doorbells rang. Buyers murmured. Children ran along the hall. Camille turned toward the window. Outside, the sky had gone dark. When she opened her eyes again, she was sitting in her car across from number 14. Her forehead rested against the steering wheel. The engine was cold. Rain had begun stippling the windshield. Her phone displayed several missed calls and 32 new messages. The first was from Gideon. "Excellent turnout. 12 parties signed in. 3 offers already." Camille stared at the screen. The open house had begun at noon. It was now well after 7 in the evening. She remembered none of it. A second message contained photographs from the event. Camille appeared in each one, greeting buyers, handing out brochures, smiling beside the bowl of red apples. In the final image, she stood in the upstairs hallway with one hand resting on each of her daughter's shoulders. Beneath the photograph, Gideon had written, "You looked happier today than I've seen you in years." Camille enlarged the image. Behind the 3 of them, every bedroom door stood open. Each room was full of people watching her. The people in the photograph did not move. Camille held the phone close enough for the light to whiten her face. Men and women crowded the doorways behind her, some smiling, some expressionless, all partly concealed by the rooms they had chosen. An old man stood inside a kitchen that did not belong to number 14. A woman rested beneath a paper moon. 3 children pressed their hands against cream-colored plaster as if listening from the wrong side. Camille enlarged the image until the pixels blurred. At the back of the smallest bedroom, beyond Nora's shoulder, she saw a narrow black rectangle near the floor. A doorway, not upstairs, in the basement. She returned to the house before she could decide not to. The front door opened at her touch. No alarm sounded. The rooms were dark except for a weak, amber glow rising from beneath the basement door. Camille took the flashlight from her car and descended. The recreation room appeared ordinary at first. Gray carpet, white walls, unused electrical outlets. The faint smell of new timber had been replaced by damp ash. She found the black rectangle behind the utility shelving. A sheet of painted plasterboard covered part of the wall between the water heater and the electrical panel. It had no trim, no outlet, and no reason to exist. When Camille knocked, the sound came back hollow. She searched Raymond's abandoned equipment bag until she found a pry bar and a short framing hammer. The first blow left a dark dent. The second broke through. Warm air breathed from the opening. Camille widened the hole, tearing away strips of plasterboard and yellow insulation. Behind them stood a second wall, not concrete block, but blackened timber. Its surface cracked into scales. She touched it. Soot came away on her fingers. The boards were old, older than number 14, older than the county records. Along one beam, beneath layers of smoke damage, she recognized a strip of wallpaper patterned with tiny blue birds. Marrow Crescent. Camille stumbled backward and struck the water heater. The house above her creaked. Then something knocked from the other side of the burned wall. 3 slow taps. 2 quick ones. Nora's old signal. Camille raised the hammer again. The boards came apart more easily than they should have. Behind them was a room sunk below the new foundation, preserved inside it, like a body beneath poured concrete. Her flashlight found brick walls stained black to shoulder height. Copper pipes ended in melted mouths. A section of ceiling sagged overhead, exposing joists fused by fire. This room had belonged to the house where her family died. It should have been demolished with everything else. Instead, number 14 had been built around it. Shelves lined the walls. On the nearest sat objects arranged with the care of evidence. Simon Calder's glasses, Ruth's red scarf, a child's asthma inhaler labeled Ren, Dean Sutter's wedding ring, a surgeon's record sleeve decorated with silver stars. Camille moved deeper. More possessions filled wooden boxes and glass-fronted cabinets. School photographs, house keys, shoes, dentures, recipe cards, a mechanic's oil-stained watch, a strip of floral oilcloth cut from a kitchen table. Every item belonged to someone who had entered the house and recognized something they loved. A family did not disappear all at once. Camille understood. The house took them by details. At the rear of the room stood 3 black storage crates. Her surname had been written across each lid. Arden. Camille opened the first. Inside lay Nora's stuffed fox. Another version of the one she had held upstairs. Beneath it were Elise's red boot, 2 silver bracelets, a scorched school bag, and a bundle of children's drawings bound with smoke-blackened ribbon. The second crate contained Adrian's watch, his wallet, the navy sweater, and a half-melted picture frame from their bedroom. Camille did not want to open the third. She did anyway. The smell of burned plastic rose immediately. Inside were objects she had never reported missing. A petrol receipt, a box of long fireplace matches, a pair of gardening gloves with blackened fingertips, and the white plastic casing of a smoke detector. Its battery compartment was empty. Beneath it lay the official recovery inventory from the fire. Camille knew the document. She had signed it in a police interview room while a victim liaison officer sat beside her. But this copy contained one additional page. Property removed prior to investigation. At the bottom, beside the smoke detector and the fuel can, was a signature. Her signature. Behind her, something shifted in the darkness. Camille turned. A fourth crate stood against the wall. It had not been there before. Fresh black letters appeared across its lid. One stroke at a time, Camille Arden. From inside came the muffled sound of a woman striking wood and begging to be let out. The woman inside the crate stopped begging when Camille touched the lid. For several seconds, nothing moved in the burned room. Then 3 knocks sounded from inside the wood. 2 quick ones followed. Camille stepped back. The crate was too small to contain a person. She knew that. She also knew the voice had been hers. She left the hidden foundation chamber without closing it. By morning, she was seated in the county records office beneath fluorescent lights that made everyone look recently ill. Larkspur Circle did not appear on any map older than 11 years. Before that, the development had been listed under another name, Marrow Crescent Redevelopment Parcel. Camille requested the planning files. The clerk returned with 2 boxes and a folded survey map. Number 14 occupied Lot 7, but the previous parcel beneath it had contained only one residence, Camille's residence. The Arden house had not merely stood nearby. Its footprint aligned with the new structure almost perfectly. Number 14's kitchen sat over the old dining room. The smallest bedroom occupied the space above Nora and Elise's room. The basement utility wall crossed directly through what had once been the rear storage chamber. The chamber Camille had entered. A redevelopment memorandum stated that the fire-damaged foundation had been completely excavated. A handwritten note in the margin contradicted it. Lower section retained at owner's request. The owner was listed as Meridian Residential Holdings. The company had been incorporated 3 weeks before the fire. Camille searched until she found the original property transfer. Adrian Arden's signature appeared first. Hers appeared beneath it. The document gave Meridian the right to purchase the land if the insured structure became uninhabitable. She remembered signing papers. Not that paper, she told herself. There had been too many forms then. Insurance forms, mortgage amendments, emergency authorizations. Grief turned whole weeks into paper. But the date beside her signature was 6 days before the fire. Camille closed the folder. The county clerk asked whether she needed assistance. No. Camille said, "I already know what it says." She drove to the regional insurance archive, where old claims were kept after digitization. Her name and the severity of the loss persuaded a supervisor to retrieve the Arden file. The official cause remained electrical failure. Behind the report, however, was a supplemental investigation marked unresolved. An electrician had examined the remains of the smoke detectors. The upstairs unit had contained no battery. The downstairs detector had been disconnected at the wiring harness. Both actions had occurred before the fire. A petrol purchase had been made using Camille's card that afternoon. Her original statement claimed the fuel was for a lawnmower. The lawnmower had been electric. Camille turned the page. A neighbor's exterior security camera had captured part of the Arden driveway. The footage had been considered too damaged to support prosecution. A digital copy remained attached to the file. The supervisor allowed Camille to watch it in a private room. The recording showed her arriving home alone in the late afternoon. She carried a red fuel can through the side gate. 20 minutes later, she emerged without it. She stood beside her car for nearly a minute, looking at the house. Then she drove away. Camille watched the sequence twice. On the third viewing, the supervisor pointed to the lower corner of the image. Your husband's car. A dark vehicle passed the intersection several minutes before Camille left. Adrian's car, heading toward Marrow Crescent. Camille had told investigators she believed Adrian and the girls were still at a birthday party across town. The insurance file contained a copy of her phone records. Adrian had called her that afternoon. They had spoken for 47 seconds. Camille remembered the conversation now. The party had ended early. Elise felt sick. Adrian said they would be home before dinner. Camille had replied that she was still at the office. She had already poured fuel along the kitchen baseboards. Her plan had been simple. A small fire. Enough damage to trigger the Meridian purchase clause and free them from the mortgage Adrian refused to abandon. She had meant to return before the flames spread. Instead, she had seen Adrian's car at the end of the street, and she had kept driving. A final document rested beneath the phone records. It was the original seller's disclosure prepared for number 14 before the first sale. Most questions had been answered in neat typed text. Previous fire damage. No. Known deaths on property. No. Structural remnants beneath foundation. No. At the bottom was an additional handwritten question. Has the responsible party returned? The answer box had been left blank. Camille stared until letters slowly appeared inside it. Yes. The archive monitor flickered. The damaged security footage resumed on its own. This time, after Camille drove away, another figure stepped into view beside the burning house. A woman in Camille's coat stood watching the upstairs windows. Then she turned toward the camera. Her face had been scratched away. The scratched-faced woman remained on the archive monitor after the footage should have ended. She stood beside the burning house while smoke passed through her body. Camille watched the figure lift one hand toward the upstairs windows. Not in warning, but in invitation. Then the screen went black. The insurance supervisor entered when Camille failed to answer his knock. By then, every document in the file had returned to its original form. The handwritten question was gone. The footage once again ended with Camille's car leaving the street. She drove to number 14 with the original disclosure folded inside her coat. Night had settled over Larkspur Circle, but the house was bright. Warm light filled every window. Through the front glass, Camille saw people moving from room to room. The Calders stood in the kitchen. Ruth wore her red scarf and stirred something on the stove while Simon dried plates beside her. Their faces were whole and younger than in their social media photographs. In the dining room, the Wren children sat beneath paper decorations while Maribel cut a birthday cake. Thomas leaned over one child's shoulder, laughing before the joke was finished. Upstairs, Dean Sutter danced slowly with a woman Camille assumed was his dead wife. None of them appeared imprisoned. They appeared home. Camille opened the door. The foyer expanded around her. Hallways unfolded in several directions, each leading into a different house. Coal smoke drifted from one doorway. Music played beneath a paper moon. Somewhere, a mechanic argued affectionately with his father over the proper place for a wrench. The families lived inside separate memories. Their rooms touching through number 14's walls. They had not been killed. They had been edited. Pain had been removed first. Then illness, distance, resentment, and disappointment. The house preserved only the domestic moments they wanted to return to and built those moments into rooms they would never leave. Simon Calder looked up as Camille entered the kitchen. "You took your time," he said. "Do you know where you are? At home?" "This isn't your home." Ruth smiled without turning from the stove. "It became ours when we recognized it." Behind her, the kitchen window showed falling snow, though the night outside was dry. "What happened after you moved in?" Camille asked. Simon considered the question as if it concerned someone else. "We stopped missing things." "What things?" His expression tightened. Then the house adjusted him. The confusion left his face. He returned to drying the same plate. Camille backed into the hall. A child stood there holding a red apple. "Jamie Morrow, you chose a room." Cammy said, "My parents did." "Where are they?" He pointed toward a living room where Beth and Eric sat beside a fireplace. Younger and untroubled. Beth cradled a sleeping infant. Jamie remained outside. "They wanted the baby back," he said. "There wasn't a place for me in that memory." Camille understood the shelves beneath the foundation. The house kept what did not fit. Objects, years, children born too late, wives who had changed, husbands who remembered the wrong version of happiness. It did not grant a family its past. It selected one. "Why did it need so many buyers?" Camille asked. Jamie bit into the apple. The flesh inside was black. "To see who could be yours." The hall changed. Doors opened one after another. Behind the first stood Simon Calder in Adrian's navy sweater. Behind the second, Thomas Wren wore Adrian's watch. Dean Sutter sat at Camel's old kitchen table, reading a newspaper. In the upstairs rooms, girls from different families slept beneath yellow and green quilts. Some had Nora's hair. Some laughed like Elise. Others wore their bracelets and clothes. The house had been trying combinations. Fathers with gentle voices, daughters the right age, families grateful enough to accept whatever room loved them first. Every open house had been an audition. Every sale had supplied another part. Camille had believed she was finding buyers. She had been casting replacements. At the end of the hall, Adrian stood between Nora and Elise. They looked exactly as they had on the last morning. Before grief made them sacred and memory made them simple. Adrian held out the original disclosure. Only one question remained visible. Is the household complete? Camille looked at the people waiting in the rooms around her. All of them watched with patient, borrowed faces. "No," she whispered. Adrian smiled. "Then sell us one more." Adrian's voice carried through every version of the house. The rooms fell silent. Simon stopped drying his plate. Ruth's spoon hovered above the stove. Dean Sutter released the hand of his dead wife. Even the children behind the walls ceased laughing. Camille looked down at the disclosure in Adrian's hand. A new paragraph had appeared beneath the final question. The responsible party may restore household occupancy through voluntary transfer of title. Refusal will return all retained persons, memories, and losses to their original condition. "What does that mean?" Camille asked. Nora answered, "It means everyone wakes up." Elise's face tightened with fear. The hallway changed again. For one instant, Camille saw what waking meant. Ruth Calder stood alone in an empty kitchen, older and shaking, unable to remember where Simon had gone. The Wren children screamed inside an unfinished room while their parents searched for a baby who had died years earlier. Dean Sutter collapsed beside a woman's grave. Nadia Velez tore silver stars from a ceiling that had never belonged to her sister. All the grief the house had removed waited outside the walls. The fabricated rooms were not harmless, but neither were they empty. They held people who had surrendered themselves willingly because reality had become unbearable. "You can release them," Adrian said. "And then what?" "They return to what they left." "Do they remember this place?" "No." Camille looked at Jamie. He still stood in the hallway, excluded from his parents' chosen memory. "What happens to the things that didn't fit?" Adrian did not answer. The basement door opened. From below came scratching, knocking, and voices calling names no one upstairs remembered. The hidden chamber held everything the house had cut away to keep its families perfect. Unwanted years, unforgiven words, children born after happier children died, illness, betrayal, age, the ordinary damage of remaining alive. Camille understood the choice. She could tear open the house, expose the records, and confess what she had done. The false households would collapse. The buyers would return to lives already damaged by their absence, carrying grief without explanation. Jamie and the other discarded pieces might emerge, though no one could promise what shape they would have. Or she could finish the transaction. One more transfer. One final household member. Herself. The kitchen behind Adrian brightened. Cinnamon toast appeared on chipped yellow plates. Morning light lay across the table exactly as Camille remembered it before the fire. Before debt. Before Adrian's suspicion. Before she began measuring their lives by what could be sold. Nora pulled out Camille's chair. "You said you were coming back?" she said. Camille's throat closed. "I know. We waited. I know." Adrian placed the disclosure on the table. Beside it lay a fountain pen and a deed already prepared in Camille's name. No purchase price appeared. The consideration field contained one word: remorse. Camille thought of the security footage. She thought of Adrian's car turning into Marrow Crescent while she drove away. She thought of smoke filling the upstairs hall and two girls waiting for a mother who had decided that returning would make the truth visible. She could confess. She could destroy the house and let the world know exactly what kind of person had stood beside that road. But Nora was watching her with the face she had before disappointment. Elise still believed promises could be repaired. Adrian looked tired, but not angry. That was the cruelest thing the house offered. Not resurrection. Forgiveness without judgment. Camille signed the deed. The pen moved easily. Her full name appeared beneath the transfer clause, followed by the date in handwriting younger than her own. The house exhaled, all around her. Doors closed. The borrowed fathers disappeared. The substitute daughters faded from their beds. The families returned to their separate rooms, complete within their chosen versions of happiness. Jamie reached for Camille's sleeve. "You didn't ask what happens to you outside," he said. Camille turned toward him. His parents' living room had vanished. Behind him stood only fresh plaster. "I won't be outside." Jamie shook his head. "There's always someone outside." The front door opened at the far end of the hall. Cold rain fell across Larkspur Circle. Camille's car waited at the curb, its driver's door standing open. Inside sat another Camille, soaked, frantic, and pounding both hands against the windshield. The woman screamed through the glass. Camille could not hear the words. She did not need to. The house had not forgiven her. It had only decided which version of her was allowed inside. By morning, the rain had stopped. Number 14 stood beneath a pale blue sky, every window reflecting the neighborhood as if nothing had ever been wrong with it. The lawns along Larkspur Circle shone with water. Delivery vans moved slowly between driveways. A man in running clothes waved toward the Arden house and called good morning. Camille waved back. She stood on the front porch in a cream sweater she did not remember buying. Adrian was behind her, setting a breakfast tray on the kitchen table. Nora and Elise argued upstairs about whose turn it was to feed a dog Camille had never owned. The sound filled her with relief. Not happiness, exactly. Relief was quieter and easier to trust. The house had corrected everything overnight. Neighbors arrived with flowers, casseroles, and small gifts for the girls. They spoke to Camille as though the Ardens had lived at number 14 for years. Mrs. Holloway from across the street reminded her about the school fundraiser. A retired man named Leanh asked Adrian whether they were still planning to repair the garden fence before winter. Two mothers laughed about Elise's habit of hiding library books beneath the stairs. Camille smiled and accepted each memory as it was offered. Whenever she failed to recognize someone, the house supplied what she needed. A name appeared at the edge of thought. A shared conversation settled into place. An image formed of summer barbecues, holiday lights, and children running through sprinklers. The false memories did not feel implanted. They felt recovered. Gideon arrived near noon, carrying a bottle of sparkling cider and the completed sale file. "I still can't believe Meridian transferred the property to you," he said. "No mortgage, no closing costs. You always did know how to negotiate." Camille opened the folder. The deed listed Camille and Adrian Arden as owners. The previous buyers did not appear anywhere in the chain of title. Meridian Residential Holdings had acquired the undeveloped parcel 12 years earlier and constructed number 14 specifically for the Arden family. The fire on Marlow Crescent was absent. So were the insurance investigation, the security footage, and every document bearing Camille's earlier signature. Gideon looked toward the kitchen. "You have a beautiful family." Camille followed his gaze. Adrian stood between Nora and Elise, cutting cinnamon toast into neat triangles. All three turned toward her at the same moment and smiled. "Yes," she said, "I do." Gideon took several photographs for the agency's social media page. In the first, Camille stood beside Adrian on the porch, while the girls held a sold sign between them. In the second, they gathered around the kitchen table. In the third, Camille sat alone beneath the staircase, looking toward something outside the frame. She did not remember posing for the last image. The photographs spread quickly. Comments appeared beneath them from clients, colleagues, and people Camille could not identify. "Welcome home. So happy for you. You deserve this. What a perfect family." That evening, Camille searched for the Calders. No profiles appeared. The Wrens had vanished from every platform. Dean Sutter's page contained no photographs, no tagged relatives, and no record that he had ever lived. She searched for Leah and Owen Bell. Nothing. Then she searched for Jamie Marrow. A single image appeared. It showed an empty hallway inside number 14. At the far end, a child-shaped shadow stood against the cream wall. Camille closed the laptop. From beneath the stairs came 3 slow knocks. 2 quick ones. She did not answer. The house had begun changing its photographs. At first, the alterations were small. In the porch picture, Elise's face softened at the edges. In the kitchen image, Adrian's hand became slightly transparent where it rested on Nora's shoulder. Within days, their features faded into the wallpaper behind them. Camille printed copies, but the changes continued on paper. Skin became paint. Clothing became plaster texture. Smiles stretched into pale cracks. Only Camille remained clear. She carried the photographs from room to room, demanding that Adrian look at them. He glanced once, then returned to his newspaper. They look fine. The girls are disappearing. They're upstairs. Camille listened. Laughter moved behind the walls. She climbed to the smallest bedroom. But the beds were empty. The quilts lay smooth. Nora's fox sat between the pillows. Its burned ear turned toward the door. In the hallway, fresh paint gleamed beneath the lights. Shapes pressed slowly outward from inside it. A man's hand. 2 children's faces. A woman striking the wall with both fists. Camille recognized herself. Not the woman the house had admitted. The version left outside. The one who remembered. Behind her, Adrian called everyone to dinner. Camille turned toward the stairs. For one moment, she saw the real hallway, blackened, smoke-filled, and empty, except for the people she had abandoned. Then the house painted over it. Downstairs, 4 yellow plates waited at the table. Camille sat in her assigned chair. Around her, her family smiled with the calm expressions of people who had never suffered long enough to become real. Outside, a new for sale sign rose from the lawn. The listing photographs showed an immaculate house with no occupants, except in the final image. There, behind the freshly painted dining room wall, Camille's face pressed faintly through the cream surface while another realtor opened the front door. Some homes do not preserve families. They preserve the version of family someone is most desperate to believe in. Camille was offered what guilt always asks for, a world where forgiveness requires no confession and love survives without truth. But a perfect memory cannot contain real people, because real people change, suffer, resist. And remember, the house did not punish Camille by taking her family away. It punished her by giving them back, without everything that made them human. And perhaps that is the most dangerous promise any haunted place can make. Not that the past can return, but that it can return without consequences. Story 7. The statue arrived at the conservation tent without a face. That was how Ailsa Venn first described it in her notebook. Though she disliked the sentence as soon as she had written it, a face could be missing. A face could be broken away. Weathered, smooth, hammered off by conquerors, or lost when a head struck the ground. This was different. The basalt head had never possessed eyes, mouth, nose, or ears. Its front surface curved with the deliberate, patient blankness of an egg. 2 Jordanian workmen lowered the padded crate onto trestles while the canvas walls snapped in the desert wind. Fine sand sifted beneath the tent flaps and settled over Ailsa's boots. Beyond the shade, the excavation lay white and brutal under the afternoon sun. Trenches cut into a shelf of limestone. Black survey strings, plastic buckets, a generator coughing beside the water tanks. Farther west, the escarpment rose in red folds, empty except for the shadows trapped in its cracks. Dr. Rafik Nasser stood beside the crate with both hands clasped behind him. "Well?" he asked. Ailsa removed one glove and touched the stone with the back of her fingers. It was colder than it should have been. Not cool from shade, but cellar cold. The kind of cold old churches kept beneath flagstones. Basalt, she said. Possibly dolerite. No obvious tool chatter. No exfoliation. No salt bloom. You are avoiding the interesting part. I am avoiding conclusions before examination. Rafik smiled, though only briefly. He had invited her because she was known for that answer, or had once been known for it. The statue had been found standing upright in a sealed chamber beneath the lowest courtyard, surrounded by clay tablets written in 3 scripts and understood in none. No foundation trench connected the chamber to the settlement above. No pottery from its fill matched the regional sequence. The preliminary dating samples contradicted one another by nearly 2,000 years. Ailsa had read the reports twice on the flight from London and once more in the jeep from Amman. They were the sort of reports that could restore a career, provided the object at their center survived scrutiny. She opened the crate fully. The figure was smaller than she had imagined. Perhaps the height of a 10-year-old child, though its proportions were adult. Its arms lay straight at its sides. The hands were too long. Each finger fused to the next by narrow stone membranes. Across the chest ran a band of shallow marks that might have been writing or might have been deliberate damage. The blank head tilted forward by a few degrees, as if listening. Who cleaned it at the trench? Ailsa asked. No one. There are white marks along the neck. Rafik leaned closer. Condensation? In this climate? He did not answer. Ailsa unpacked her lamps. Scale bars. Lens. Cotton swabs. And the small digital hygrometer she trusted more than people. She worked through the standard sequence, condition survey, visible light photographs, raking light, ultraviolet fluorescence. Routine imposed order. Routine prevented interpretation from becoming appetite. That had been the lesson of the Ashcombe mask. She did not allow herself to think the rest. At dusk, the temperature dropped quickly. The generator faltered, recovered, then settled into a low mechanical pulse. Ailsa positioned the raking lamp at the statue's left side. Shadows slid across the featureless head. For a moment she saw an eyelid. She froze. It was not carved. It was scarcely even a ridge, only a shallow crescent where the stone caught darkness differently. She shifted the lamp. The mark vanished. Shifted it back. It returned. Rafik entered carrying 2 paper cups of coffee. What is it? Possibly a mineral vein. He set the cups down and stood beside her. The air smelled of cardamom, hot canvas, and dust. Ailsa traced the crescent without touching it. Its curve was uneven near one end, interrupted by a tiny notch. Rafik raised his left hand to his face. Only then did she notice the old surgical scar that crossed his eyelid in exactly the same place. Neither of them spoke. The generator stopped. In the sudden silence, something inside the stone took a slow, dry breath. The breath did not come again. For several seconds, Ailsa and Rafik stood in the dark beside the statue, neither willing to move first. The generator's silence enlarged every small sound in the tent, canvas straining at its ropes, sand ticking against the outer wall. Rafik's sleeve brushing his wrist when he lowered his hand from the scar above his eye. Then the emergency lamps flickered on. The statue was exactly as it had been. Ailsa bent close enough to smell the stone. Dust. cold mineral, the faint, oily trace of the packing foam. Nothing organic, nothing that could breathe. Air escaping a cavity, she said. Rafik looked at the seamless torso. A cavity in basalt? Stone fractures internally. Temperature changes. Pressure shifts. You have an explanation very quickly. That is what you brought me here for. She turned away before he could ask whether explanations had always served her so well. The following morning, Ailsa imposed what she privately called the Ashcombe Principle. Nothing was to be interpreted before it had been measured twice. She drew a red line around the conservation platform and allowed only 3 people inside it herself. Rafik and Salma Darwish. The site registrar. All photography would occur from fixed positions. The statue's temperature would be logged at regular intervals. No solvents, consolidants, pigments, adhesives, or water would touch the surface until material tests were complete. Even dry brushing was forbidden. Luca Bell, the excavation photographer, complained immediately. "You're treating it like evidence from a murder scene," he said. He was a broad-shouldered man in his early 30s with a sunburned neck and a habit of smiling before other people had finished speaking. A narrow gap separated his 2 front teeth, making the smile look permanently unfinished. "Archaeological conservation is evidence work," Ailsa replied. "So no dramatic unveiling photographs? No dramatic anything." Luca raised his camera. "That should be your professional motto." The remark was casual, but Salma stopped writing. Ailsa knew what had happened. They had searched her name before she arrived. Everyone did eventually. The Ashcombe funerary mask had been recovered from a collapsed crypt in Northumberland 8 years earlier. Its features concealed beneath a hardened black accretion. Ailsa had argued that the layer was later contamination. Beneath it, she found a delicate human face and reconstructed several missing sections using the surviving symmetry. The museum called the result extraordinary. Then another conservator demonstrated that the black coating contained ancient binding material and deliberate tool marks. It had not obscured the original face. It had been the original surface. Ailsa's reconstruction had created a person who had never existed. The junior conservator who prepared the initial samples, Imogen Price, was dismissed for incomplete documentation. Ailsa had corrected none of the public assumptions about where the mistake began. She returned to the statue before memory could complete the sequence. By midday, the eyelid ridge had flattened. She photographed the head from 6 angles, compared the images with the previous night's files, and found no measurable change. Rafik's scar had been coincidence shaped by bad lighting and exhaustion. That explanation lasted until dawn. The morning air was pale and surprisingly cold when Salma called her into the tent. Luca was already there, holding a reflector panel, while Rafik examined the statue beneath a bank of lamps. A shallow horizontal depression had appeared below the blank center of the face. It was unmistakably a mouth, not fully formed, not carved in any conventional way, but pressed outward from within, as though lips lay beneath a thin mineral skin. The upper edge bowed slightly. The lower edge carried a small central break. Between them ran a narrow, dark seam. Luca's smile disappeared. The mouth on the statue possessed the same gap he carried between his front teeth. "No one entered overnight," Rafik said. The motion sensors recorded nothing. Ailsa checked the seals on the tent, the camera logs, the plaster markers she had placed beside the base. All remained intact. Photograph it, she told Luca. He did not move. Luca? He lifted the camera at last, but his hands were unsteady. The shutter clicked once, twice, then stopped. My badge, he said. His identification card hung from a cord against his shirt. The photograph had been taken recently. Ailsa remembered seeing the same easy grin at dinner the previous evening. Now the face in the photograph still had eyes, nosy, cheeks, and chin. But where Luca's mouth should have been, the image had been worn completely smooth. For several minutes, no one touched Luca's identification badge. He held it by the cord as though the plastic had become hot. The photograph remained otherwise intact. The faded blue field shirt, the bronze cast of his skin, the pale line where sunglasses usually rested across his nose. Only the mouth had vanished, not blurred, not scratched. The printed surface was smooth beneath Ailsa's gloved thumb. "Replace the card," she said. Luca stared at her. "That's your answer? It is a contaminated piece of evidence. Bag it, label it, and replace it." "You think someone did this?" "I think we document before we speculate." The words sounded familiar enough to steady her. By afternoon, Ailsa had restricted the tent entirely. Luca surrendered his cameras for comparison, and Salma collected every image taken since the statue's recovery. In each photograph, Luca's mouth remained visible, except on the badge. No one else's face had changed. The statue's new mouth had deepened. Under magnification, its edges showed no abrasion, no fresh fracture, no residue from a carving tool. The mineral grains curved naturally around the lips as if they had formed that way inside the stone. Ailsa recorded the observation twice, then crossed out the phrase "times" inside the stone. At the back of the figure's left calf, she selected a patch smaller than her thumbnail. It was sheltered from view and already marred by an old pale deposit. If any surface could tolerate a test, it was there. Rafiq watched from beyond the red line. "You said no chemicals." "I said not until material testing justified them." "And has it?" "No," Ailsa said. "But waiting is also an intervention now." She prepared a weak chelating solution, less aggressive than what she would have used on ordinary basalt. One drop touched the cotton swab. She rolled it carefully across the deposit. The stone darkened. At first, she assumed it was simple wetting. Then a bead gathered beneath the swab, thick and almost black. It slid down the calf with the slow weight of oil before catching the light. The bead was red. Salma whispered something in Arabic. Ailsa pressed sterile gauze beneath it. More fluid welled from the treated patch. Not from a crack, but through the stone itself. Its smell reached her a moment later, metallic, stale, and faintly sweet, like blood left to dry in a closed room. "Stop," Rafiq said. She already had. The flow ceased as soon as the swab lifted. A dark stain remained on the gauze. They moved the sample to the field laboratory, a prefabricated cabin crowded with soil trays, microscopes, and humming refrigeration units. Ailsa worked without speaking. She diluted a fraction of the fluid, mounted it beneath a cover slip, and adjusted the focus. Red-brown fragments floated in the solution. Not cells. Not exactly. They were longer, fibrous structures with collapsed walls, arranged in bundles around translucent channels. Some resembled desiccated muscle. Others looked like vessels mineralized before decay could finish. Between them lay black crystalline grains identical to the basalt matrix. Rafik leaned over her shoulder. Could it be plant matter? Not with this organization. Animal, Ailsa changed magnification. The black grains were not sitting on the tissue. They emerged from it. Fine mineral branches penetrated the fibers, thickening outward until organic structure became stone. She felt the old pressure behind her ribs, the one that had begun during the Ashcombe inquiry whenever evidence refused the shape she had assigned it. The basalt is replacing something, Salma said. Ailsa kept her eye against the microscope. No. Replacement leaves boundaries. What does this leave? She adjusted the focus again and watched a black crystal divide along a red filament. Growth. That evening, Rafik ordered the statue sealed in the conservation tent and posted a guard outside. A motion-sensitive camera was mounted above the entrance, facing the platform. No one was permitted inside until morning. At dawn, the camera log showed no entry. There was only one triggered recording, captured a little after midnight. The footage began with the statue standing beneath the emergency lamp, its blank head bowed toward the floor. For 11 seconds, nothing moved. Then, while the tent remained empty, the head slowly lifted. It turned toward the camera, and the mouth shaped Luca's name. Luca watched the recording 3 times without speaking. On the 4th viewing, he left the laboratory. No one tried to stop him. The footage continued looping on the monitor. The statue beneath the emergency lamp, its head lifting through a fraction of darkness, its mouth moving without sound. Ailsa had insisted they examine the waveform. There was no voice embedded in the file, no vibration beyond the generator's distant hum. Yet every person in the room had read the same name from those stone lips. Luca. Rafik paused the image before the head turned. Mechanical settling, he said. The neck may contain an internal fracture. A fracture that rotates and returns to position, Salma asked. Temperature contraction. Uneven support. Camera distortion. The site geologist proposed differential expansion between mineral layers. The field chemist suggested that Ailsa's solution had activated iron-rich deposits, producing fluid through capillary action. A visiting osteologist, summoned from a neighboring excavation, said the tissue-like structures might be bacterial mats fossilized within volcanic rock. By midday, they had assembled 6 explanations and believed none of them. The psychological explanation arrived last. Dr. Helen Voss, the expedition physician, spoke carefully as they stood outside the laboratory. Isolation, heat exposure, disrupted sleep, professional stress, and expectation could produce shared interpretation without shared hallucination. Once Luca's missing mouth had been noticed on the badge, everyone became primed to perceive his features in ambiguous shapes. What about the recording? Rafik asked. Ambiguous movement viewed after a frightening event. What about the fluid? Contaminated material interpreted under pressure. Ailsa said nothing. She disliked Helen's explanation because it was plausible. She disliked it more because it made the evidence dependent on the observer. That had been the Ashcombe defense. The reconstructed face had seemed correct because everyone wanted it to be correct. Symmetry became proof. Confidence became provenance. Ailsa had told herself that interpretation was unavoidable in conservation, never admitting that she had preferred the interpretation that made her indispensable. Across the camp, Luca refused to be photographed. He had covered every reflective surface in his cabin with towels. Salma spent the afternoon with the tablets recovered beside the statue. Most were incomplete. Their surfaces scraped so aggressively that entire lines had been removed. The surviving marks belonged to several writing traditions layered over one another, Nabatean forms, older Aramaic signs, and symbols Salma could not place. The same text was copied by people who did not share a language. She told Ailsa, or did not trust one language to contain it. She arranged 3 tablets beneath angled lamps. Each carried a repeated sequence around a central gouge where a name or image might once have been. Ailsa studied the abrasion. Deliberate erasure. Repeated erasure. Salma corrected. The marks overlap. Someone removed the same thing more than once. That makes no sense. It does if it kept returning. Near sunset, Salma called the senior team into the registration cabin. Her notes covered the table in columns of transliteration, arrows, and uncertain alternatives. She looked exhausted. "I can translate only the repeated sentence," she said. "The verbs are clearer than the nouns." Rafiq folded his arms. "What does it say?" Salma glanced toward the cabin window. Though the conservation tent was hidden behind stacked crates, "Do not return what mercy removed." Silence settled over the room. Ailsa examined the photographs of the tablets. Mercy may be a title, a ruler, priest, or place. It is not written as a proper name. Then the translation is provisional. Of course, but you chose mercy, because the alternative meanings are compassion, restraint, and the ending of suffering. Rafiq looked at Ailsa. "And return?" Salma's expression tightened. "Restore, rebuild, give form again." That night, Ailsa ordered a new 3-dimensional scan of the statue's head. Machines could not be primed by fear, she told herself. Measurements did not inherit superstition. The current scan completed just before dawn. Ailsa overlaid it with the model captured on the statue's first day. The eyelid and mouth showed measurable projection. New structures had also formed behind the lips, small, regular shapes embedded within the head. She rotated the model. Teeth. There were 31 of them, with one lower molar absent. Ailsa's tongue moved instinctively to the empty space at the back of her own jaw. The statue was missing the same tooth. The storm arrived as a brown line across the western horizon. By late afternoon, it had erased the escarpment, the access road, and every marker beyond the nearest trench. Wind struck the camp in heavy pulses, flattening canvas walls and driving sand through sealed windows. Rafiq ordered the vehicles chained together and the outer generators shut down. Satellite reception failed before sunset. The expedition became an island inside moving Earth. Ailsa remained in the conservation tent. She had covered the statue with unbleached cotton, though the cloth did little to disguise the shape beneath it. From certain angles, she thought she could see the outline of a nose that had not existed that morning. Salma entered carrying a lantern and a folder of personnel records. "Describe Helen," she said. Ailsa looked up. "The physician. Describe her face." The request was absurd. Then Ailsa tried. Helen had pale skin, or olive skin. Her hair was dark. Certainly, unless that belonged to Salma. Ailsa remembered the silver ring on her thumb and the way she pressed her lips together before disagreeing. but the features themselves would not stay arranged. She has gray eyes, Ailsa said. Salma opened the folder. Helen's identification photograph showed a face with no eyes. Not empty sockets. Not damage. The skin continued smoothly across the upper half of the image. Unbroken from brow to cheek, more photographs had changed. Rafiq's passport copy had lost the scar above his eyelid. In one staff portrait, Luca's mouth had returned, but Salma's nose was missing. The alterations differed between copies, as though the images could not agree which person owned which feature. The team gathered in the registration cabin while the storm hammered the roof. They tested one another like witnesses after an accident. What color were Rafiq's eyes? Did Salma have pierced ears? Was Luca's chin cleft? No answer survived consensus. People remembered clothing, posture, gestures, voices. They remembered who smoked and who always took too much sugar and coffee. Faces dissolved whenever anyone tried to hold them clearly. Helen called it stress. No one looked at her while she spoke. After midnight, the tent camera triggered repeatedly, though the platform remained empty. Each recording showed only the covered statue. In one, the cloth sank tightly around a forehead. In another, something pressed outward beneath it like lips testing a membrane. Ailsa removed the covering before dawn. The statue had a face, not a complete one. It possessed Rafiq's wounded eyelid, Luca's divided smile, Salma's narrow nose, and a trace of Helen's deep-set eyes. The features did not blend naturally. They crowded one another, like fragments of separate portraits forced into the same block of stone. Beneath them, the jaw belonged to Ailsa. She recognized the asymmetry caused by an old fracture near her left ear. She had broken it at university and never mentioned the accident in professional biographies. Rafiq stood outside the red boundary. "It is taking us," he said. Ailsa wanted to reject the sentence. Instead, she looked into the polished steel tray beside her tools. Her reflection appeared a fraction late. She had already turned her head when the woman in the tray continued facing forward. The reflected face looked unfinished, as though waiting to learn which expression to wear. Ailsa dropped the tray. It struck the floor and spun. During each rotation, her reflection showed a different arrangement of features. She ordered everyone out, alone. She examined the statue's neck under magnification. A thin line circled the base of the head, hidden beneath black mineral grains. Then she saw the repeated triangular impressions along its edge. 3 shallow points. A pause. 2 deeper points crossing at an angle. Her own conservation mark. Years earlier, while working on the Ashcombe mask. Ailsa had modified a dental scaler to lift the black coating from delicate curves. The damaged tip produced that exact sequence whenever her hand slipped. No other conservator used the tool. No photograph of the mark had ever been published. She followed the line around the statue's neck until the impressions disappeared beneath the jaw. There, cut into the newly formed stone, she found a final sequence she remembered making only once. It was the mistake that had opened the first human mouth beneath the Ashcombe mask. Ailsa did not tell the others about the mark beneath the statue's jaw. By morning, the storm had weakened, but not passed. Sand still moved across the excavation in low sheets, erasing footprints almost as soon as they were made. Rafiq found her beside the exposed stairwell that led beneath the lowest courtyard, carrying a lamp, sample case, and the modified dental scaler she had sworn never to use again. "The chamber is unstable," he said. "So is the object we removed from it? We wait for the engineer. We have already waited too long." Rafik studied her face. Ailsa could no longer tell whether his scar remained above the left eye or whether she remembered it only because the statue had preserved it. At last. He unlocked the barrier and followed her down. The stairway had been cut directly into limestone. Sand had gathered on each step despite the sealed entrance, forming thin crescents that shifted when no wind touched them. The deeper they descended, the colder the air became. A dry rasp moved through the passage. Breathing, Ailsa thought. Then she saw the sand spilling through cracks in the ceiling and forced herself to keep walking. The chamber was larger than the preliminary plans suggested. Their lamps reached a central pedestal, but the walls receded into darkness beyond it. The statue's rectangular footprint remained visible in a bed of black dust. Around the empty place stood 3 concentric rings of human skulls. Every skull had been polished smooth. The brow ridges, nasal openings, cheekbones, and jaws had been ground away until each face became a rounded, featureless surface. Some were ancient and brown with mineral stain. Others retained pale seams where bone had been worked with finer tools. Rafik crouched beside the nearest ring. "They are from different periods." Ailsa saw what he meant. Bronze abrasions crossed older stone scoring. Iron cuts overlapped both. On several skulls, narrow, parallel grooves suggested steel files. People had returned to this room for centuries, perhaps millennia, improving the same act of erasure. The walls confirmed it. Rows of relief figures emerged from the limestone. Kings in fringed robes, robed priests, soldiers with crescent shields, pilgrims bearing lamps. Every body remained detailed. Bracelets, sandals, weapons, folds of cloth. Even fingernails had survived. Only the faces had been destroyed. Some had been hammered into shallow pits. Others had been scraped flat, burned, drilled, or covered with black mineral paste. Different hands had used different methods, yet each had obeyed the same boundary. Not one mark extended below the chin. This was not vandalism, Ailsa said. Rafik raised his lamp toward a relief whose blank head had been coated 3 separate times. It was maintenance. Near the rear wall, Salma's copied symbols appeared around a sealed recess. The repeated sentence formed a border on every side. "Do not return what mercy removed." The recess had no visible latch. Ailsa found a narrow seam beneath the lowest inscription and inserted the modified scaler. The damaged tip caught against a sequence of triangular indentations. 3 shallow points. A pause. 2 crossing deeper points. Her mark. She pressed the tool into them. Something released inside the wall. Rafik seized her wrist. But the stone panel had already shifted outward. Air escaped the recess with the same slow, desiccated breath they had heard inside the statue. Within lay a lead-lined box, wrapped in fragments of blackened cloth. Ailsa lifted it onto the floor. The lid bore no script, only the outline of a human face scratched out so violently that the metal had nearly torn through. Inside were sheets of thin, hammered copper, bound along one edge. The writing had been incised in tight, precise lines. Not Nabatean, not Aramaic, not any ancient script Ailsa knew. It was English. The terminology was professional and modern, surface accretion, mineral interface, solvent exposure, structural instability. The report described the object above as if written by a conservator following contemporary documentation standards. Rafik held the lamp closer. At the bottom of the first sheet, beneath a condition diagram of the faceless head, was a recommendation. Under no circumstances should the black layer be interpreted as damage. Ailsa turned to the final page. The author had signed only with initials. A. V. Beneath them, in the unmistakable pressure and slant of her own handwriting, someone had added, "I removed the face once before. I will remove it again." Rafik wanted the copper sheets removed from the chamber. Ailsa refused. They photographed each page where it lay while the storm muttered above them. Salma worked beside the empty pedestal, translating the older inscriptions carved into its base, their meanings repeated across centuries. Though the grammar changed with every hand, the earliest text did not call the figure a god. It called it that which becomes known. A later inscription named it the borrower of witnesses. Another described a sickness of recognition, families who remembered a person's voice but not the arrangement of their face, kings whose likenesses appeared on strangers, children born with features copied from funerary images. Each account ended with the same remedy: destroy the resemblance. Not the body, not the stone, every resemblance. Salma read from a line beneath the pedestal. When it has no image, it has no door. The black coatings, hammered reliefs, and polished skulls had not been acts of desecration. They were repairs to a prison that weakened whenever someone attempted to preserve what earlier generations had erased. The records described successive custodians. Nabatean stoneworkers scraped the chamber walls. Byzantine monks burned painted icons after unfamiliar faces appeared beneath the saints. An early Islamic community ground the features from coins found near the site and buried the dust in separate wells. Centuries later, Ottoman officials sealed copied drawings inside lead containers and removed the names of the draftsmen from local registers. They were not protecting a secret, Rafik said. Ailsa looked at the faceless reliefs. They were preventing repetition. The copper report in English was not ancient in the ordinary sense. Corrosion proved the sheets had remained sealed for centuries, but its vocabulary belonged to modern conservation. Several passages anticipated procedures not developed until Ailsa's lifetime. The report did not predict the future. It remembered it. Near the final pages, Ailsa found references to an object removed during an undocumented excavation, a small funerary mask coated in black mineral paste, transported north through military collections, and eventually catalogued in Britain under a false provenance. Ashcombe. Rafik sent Salma to retrieve the site's restricted correspondence. By evening, scanned customs records, private letters, and museum forms covered the registration table. An inventory from the 1920s described a desert face, wholly obscured. A dealer later altered its origin to Northumberland. The lie passed through 3 collections until the mask entered Ashcombe Museum as a local burial object. Ailsa found her own name in the final file. The museum had contacted Jordanian authorities after her restoration photographs were published. A comparative study identified black mineral compounds consistent with samples taken from the excavation decades earlier. The correspondence had been suppressed to avoid repatriation and scandal. Imogen Price had discovered the match. The junior conservator had not merely warned that the black layer was original. She had traced the mask to Jordan and requested that the face be covered again. Ailsa, remembered the email differently. She had reduced it to nervous speculation, the sort of caution younger conservators use to disguise uncertainty. She had forwarded it to the museum director with one sentence: Imogen is allowing personal anxiety to interfere with the evidence. 3 days later, Imogen was removed from the project. Ailsa closed the file, but the sentence remained visible inside her. Salma opened archived press photographs from the Ashcombe exhibition. In the earliest, the reconstructed mask possessed the balanced face Ailsa had created. In each later image, the features differed slightly. The lips narrowed. One eyelid acquired a scar. The jaw shifted left. The same changes now forming on the statue. How many people saw the exhibition? Rafik asked. Thousands, Ailsa said. And the published photographs? She thought of catalogs, newspapers, journals, lectures, documentaries, replicas, and digital archives. She had insisted the face appear on the cover of her monograph. Millions. The chamber had not waited for them to uncover it. It had reached outward through every reproduced image she had authenticated. Ailsa returned to the final copper sheet, beneath her impossible signature. A second line had emerged in the metal, bright as a fresh incision. Restoration commenced. Ashcombe. Below it appeared a date from 8 years earlier, the day Ailsa first removed the black layer from the mask. She understood then that she had not arrived at the prison to begin the work. She had come because the work was almost finished. By the time Ailsa returned to the conservation tent, no one at the entrance recognized her. The guard raised his rifle until Rafik spoke her name. Even then, the man stared at Ailsa as if matching a voice to an empty space. His gaze slid from her forehead to her chin without settling. Inside, the statue stood uncovered. Its face had advanced beyond resemblance. Rafik's scar no longer appeared attached to Rafik's eye. It belonged naturally to the stone. Luca's divided smile curved beneath Salma's nose. Helen's deep-set eyes watched from a brow shaped by someone Ailsa could not identify. Every borrowed feature had been reconciled into one convincing human face. Except for the mouth. What had seemed like Luca's lips was only an opening now, smooth at the edges and unfinished. As if the stone had rejected the shape after taking what it needed from him. Salma placed a folder on the work table. The staff records are changing. Luca's employment file contained no photograph. Helen's medical credentials listed her qualifications but omitted her name. Rafik's excavation permits remained valid. Yet the signature blocks had become blank. Salma's own passport scan showed a woman whose face none of them could describe. Though Salma stood beside them holding the page, Ailsa searched the digital archive for herself. Her publications remained. Her restoration reports remained. The Ashcombe monograph still credited A. Venn. But every author photograph had lost its features. In one conference recording, her lecture continued while the camera showed an empty podium. The entity was not copying faces. It was transferring the fact of recognition. A feature became fully its own only when the person it came from ceased to be visually certain. Photographs altered first, then records, then memory. The team still knew one another through habit and context, but those connections were loosening. Luca was the photographer. Helen was the physician. Rafik directed the excavation. Without those roles, Ailsa suspected they would become strangers. She returned to the copper report. A passage she had dismissed as metaphor now read plainly. It possesses no first likeness. Every likeness is an entrance. Every true naming is a body. That is why the reliefs belong to different cultures. She said, they were not depicting one form. Salma understood before the others. They were all correct. Each civilization had given the prisoner a different face, and each face had become authentic through agreement. A painted god, a royal profile, a saint, a funerary mask. Any image could house it. If enough people accepted the image as what it truly was, the prison had never contained a body. It contained the possibility of one. Ailsa looked toward the statue. Its unfinished mouth faced her. Why had the copper report used her language? Why did her tool marks appear on ancient stone? The entity had borrowed more than features. It had drawn from the professional system best suited to complete it. Modern conservation offered what older worship could not: documentation, authentication, publication, global reproduction. And Ailsa had built her life around declaring damaged objects whole. Rafik opened the latest three-dimensional model. The software had generated predicted geometry where the mouth remained incomplete. The proposed lips were narrow, with a slight downward pull at the right corner. Ailsa's lips. No, she said. The word came out faintly. The statue's throat darkened. On the monitor, the missing geometry advanced. Salma stepped away from Ailsa. It heard you. It has heard all of us. Not like that. A new line appeared on the copper report, cutting itself into the metal beneath the Ashcombe date. Final attribution requires authoritative declaration. Ailsa understood the design at last. The entity did not need her mouth merely as shape. It needed the function her mouth represented. Her reputation, though damaged, still carried institutional authority. She had authenticated the Ashcombe face. She had been invited to identify the statue. If she named it, every record built around her expertise would carry that name outward. The unfinished lips pushed slowly through the stone. Ailsa clamped both hands over her mouth. From beneath her palms, in a voice dry with mineral dust, something whispered a name she had never learned. Across the tent, every computer began typing it. The name multiplied faster than anyone could erase it. It appeared in document titles: image, metadata, equipment logs, and the blank fields of staff records. The printers began feeding out pages covered with the same unfamiliar arrangement of letters. Each screen rendered the word differently. Yet everyone who looked at it felt an immediate certainty that all versions referred to the same being. Ailsa ordered the network disconnected. Rafik cut power to the communications cabin. Salma smashed the satellite transmitter with a geological hammer. Luca removed memory cards from every camera and dropped them into a metal sample tray. The statue continued forming its mouth in the dark. Ailsa understood that destruction alone would not work, until the face became complete. The prisoner remained dispersed across images, records, and observers. Break the statue now, and each fragment might preserve a different feature, a different entrance. The old custodians had erased likeness only after it had been given enough form to occupy one object. It had to be made singular, then unmade. She set a camera on a tripod before the conservation platform. It was isolated from the camp network and recorded directly onto a fresh card. Rafik caught her arm. What are you doing? Creating provenance. For that thing, for the evidence against it. She faced the lens. My name is Ailsa Venn. I am an archaeological conservator retained to examine the object recovered beneath this site. The words steadied her because they belonged to reports, inquiries, and professional declarations. This time, however, she continued beyond the safe language. She described the chamber, the erased reliefs, the polished skulls, the copper sheets, and the transfer of recognizability. Then she spoke of Ashcombe. She named the black layer as an intentional containment surface. She stated that Imogen Price had identified its origin and warned against removal. She admitted altering the internal record, allowing Imogen to be blamed, and publishing a reconstruction she knew exceeded the surviving evidence. I did not restore a face, Ailsa said. I made one authoritative enough for others to believe. The statue's unfinished lips trembled. Ailsa removed the modified dental scaler from her case. Salma understood. You cannot give it what it wants. I can give it one body. She crossed the red line. The stone was warm now. Beneath its mineral surface, something pulsed with the slow pressure of blood moving through a sleeping limb. Ailsa placed her left hand against the chin and began cutting. She did not invent the mouth. She copied her own. The downward pull at the right corner, the shallow central groove, the slight asymmetry left by the old fracture in her jaw. Each scrape released a bead of dark red fluid. It ran across her gloves and gathered along the statue's neck. As the lips emerged, Ailsa felt her own face becoming difficult to inhabit. Her mouth seemed distant, no longer aligned with her voice. She could not remember whether her upper lip was thin or full. She continued until the stone possessed the answer. Then she stepped before the camera. The completed face watched her with the features of everyone it had taken. Ailsa spoke the name whispered beneath her palms. The tent contracted around the sound. Every lamp burst. The statue inhaled, not dryly now, but deeply, filling newly formed lungs. Beyond the canvas walls, the storm stopped in a single instant. Ailsa raised the geological hammer. I formally identify this object, she said, forcing each word through a mouth that no longer felt like hers, as the sole material representation of the entity named in this record. The statue smiled. Ailsa brought the hammer down. The first blow split the borrowed brow. The second opened the jaw. On the third, the head shattered, releasing a burst of black dust and warm red fluid. Every screen in the camp went blank. The printers stopped. The name disappeared from the scattered pages. Outside, sunlight entered through thinning sand. Ailsa woke beside the broken pedestal with blood drying across her hands. Rafik, Selma, Luca, and Helen stood at the tent entrance. Their faces had returned. They looked directly at her without recognition. Rafik raised the rifle. "Who are you?" he asked. Ailsa spent 9 days in a military clinic outside Amman under a name no one believed belonged to her. The excavation had been evacuated before she regained full consciousness. Officially, unstable ground had collapsed beneath the southern courtyard during the storm. The chamber, conservation, tent, and registration cabins were buried under several thousand tons of limestone and sand. Rafik's report mentioned damaged equipment, minor injuries, and one unidentified trespasser found near the restricted area. That trespasser was Ailsa. Rafik visited her once. He stood at the foot of the bed holding a sealed folder and regarded her with professional courtesy. "You say we worked together," he said. "For nearly 2 weeks. I have no record of employing you. You watched me destroy it." His expression remained polite and empty. "Destroy what?" Ailsa described the statue, the copper report, the faceless reliefs, and the rings of polished skulls. Rafik listened without interruption. When she finished, he placed the folder on her blanket. Inside were the expedition rosters. Every name appeared except hers. The photograph showed the conservation platform standing unused. In one image, Rafik and Salma examined an empty crate. Ailsa remembered standing between them when it was taken. One hand resting on the basalt shoulder. There was now only a narrow blur of sunlight where her body had been. Rafik touched the edge of the photograph. "We found blood in the tent," he said. "Some of it was yours. Then you know I was there. It proves only that you were injured." He left the folder and never returned. British consular officials located a passport matching the number Ailsa supplied. But its photograph showed a featureless oval above a familiar black jacket. Her university retained records of an A. Ven. Though no employee could remember meeting her. Her flat in London had been emptied and relet 6 months earlier. The landlord insisted she had never lived there. The world had not removed her completely. It had preserved the consequences of her existence while discarding the person responsible for them. She returned to Britain using temporary documents issued to an unidentified national at airports. Facial recognition gates failed without producing an error. Officials looked at her, looked away, and immediately asked to see her again. Mirrors still showed her face, but only while she watched them directly. Photographs were less faithful. At first, the images lost small details. The curve of an eyebrow, the scar near her jaw, the corners of her mouth. Within weeks, every photograph showed either an unfocused head or a stranger standing in her clothes. Ailsa began writing everything by hand. She recorded the excavation, the chamber, the statue, and the confession she had made before destroying it. Each morning, she reread the pages to ensure the words remained. The account survived, but her name faded more quickly with every repetition. Ink thinned wherever she wrote times Ailsa Ven, until only shallow impressions remained in the paper. She tried to contact Imogen Price. The number had been disconnected. Former colleagues remembered Imogen's dismissal, but not the colleague whose decision caused it. Ashcombe Museum refused Ailsa access to internal conservation files because she could provide no professional credentials. Then she saw the exhibition announcement. The Ashcombe face. New questions of identity. The museum claimed recent imaging had revealed subtle changes in the funerary mask. Curators described them as the natural result of environmental fluctuation and historical reconstruction materials. The object had been moved to a larger gallery because attendance had tripled. Ailsa went on a rainy Thursday afternoon. The queue extended through 3 rooms. Visitors emerged from the gallery whispering that the face belonged to someone familiar. A woman said it resembled her first husband. A young man insisted it was his deceased schoolteacher. 2 sisters argued because each believed the mask had taken the features of a different grandmother. Inside the gallery, the reconstructed face rested beneath perfect white light. It no longer resembled Ailsa's original work. The eyelid carried Rafik's scar. The teeth divided around Luca's narrow gap. Salma's nose rose above Helen's shadowed eyes. And the mouth was Ailsa's. She pushed through the crowd toward the glass. For one moment, The mask's eyes shifted and fixed upon her. A child beside her tugged his mother's sleeve. "Mom," he whispered, pointing first at the mask and then at Ailsa. "That woman hasn't got a face." The mother looked directly at Ailsa. Then she turned back to the display. Inside the case, the ashcombe mouth opened by the width of a breath. Around the gallery, hundreds of visitors smiled at once. Perhaps some things are erased not because history is cruel, but because forgetting can be a form of protection. Ailsa believed that every damaged object deserved to be restored. Yet she never questioned whether destruction might sometimes be deliberate mercy. Her greatest talent became the doorway through which the horror returned. And her punishment was to survive without the recognition she once valued above truth. But if an image becomes real whenever enough people agree upon it, how many witnesses does a forgotten God need before it can walk among us again? Our time together is coming to a close, and I think this is the perfect moment to leave the world behind for a little while. Thank you for letting this story be part of your evening. I never take that for granted. And I hope these moments brought you a little sense of calm, curiosity, or simply a welcome pause from everything else. As the night grows quieter, I hope you can make yourself comfortable and allow your thoughts to wander away. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't have to finish every task. Right now, the only thing you owe yourself is a chance to truly recharge. May the hours ahead wrap you in comfort. May your breathing become slow and easy. Your heart feel unburdened. And your dreams carry you somewhere gentle and beautiful. And when the first light of morning arrives, I hope you wake feeling renewed, hopeful, and ready to welcome whatever the day brings. Thank you for making chilly midnight part of your nightly routine. It means so much to know we've shared another quiet chapter together. Until the next story finds you. Take care of yourself, cherish the little moments, and remember that there will always be a place waiting for you here. Sleep peacefully, my dear friend, and have the loveliest dreams.